let your body go. I'll make your mind go crazy and lose control. So come and move, move, body, 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 ooh, ooh, body, body, body. So come and move my body, let it overload. My heartbeat keeps on repeating, about to explode. Just turn the lights off, baby, and let it go. I'll make your mind go crazy and lose control. So come and move my body, stay with me for the night. I just wanna party, losing no control, like na 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 na, losing no control, like.
the magic. Why are you saying I won't miss an LCKK? My fraud. I'm not missing one. What are you on about? Man City OME, what happened? Wait, my screens are kind of... Okay, there we go. What happened with Man City? Why doesn't the cam work? What? Oh, it does. It does, it does, it does. Yes, I know, I know. I know, stop being mean, stop being weird, stop saying I'm bold. Why are you in a winter jacket? Because it's fucking freezing outside, you little freak. Man United owns Man City. Wait, why is everyone saying that again? Did they lose again or some shit? Who did they lose to? Who did they lose to? Man United. Bro, didn't they lose to Man United like 3 days ago? They lost to a Norwegian team. They lost to a tier 2 team? Wait, so basically the equivalent of this is like G2 losing to LR or what? Way worse. Way worse. Oh, guten Morgen. Guten Morgen. It's like Gen G losing to LR. Really? I mean, I see that happening. I see it being possible.
Predictions will be a little bit better with knowledge about the mid patch that happened here in 26.01. This is the B patch that came out. A lot of
apparently,
changes
Vedius said in his
affecting solo
podcast
queue,
that
but a couple
LR
of
is gonna
that
go
will affect us here
0-11.
in the LCK update.
Yeah, so the most solo queue player is obviously me here, so we're gonna explain.
I think it's base to have hot takes, but it's also kind of bitch boy to not put something on the line, Betty. So if you think we're going 0-11, then shave your head if we win one game.
And the Essence Reaver, I think it's a huge nerve, but the Essence Reaver item-wise is like just very.
You can't have base takes and act like you believe them unless you're willing to put something at stake. And I think you should put your hair at stake.
So I think it's still a really good item.
Cost effective.
Actually, hey, why is this happening?
But did hit around the world here with did was Jace. There was no Jace played. 24 games, 100% banned, and it seems like the team's figured
that
this one out
Umti?
pretty
Yeah, it is.
early here with Did.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just so broken on the Rifts right now. It deals so much and it clears so fast. So, I mean, how does it feel as a jungler?
I'm actually different with you.
Oh, okay.
I actually think that's a trap pick.
Oh.
But this Jace champion is very scared because if Jace player play perfect, he can 1v9.
Oh, yeah.
But
True.
if this Jace just like slip one time, he cannot win the game too. So
True.
I think every like teams are thinking, every teams are thinking that maybe Jace played perfect.
All right, well, we'll see if that changes here in week number 2. One thing that was
He needs to
pretty
put
apparent,
something on the
though,
line.
was the
It needs to happen.
presence of bruisers. You like to see a lot of fighting. Well, top lane is your answer here in week number 1.
Yeah, I think after the cast, I feel like top laners are getting so much experience than the other roles. So that means you have more space to have
you play
a
next week?
scaling option. I think
It's crazy that it's already Wednesday. We play in 3 days again.
But it didn't work out that
We
well
play
because
against Giant
Junglers
X,
had to path
Heretics,
towards both sides.
Shifters,
So
I
I think
believe.
now top laners are starting to high prioritizing the value more on the top lane, and I think it's definitely working out.
I agree, and then the side turrets are always having the turret plates now.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think actually they can get the goals easily too, compared to mid and jungle and support.
Yeah.
I would say.
If we
So I
go
think the
3-0
champions
on
are
this
actually really
weekend,
working well.
oh my god, I will
I mean, especially the champion
do
with
a
the
fucking
Gwen and
24-hour
Zahen, who has
infinite
such a
subathon.
huge value in the late game. I think it's giving more option for the team to have more carries, because mainly you think about like mid lane or like AD carry, like carries on the late game value, but now top lane can be the main carry option for the team.
I actually think the Ambessa and Pantheon is actually connected with the top side.
Oh,
I mean,
Because
I
because
think
Ambessa is
objectively
for the
speaking, right?
swapping, like flexing.
Wait, is
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
objectively when you're
Huge
non-biased,
so
it
if
is
you
right.
think that, oh, enemy
I-
team is
to
swapping
be honest-
Renekton, okay, Ambessa just go jungle.
Best of ones are
Go
so
Dragon
flip.
Mage. And the Pantheon is
Like
actually
this weekend we
wasn't
played
that good
3
at the
teams,
last patch
Giant
these
X
days,
who
but the Dragon got weaker, and then he just played
got
for side,
didn't
and
they
the
get stumped by
He's actually
Heretics,
good
like
now.
insanely
I think the
stumped or
reason why
something?
Ambessa
No,
and
I can't remember.
Pantheon, those two picks are
Every
more
team we're playing today is
valuable
like
in
had
this
the
patch
weirdest
because
games
of
ever.
How easy to set up the
Everyone's had
skirmishers.
weird as
I
fuck
think
games.
Even though the pro players, they sometimes
Heretics got stumped
cannot
by
dodge
2
the
teams and then
Ambessa
stumped
because
Giant
there's
X.
so many
Giant
things
X
going on. And
what
also
is
for the
2-1,
Pantheon,
but
you know,
in one of the
like,
games they were
as a pro
super
player,
far
you should
behind and they had to like
expect
counter
Pantheon
base
ulti,
race.
but you cannot really
or some
think
shit.
about it 24/7,
Oh no,
and
that was
it
the
gives a
Heretics
lot
game.
of
They
pressure
got
for the
base
team
raced.
and
No, the
laners.
Shifters game,
So
yeah.
I think that's why those easy setup junglers are working out on this patch.
That's right.
Their
And
G2 game was
Pantheon
good.
was permabanned a lot last
But it was
year until
also
it got
kinda
touched
hard
in the
draft.
patch.
I
Then it started
think
to
the
open up,
Anivia
and
is
then
annoying
became,
as fuck for
a
them.
little bit less apparent here in 2026 in the hands of most of our junglers.
But this should be the last best of ones ever.
And we not only got to see strong picks, but sneaky picks as well, including an Akali on the top side of the map for T1 Dorn.
Yeah, again, I think at start of the week they tried
Surely.
to get the top priority. That's why they picked Sion or Rek'Sai, those kind of early game champion. But now they just realized that, oh man, we have to path towards both sides. We have to play for bot lane. That means top lane is isolated. So that's why you pick Akali, Gwen, Zahen, those kind of late game value
And
champions.
he's 1-0 on
because
Akali.
you're gonna get more
Wait, was that
XP,
his first
you're gonna have level
pro play
20,
Akali
you're
game?
gonna have
Really?
more gold with the side lane plates. So I think this is...
Or is that
it's
this
a
split?
more
That's, I
valuable
think he's
option
played
for the
Akali
top lane.
before.
I agree. I mean, I don't even. This is another thing, but
He's
I
13
didn't
and
even
3.
know that Akali is gonna win the lane against the Rek'Sai.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And then Nautilus.
Yeah, Nautilus flags.
Nautilus
I mean, how do
jungle
you
was
think
so
about
weird.
this
It was like
because,
picked in
I mean, for
week
me,
1, day
it's
1,
kind
I
of
think, or some shit, and then it just never got played again.
Recipe from
It's like a Malphite pick.
The inside scoop.
Yeah, because I think every teams are thinking that against the Malphite, actually the japping jungle, especially like tank junglers, are OP against it.
Oh, okay, because Malphite wants to one-shot the
Oh, shit, I
target,
didn't
but
buffer
you
ads.
cannot really
Ew.
one-shot Nautilus
What time
or
is it?
Sejuani, those kind of
Yeah,
jumpers.
it's like
39.
very, you feel pressure. If I don't want combo this, like
okay, I'll buffer the
Nautilus,
edge
Sejuani,
now.
Malphite,
Sorry,
then he
chat.
will just like fight back with
Oh,
it.
it's so nice to
yeah.
stream with no delay.
And you still get that
3 days a
little
week,
bit
I
of a
stream with
wrinkle
delay
of
on.
potentially
Ew.
a flex pick.
Ew.
So we'll see if there's more of that in store. Now, we have the general here, and Umpty, you are known as the early game jungler. The
Yeah.
first 15 minutes was your bread and butter. And so there are a lot of questions about this week's patch and how things will play. So we're going to go from the general's 15 minutes to the general's 15 seconds question on a hot topic. And we'll start here with this one. How do you think about jungle now?
Is
the
jungle dead, carry?
Jungler dead. We did on the timer. Umpty, it starts now.
So carry junglers are actually dead, guys. Top ADC are so strong. Those guys are getting same gold value more than the jungles. The junglers are just weak. Just pick Jarvan, Malphite, or Sylas to steal Alistar ult and just CC it and carried by bottom. Thank
Dive.
you.
Oh!
Perfect time.
He made it! He made the 15 seconds valuable advice for the junglers. Holy moly, man.
Yeah. Basically, jungle carry is dead.
Oh,
it is
yeah.
back to supporting the other roles. So thank you for that, Umpty, as we take a look at one of the other roles that has found different ways to support, which is support. Enchanters have popped on up compared to playmakers before. Before it was all engaged in 2025.
Umpty's nice to have.
Rarely did you get to see some of these enchanters, but here they're starting to show up now, Wadid.
Yeah, I think the reason why they pick Lulu, Nami, those kind of champion is because of also the AD carry champions, because the main meta is Yunara, Aphelios, and Corki. I think they are known as AD carry, hyper carry, so you need some kind of like Lulu, Nami, those kind of support, and also it gives a lot of pressure in the earlier phase of the game. So I think, again, bot priority is everything, because right now we don't have Atakan, so you want to snowball with the Dragon Cycle. So I think that's the main reason why they play more Enchanters on the bot lane.
Now, also in our review of week number 1, one of the biggest changes, and this one specifically to LCK Cup, was the coach voice. And some teams used it, some teams don't, most teams use it, some teams don't. And we wanted to highlight the multiple different ways, including shot calling, morale boosting, timer keeping. But here we go from one of the most, I guess, vocal voices in coaching is Joker for DRX, who used it with specific shot calls. We have examples here for you guys.
This is our last turn, and what's wrong with call out clearly?
So yeah, this is mainly about the pre-plan that I mentioned so many times in the pre-show and the analyst desk, that you already know what's gonna happen in the game after the draft, you know. So I think it's
okay.
really
This play was insane though.
Pro players to what you can do in game, in fact. So that definitely helps DRX so much. So we could see a lot of insane team fight moments, just like Xin Zhao flashing in with the Orianna ulti. I think those kind of pre-plan thingy is helping out. And also as a pro player, I was doing a lot of like pre-plan thingy, you know. But I assume that Joker, as a pro player, he did that when he was a pro player. And now as a coaching staff, helping out the rookie players, definitely working out.
That play was insane.
First one.
You can talk over. Like it's about the shot calling, right? It's about the lane assignment, I guess.
Yeah, this call, when I heard, it felt like he's the 6th player. Like, you know, planning the games in the map. Like, just go invade red and just look for Gwen first. The Gwen is enemy team's win condition, just kill her.
Yeah, I mean, that most important part is that he actually targets for the Vi ultimate. So he, like, player literally just pressed the button.
That was 1-for-1 though.
My coach says just press R on Gwen. How simple is that?
I mean, he kept it straightforward. And again, they had the toughest week in Gen G and T1, and those early games played out well. It was later on when things kind of fell off there, but we're seeing the impact of Coach's voice, not only in plays, but in game time as well. It has gotten shorter by almost 2 whole minutes here, Umpty, from 2026 to 2025.
Well, everyone thinks that game tempo is actually very faster now because of now Atakan is not exist, the Baron is spawning faster. But actually, the Baron is not being hunted very fast. It's actually 80k or something with HP, so the game speed is actually similar.
I mean, from my perspective, I would say 2 minutes faster is a significant number still, you know? So I feel like you kind of have to be awake about your early game still.
Yeah, no Atakan, Baron earlier. We'll see how it continues to change throughout the season. Now, everyone, it's time for a very special episode of...
Oh, the facts of the week. These are hard, man.
Wait.
This is Umpty's first time here in the
These are hard.
Digon's Fact of the Week. Now, we've got our first-time competitor here against our reigning champion, so let's get straight into it. Joining us, reigning champion, 1-0 on 2026. It is What Did, hashtag Mr. Worldwide.
Yeah, I'm slowly waking up with the coffee.
The newcomer, but he's been around the block before and a little familiar. It's the General, Umpty, hashtag 9 years of Umpty. Congrats on your 9th year at date.
Thank you so much.
Together, yeah. Oh God. Yes, those are our competitors. All right, well, I put hashtag Mr. Worldwide for What Did and 9 years of Umpty because you guys have had a lot of teammates, and you guys are teammates now on the desk.
Wait, it shows the answer.
Career,
it showed the answer.
Share one teammate, one exact teammate. Do you know which player you both have played with?
Wait, what?
Yes. I did so much digging. I went back to your, like, when you were playing on the Rising Stars, you were the owner. I had to go dig deep. You've all played all around the world.
So we have one shared
teammate.
Why did it wasn't G2, right? I don't think I had an EU teammate.
No.
So I
It's
have a
Sword.
Korean teammates only then. And then you were in Griffin, right?
It showed.
He also,
True. You're
I
so
think-
smart.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, you were in Griffin.
all right, you have 10 seconds.
Did you play with Yuko?
Not really, but I think I guessed that.
5, 4,
Sword?
3, 2,
Yuko.
1. The answer was Sword.
No! It was Sword!
It was Sword.
He's
That's
gonna
right.
be mad. He's
From
gonna
the
be
old
mad.
Griffin roster,
Come on,
we did.
sorry.
Came back and played
Come on
in
now.
the promotion tournament with
Which
Griffin in
one,
2020. Umpty
Come
had
on,
him as a
Tachine.
teammate on Brion in 2022. Wow. I told you, you either going to get it right
Good
or
old
have
Sword,
to
bro. Didn't he go into
apologize.
coaching?
I just apologize towards Sword.
All right.
Oh my.
He'll be okay.
Umpty 1-0, undefeated in Dig Back of the Week. All right, time for the Udi Bank Gold King. Who will get the very first one of 2026? Well, let me tell you, it is an 80 carry,
It's aiming.
but not who you think it was.
It's aiming.
Not
Oh,
aiming.
Diabli.
It's the
Gold
young kid
King
Diablo.
is Diablo.
Picking this one up. Hyperscalers really helping out here.
How? How is not aiming? Oh man,
I mean,
it's a new Gold King here.
Gold King here, and I
Actually, this game was crazy.
What do you mean? What do you
Didn't
mean?
they
The ADC's class,
lose
man.
this game?
Oh, because of the ADC cast.
Yeah, those guys are gonna get every gold.
They
king
lost
now.
this game.
Not at the top, not at the jungle, not at
That's
the main.
true.
Everyone is gonna be ADC.
I'm pretty sure 80 carry got it every week except like maybe 1 week.
Did they lose
Got
this
it.
game?
Yeah, but I think it's even harder right now because of
Yeah.
the cast.
I remember
because
they
80
walked up
carries,
mid and lost a
getting
random
gold
fight in
golds.
mid
But
and they all
anyways,
died.
I
But then I
really
guess,
like
oh yeah, they
how he
respawned and they
played
killed them.
With the new coaching staff, I think Diablo has been insane performancer like during the first
That was the
week,
Malphite
so
flash
I'm
ult in mid.
looking forward to
Oh, it's
see more
almost a
from him.
mega throw.
Yep, BNK Fearx, one of the teams that went undefeated and one of 2 teams to not change their roster. Probably one of the biggest roster moves was keeping them all together. Now let's take a look at the schedule for week number 2 as our teams go back and do battle for their respective groups. And it all starts with Nongshim versus D plus Kia in just a little bit. Then the DN Automotive Supers up against DRX trying to get themselves the win for both the squads. But you guys have separate matches for your match of the week. Umpty, let's start with you.
Okay,
T1
so my match
KT.
of the week
Oh
is the
yes.
Friday
Genji
one,
DK.
T1 versus
Oh
KT.
yes. This
For
is the match of the week. I don't know how no one's choosing
I
this.
mean, for me,
This is it.
let me speak.
Yeah, you can
Yeah, you can speak the
just
whole
picked
match.
Genji DK and T1 KT. It's
I
those two.
don't trust HLE anymore.
Oh
my
That's why I picked that matchup. And I think DNS, I think they showed up some potential compared to HLE. So I think that's actually is gonna be a really close one.
You don't believe them? Why didn't you believe them against the
Ox
Bros?
wrote, I don't care
and
about
also, We have
LCK.
our predictions in for everyone
Yeah,
that
DK
cares
win.
about the LCK.
I think
Except
DNS
one
win,
man who's a little
HLE
sausage
win,
right
Genji
now.
win,
Wait, what?
T1 win,
LCK anymore?
Nongshim
No,
win,
finally, he's
HLE win,
fired.
He
DK win,
sent in his predictions.
T1 win,
I'm not sure where
Bro
Chronicler
win.
is, but he can cash this one out right now. Yeah. Ox is just going to be in the bottom of predictions because he didn't put any in and now facing the wrath of G-Sun. Any weird picks here? I picked Bro. We did pick the DN Automotive Supers,
Yeah, I
so
did.
you are backing it up against Hanwha Life Esports.
Super believer.
I do.
Wow. Any other crazy picks that you had here from this week?
FearX versus T1.
Oh, wow. Yes, Fearx.
Oh, that's
T1.
true. You picked.
I trust my boy Raptor. I trust my boy.
Anytime that those teams play, that is a bot lane that can go toe-to-toe. Before it used to be Guma and Keria. Now it's Pays and Keria. But BNK Fearx 2-0 going to be a huge, huge match here. Y'all, we are so excited to have you for week number 2.
Is Umti a Fearx
We have a
enjoyer?
lot of
Apparently,
matches
yeah.
in store, and we can't wait to break it down with you. We will see you after game number 1. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Chat, I'm after run the ads again in like a minute, and then after draft, and then you're chilling all day. Then it's just after draft and after game. You know the drill. Apologies. I started a little bit later today, so I didn't buff them as much. How was your off day? It was good. I just played some Pokemon all day. Pokemon. I did 6 hours of Pokemon to beat 1 gym. Oh. 6 hours to beat 1 gym. One Jim Andy. I blame Connor. He threw those runs. Have you and the boys reset for week 2? Yeah, we got scrims after this LCK.
리엔즈, 농심, 레드포스 화이팅!
Hey, W.
디플러스기야 화이팅!
동심 레드포스 화이팅!
디플러스기야 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Cup. It is another week, and we have tied up teams here in Baron and Elder. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Wolf as we get into today's games, and these ones could be a lot closer than some of the days we had
What's
last
the
week.
score? Is it 5-6 Elder Baron?
Of League of Legends.
Or is it
We got
5-7?
Our hands here. Nongshim having a big.
Or is it
I mean,
4-5?
it's not. I didn't actually put it on my hands. It's like on the sheets that I have on my hands. But
Said that, I
It's
gotta do it
5-5,
again. This
really?
game here?
yeah, not
Holy
not
shit,
yet.
the
We'll see what
turnaround.
happens in this first series. I think we might have a series on our hands with Nongshim versus D+ because D+ started off.
How do you
incredibly
kill a
strong
meme, chat?
against
How do
very
you
weak
how do you
teams.
kill the
Indeed.
6-7
Nongshim
meme?
started
How do you
off
make it
really
die?
rough, but then actually had a strong finish. So I think that this matchup should be pretty close on paper. This looks like a pretty good one.
Sorry, I missed it. Yeah, I'm thinking that maybe
It
it
says
is.
it'll be a close one, I guess.
I'm really hoping that we have like DK finally like putting their money.
Actually, it's
where
kind
their
of
mouth
addicting.
is
I don't know
and
why.
coming out
It's because of
strong
the.
and
You know
being good.
why
I have a
it's
feeling,
6-7 is
though,
addicting? It's because of
that
the
it's
Lero Lero
just gonna
emote.
be
That's the only
Nongshim
reason.
riding the high of that victory over HLE and DK doing that disappointment.
That
thing.
is
If
the
we
only
do
reason
have both
that it
teams firing
actually
on all
is
cylinders, though, this could
kinda
be
funny.
a very, very good series. And yeah, after stunning HLE, that was the big upset last week in our final day. We were going into the POG state thinking it was going to be a boring week.
Bro,
It
DK
was
is gonna
not a
fuck them
boring
up, by the
week
way.
in the end,
They are
especially
actually gonna fuck them
with,
up.
DRX also overperforming, which was really, really nice to see as well. But yeah, DK, I think probably still the favorites moving into this one, and I think largely because of the bottom lane. And this guy in the mid lane now up against the World's 2021 final MVP, up against Showmaker in that World's final. Which
It always
Wait, they have the
for
same.
so
What the
long
fuck?
that these two players had just recently won a world championship, but now it's been 4 years for Scout, right? So, you know, and for Showmaker, he won in 2020, right? We're in 2026 now, so it is. It's been a long time, right? I think Scout has taken a dip recently, although he had a big bounce back on the Talia.
Skuzku didn't play
took a
too
dip for
bad
a
last
while.
week.
He was kind of like a heart rate
He
monitor
played pretty
in terms
good.
of his form,
Yeah.
but it's on the high end right now. He is by far the best performing mid laner in terms of laning stats. Now again, you have to put the asterisk of their opponents thus far, but he has died one time.
one time.
He has died one time.
We
in
gotta
LCK
keep the
Cup
Showmaker
so
KDA.
far.
We've
Just
got
the
to keep the
one.
Showmaker KDA.
And his KDA is insane. He has the best CS diff at 10 as well.
Yeah, and Scout has been a little bit rocky at the beginning of 2026. I think has started to come into his own. I think it was a large reason why they looked so good against HLE.
King and the GOAT,
so
though.
I'm hoping that he's going to be able to stand toe-to-toe. The thing that I am worried about for Nongshim is bottom side of the map, because Smash has been absolutely amazing. I think Korea, he's, you know, a little bit of a loose cannon, but he's along, like, across the rift from Lahens, who was the original loose cannon. In fact, I think he's just a cannon that's not attached to anything
King
at
and the
all.
GOAT.
He's just sort of flying around. So I don't think that's necessarily going to be a mismatch, but Taeyun versus Smash, I think that is very Smash-sided.
I think so too at this moment in time. Taeyun has had a pretty rough start to his time on Nongshim, even as far back as Kespo Cup, which we'll probably continue to reference for a few weeks, because that was the first big look that we saw.
And last year, we were referencing it all year. I think we can. I think we can just do the same thing. I
I think
absolutely
Showmaker
fine.
will retire soon.
Taeyun had
No, I think Showmaker's in
2
really good
games
form.
in 2025 where he had 7 deaths out of the whole year. Like, that happens rarely.
I
for
think
an
he'll
AD
go
carry,
on
but
for a
happens
while
twice,
still.
right? It's a long year
God.
of League of Legends. He's already had 1 game against BNK where he had 9 deaths.
I do have this like
on the
feeling
Aphelios.
that
Okay, so like
when
goal
Faker
difference here a little bit
leaves,
different. I think
people will start
the
leaving
average
as well, you
skill
know?
level of the
Like,
LCK might be, something
I
we're
see a
learning
world
bit
where
about here
Faker
as well,
retires
in
and
terms of
Showmaker
his
also just says, I'm
performance
out.
there versus here, because you'd expect to glow up with a full Korean roster where communication gets easier. As the AD carry, people always say
People are
glow up
probably
and
gonna
play, but thus
go
far,
until
it has
Faker's
not
out.
looked as convincing. Looked a little bit better in their series against Honor Life Esports. As mentioned, it was a big bounce back for a lot of these players. Let's see.
But I don't actually know. It also depends on like.
Real test, right? And had Nongshim
Wait, does Showmaker have to do military service? He's 25 right now. He'll be 26 this year. When do you have to go? 27, right? You have to go.
Ramping up for D+ to potentially either excitement is real or the disappointment.
28 latest. So I mean, Showmaker has 3 years left.
Coming early. Dan, it turns out that he didn't like the LCK. I'm going to give him up until we start Champion Select to get his predictions in. I'm very much hoping that he's actually watching the show, because otherwise he's just, he said whoops in the chat. So I guess maybe he is going to be able to
still
put
hasn't
it in. Dan,
put him in yet. Oh, it's
all right, he has sent it in. So
wait,
he's safe
Showmaker is exempt? Why?
Before we got to the Champion Select, 58 seconds of leeway prior to that, because otherwise we would have had to forfeit him, because if he got any information from the draft, then that is going to give him a added advantage. So as it turns out, it's not the case. He still doesn't care about the LCK because he was so incredibly tardy, so I think that that was still very worthwhile to be on the graphic, but he's still in the running and doesn't automatically get Comic Sans.
He predicted D+ in this first series to make our predictions on the global side unanimous. And his prediction for the second series was DNS, which actually puts it at a 4-3.
It's crazy that Showmaker's 25 and Faker's
You and I both
29.
DRXs. I
Yes,
think we're
that's
both
right.
DRXs.
Alongside Valdez.
I think it's because we're really into Joker on the coach voice. I'm just, I'm kind of all about it. I'm hoping that we see a little bit of it here today as well. We did hear that CV Max wanted to do it, but his team was too good, so he just didn't feel the need.
I'm into it, but I'm also into the fact that
Faker's 30 in a couple months.
They almost took a game
And
off
me
Gen G
too.
and nearly beat
Hey.
T1, so
Yeah.
I don't know if I could say
We're
the
both
same
gonna
thing
ding
about
this year.
the year of doo-doo on the other side, but time will tell.
Well, that's because it's the
I
year
wonder
of
what
Vic,
Faker
man.
does for the big 3-0.
It can't be the year of multiple people at once. That's just how
When's
it
his
is.
birthday? It's in May, right?
Last year was the year of Closer, though. It's just weird that it wasn't anybody else's year at the same time. Because
Except BDD, who ended up
May
at the
7th.
end.
Yeah, maybe it was
What's
the year
happening
of
on May
Doo-Doo the whole
7th?
time. We just were saying that it
Probably
was the year of
LCK
Closer. So
rounds
maybe
1
it
to
is the
2.
year of Doo-Doo, but we just want to say that it's the year of Vickler. I think that's absolutely fine as well. But I think we are very, very close to getting into Champion Select. I think we asked them to delay getting in there just to give Orcs enough time to get his predictions in. But they will get the news that those predictions are in fact in, and then we can get straight into Champ Select to figure this one all out. Top side of the map as well. We haven't really gone into it. We spoke a lot about Scout versus Showmaker. Definitely a fun one from, you know, back in the day, if you can call 2020 and 2021 back in the day. But I think Shio has also been playing exceptionally well, and they need a good top laner going on.
DK blue side, good luck.
Really consistent over probably, I guess you could say like the last 6 months or something like that, at least, and probably longer. Because he's just been very, very good despite the highs and lows of Nongshim. That top lane's going to be fun to watch as we get into Champ Select.
I think D+.
Good luck first, DK.
Going to get some free bans.
Wait.
Showmaker here from Nongshim Red Forest.
DK's not first pick. They got blue side. Oh yeah, for fuck's sakes.
Showmaker's insane.
Red side. Okay, red
performances
side
that
works.
We've seen thus far this season.
I'm down for
Even
red side.
being Roamer, who's relatively unknown. His whole thing was winning lane and solo queue. Like that's like 90% of
Orianna
what
ban,
solo queue
nice.
is
Get
about.
that
Half
boring
the-
shit out.
Like half the time your game
Get rid of
can just be
a zero
decided by
Orianna, fuck
all
it.
Your solo laners winning, and
Let's
then,
get
like, the game's
Showmaker on
alright,
some
cool, I
freaky
guess I play
shit.
the game better because my solo laners are winning, and there's not necessarily team voice or comms or anything
Those
like
jackets
that
do
going
look
on,
kind of
so,
funky.
You know, you could put summoner spells in the chat and stuff like that. But my point is, Showmaker is looking really good.
DK's biggest test so far. I'm excited for this.
So
You think this is a test?
We see the Malphite ban here from Nongshim Red Force. They do have first pick. And
Brother, this is
the
just
Yunara
homework.
ban will follow, and they'll even take away Lucid's Vi. So Showmaker actually completely unchained here.
Yeah, and Jace
Rumble open.
remains on the permaban list.
Let's see what they want to grab, because Orianna is banned, so it feels like
Rumble.
you
Shiwu
probably
Kasante.
would've- Yeah,
This is,
Or
I
we can
would
do
say an
Aurora
error.
if you want to,
I don't
but don't
necessarily
flash
know,
backwards.
because Showmaker gets Rise now.
He does,
And
but
that
then you
feels
get
pretty
Rumble
good.
to Leah. And Pantheon
Don't flash
pass.
backwards if you do
Remember
that.
how, okay, so I think Scout has been one of our best Talia
Actually, we
players,
could
if
1-2
not,
Rise
he had the best
Pantheon
individual
ourselves.
performance on Talia, let's say.
We
They
could
have
1-2
won,
it ourselves.
But we have seen so many games of Rise versus Talia
My
where
mic's
the
a bit
Talia
loud,
just
is
doesn't
it?
get to show up.
Am I loud,
And
chat?
Showmaker is probably going to win that lane. So that's...
When are you
in
going to
terms of,
resume the
like, what we've
Nuzlocke?
seen in
Probably
draft, giving Rumble over seems
probably
like a
next
mistake, especially
Tuesday.
because it's Kingen, right?
Tuesday is
But in
the
terms of
only
what
day
they
I
get
can
in
really do
return for
variety.
D+Kia, as a D+ Kia Predator myself, I feel pretty good about this rotation.
Yeah, they could go
here.
Pantheon Talia,
I mean,
but it's okay.
I feel good about it until this comes in. Because Pantheon has been very, very good in the jungle. I think that this is a bit of a no-brainer. Sponge did go 0-7, but he finished that game with a quadra kill.
What have you got for me, Lucid?
So we'll call that. But then the Talia comes in. And so Pantheon Talia, a very, very famous duo. One that was actually
Where's my Lucid
debuted in the
jungler?
bottom
We're going
lane by
Nico.
CVMax himself.
Who's standing on
the other
stage
side.
right now?
Yeah, exactly. On the other side of the rift.
He's not scared of it.
Well,
I
mean,
this.
he
and then
did
lost
make
the
it and
finals.
then lost 0-3 very, very swiftly.
Jarvan.
We remember that T1 versus Griffin matchup in, I think, 2019.
Jarvan. Wait, Rise Jarvan? Okay, now go Corki. Okay, now go Corki.
Nico to the Jarvan was it really eliminates a different breed of AD carry rather than looking for the one lane where you could still play the AD carry through it, just have to have a tougher time in the laning phase. I think we probably will see a ban on it if they don't plan on picking it themselves. And the pick priority will be D pluses in this case, so
yeah, they'll probably have to take that one away.
Maybe
I
a
think,
Corki ban here, guys. What do we
Lulu
think?
is worth a look at. Something like a Karma, because Smash has been very, very good at the Ezreal. And with a composition like this that kind of just wants to go forward, maybe something with a bit of self-peel could be an idea.
I think
the Lucian would have fit into that as well.
Needs to play something that has significant scaling damage. And so they don't want to lane into Smash's Lucian, which has been insane. They take that one away. And I think the Nico will likely follow just because that also gives you added safety. But it means that you could run into that Karma you were mentioning. And that is, they can't take away all of those things, right? The bars will get taken away here from Taeyun, which we've mentioned several times is a
Corki on 4 here is kind of nice.
Now, one final ban to come on through. Whether it is going to be the Nico is the big question on our mind.
Lens is just calling like, no, we got a pick comp. Give me at least, like, we can play this.
And honestly, at least Pantheon kind of works.
I just think that post 20 minutes is comp.
I wonder if they go Ezreal on 4 though.
Yeah.
Go for the Elise. Let's see what they decide to ban. The Karma will be the choice
they stop
actually
Ezreal
instead,
Karma.
so Nico goes over.
All right. So is it going to be the Nico just slammed
Could
here? That
go-
could be coming on through.
It feels like it's going to be like a Nico into Alistair situation.
Ziggs or
which
Ezreal,
means
I feel
you're gonna
like
have to
feels
sacrifice
quite
the lane,
nice.
But you're gonna have to. You're gonna hope that that durable Alistair is gonna get you through some of those team fights later on with a scaling carry. We'll see what that ends up being.
Yep, and no chance of a Silas as well because the entire top side has been locked away. Smash taking a while to think about this though, as we can see. They could also just give counterpick over to Korea, allow him to play whatever they would like towards that bottom side. But in the end, it's actually a Bard lock-in. That is
Makes sense because Talia Pant wants to play with Alistar Rakan, but the free blind Bard means they need to
Bard
pivot.
also works incredibly well.
They need to pivot
into D Plus's comp. So if Nongshim got their hands on it, it could have been a big problem. I did not expect a Kalista lock here.
Wow, that would be a lot of
opposite
upfront.
Yeah, a lot of the strats
Ezreal with
kind of
what
like
though?
ending the opposite way I expected.
Ezreal Rakan?
This is going to be the
Ezreal
Ezreal for
Alistar?
Taeyun. Ezreal Leona was the classic, but into the bar.
Yeah, Ezreal Leona, but they could pick a dashing AD.
Like I think it could kind of
Ezreal
work.
Nico.
You may as well play Nico. Man,
Yeah.
there are so many incredibly high-value picks here on Nongshim.
Not gonna lie, chat, I think on 5 here, I think a Corki does go kind of hard. Otherwise, you can go Kaisa Bard, but I don't know if Kaisa Bard is a lane. Oh, Sivir is good.
Either Sivir because they have the Jarvan,
It's a
obviously
bit
it's
weak,
fully
but it's good.
blocked. Here's the final pick.
Chat, I'm gonna run ads. If you know what ads, you can
Actually
see 2
couldn't
to 5
even
and
be
sub
an
channel.
MF
Want to back to the game,
in
plus
this
big kiss. I know you got
situation.
ads earlier, but this is the last patch of ads, and I only get ads
We're
after
seeing
game
it
and
in solo
after
queue
draft. Much
soaring
love.
win rates right now as well. Everyone is practicing it, but
You can
because
prime
it's
more
safe
tier 1
and it does
to
incredibly well in
avoid
this
it.
patch in terms of
Avoid
itemization,
it.
gets through its lane for free, but the Sivir plus the Rise is so much both
Where's
wave
my
clear, but
Corki?
also insane late game damage
Where's my
with the front
Corki?
line of this Cassante and Jarvan.
Yeah, and I think the Spell Shield can be very valuable. Into the Snare from Nico if they're going to use that to start fights, as well as the Pantheon trying to dive on top of her.
I mean, consider how much mobility this Rise is going to have already with Ghost and Phase Rush, and then the Sivir ultimate allows you to have even more
Fuck your
playmaking when that
Corki. Yo,
actualizer
fuck
is
you
realized
too.
for Showmaker later on. I think so much of this game is in the hands of Sponge.
All right,
inside
Showmaker, it's time to
Nongshim.
cook.
Like where he goes, what parts
It's
of the
time
map
to
he can
cook
impact, because
them.
He'll be able to
Cook
play
them.
with the Talia around the map incredibly well. Can try to shut down that Rise that won't have teleport in side lanes. But he has to be able to make those ganks successfully, has to make those Grand Starfalls high value, because every time he misses one or fails to actually get value out of one, the pushing power will be returned in tenfold by Nongshim or by D+, because they're gonna have that Sivir shoving mid. They commit a fight somewhere, it doesn't work, like turret's gone, Ryze same situation, you're trying to play through the side lane, shut down the Cassante, Ryze is pushing the other side.
Which draft do you like more?
Scout will have to
DK,
be able to manage
always.
the landing phase, be able to match some of these rotations from Showmaker.
DK always clears.
The big trade we talked about at the very beginning of the draft is that Ryze versus Talia. Our best performing Talia against Showmaker's Ryze right now. My money's kind of on Showmaker, but that's what this series is all about, right?
Yeah.
Had two easy opponents. Let's see what happens when he plays against another world champion in Scout.
Yeah, I actually think that if this was just the drafts and I was looking at them, I'd be like, well, Nongshim easily win this, or red side team wins
Can Nongshim
this,
contest
like,
HLE for the
very,
last
very
world
easily,
spot?
just because
Oh
of
my
how
god, we've got
powerful
toilet issue.
More
champions
bathroom
are.
breaks.
And yeah,
Do
that's
the
what
transition, do the
we're
transition.
best,
Show the
by
fucking
way.
walking guy in the
We
green
get
sign.
a
Do the
toilet
transition
issue.
now.
This is Korea.
Transition.
So he's very young. It's a very early time for him.
Now.
He can be let off the hook. He gets
Now.
one,
He's gonna be like
okay?
right
We
here.
can give him one. If this then means that like Lucid goes to the bathroom as well immediately afterwards.
Do the thing.
Oh.
D+ were the chosen ones. They were the ones that did the what you and I may have speculated, where we completely
I
speculated.
know, they had so many midi-chlorians, didn't they?
The BM return toilet issue, like where it was used against them, and then they were like, oh, okay, Kanavi, we'll raise you one. Oh, you're back in your seats, you're ready to play again? Oh, wait a second, it's my turn to go.
Oh, by the way, Wolf, chat is saying start the Gamecasters. So, if you could just start it.
You want me to just go get career real quick?
Yeah, no, chat's just decided that we're starting without him. We're just, they're on a timer, you know, they've got to get to work or something like that. What is it that you've got to do? Are we zooming in on the
too
water?
much water!
That's the
That's
culprit.
the culprit!
Oh, no.
It looks like it's at least below the top of the
Oh, yeah,
lid there.
that is 2/3 or less full right now. Absolutely.
You know what? Like,
oh, cameraman.
My coffee is actually sitting at about 1/3 left as well. But you know what? I went right before the cast.
I've got
Imagine that.
full bottle of water. I am ready to be so hydrated. Look at this.
You can't see. I'll cover the logo, but you can't see any coffee in here because I've drank so much of it.
And you can tell there was coffee in there because you can see the residual coffee around the edge.
But you know what? As I told you right before I came up here, which by the way was all the way before the pre-show.
It was.
I'm going to the bathroom before the cast. I'm like, I'm gonna go to the restroom.
He did say that. He did say that.
You know where I'm. If you're wondering where I am.
Oh, he's back.
There he is.
Let's go.
Welcome
got
back,
a game to play.
Korea.
You got to keep that streak going. Let's do it.
Right. And that is his last toilet issue that he'll ever have for
He's
his
back.
entire career. Okay. Pun not intended.
Like the rune issue.
He also did some running, so he's got some fucking blood pumping in the brain cells.
I'm actually more okay with
That's
that.
pretty big.
Oh, me too. Mainly because it won. And so that means the stats for Aftershock Nami are kind of absurd, which is very, very funny. Okay, this means that we are now going to be loading up onto the Rift. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, a bit of a reminder of what our drafts looked like with the Cassante into Rumble towards that top side of the map. Could be a little bit scary if you're a Shiyu fan, but Nongshim, they've got a good draft, but they have to play it well. Let's get into it.
Let's get into it. Is anyone close to 1 million channel points? I'm sure there's a few people on 1 million channel points, but 1 billion, no one's close, I think.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for our very first game of the week and of the day. As already our top laners have spotted one another, as Cyanide getting infinite representation on this Jarvan every time. It's the Fnatic
Bro, every
skin.
Korean jungler uses Fnatic Jarvan.
And I think it's because the animation's nicer for a lot of people, but it's kind of interesting that we just always get that one.
Feels like we always get this Cassante skin as well.
Pantheon level 1 invade,
I
disgusting.
like that. It's a lot of pretty colors, and I'm into that. Sponge is going to walk over a ward
We
as he
also
starts the enemy Raptors.
always get this Sivir, but it's the
Ah,
correct choice.
Oh, it absolutely is. Pack Sivir is always the one. Still looks cool even after a remake, which I was very happy with. Because I think I bought that skin on
fucking
eBay
level 1
has-
invade.
years ago.
It has like the, I don't know how to put it, but like, you know when the old skin looked super kind of janky and blocky and like,
pizza
like this
feet.
skin is old. I feel like it doesn't look as much like that now, but they still kind of nailed the aesthetic of like, even though it's a new rebuilt skin, it still has a little bit of that like
Goes to
jaggedness
Krugs
to it.
first.
Yep, I think they did a really
So
good
we
job.
can clear
I'm
down.
into it, especially because it kind of looks all Tron vibed, which is why it's so awesome. And Tron is, you know, an 80s video
Get
game,
level 3
so
faster.
It does make a fair bit of sense that it's going to hold on to a bit of the jank. Sponge will just be full clearing on the enemy side of the Rift. Same thing to be said for Lucid, so we have some top-heavy and bottom-heavy sides of the map for Nongshim and for DK.
And we do have Lethal Tempo Ezreal, which has been very popular recently.
He might not get the Raptors though.
Rumble, no Ignite though.
Nope, Pantheon starts crossing, he will get the Raptors.
Yep. Not in this matchup necessarily, but
this game you'll see Jarvan is cursed.
Hasn't taken the
okay.
Especially when you get a free teleport.
Jarvan into Talia is pretty good though.
Oh, man. No one message him. Or do, because I miss him. All right, we do have Lucid making his way towards his top side of the jungle now. But the full clear is almost complete here for Sponge. Pretty quick on the Pantheon so far. As here in the bottom lane, Lahens and Taehyun going very aggressive onto Korea, taking a lot of damage. Good Boomerang Blade to offer a little bit back there from Smash, whose health bar is still quite high. They've got some hot cocoa they can be eating, so it should be all right here.
No TP on Smash.
As, man, this is an old matchup. Yeah, good old Bard into Ezreal.
Very, very classic. The Nico is winning out for the time being. Lahen's getting a lot of chip damage.
Both junglers finish their full clear in base. They don't do crap, they just recall.
The Grand Starfall, but he's just recalling angrily. He's level 4, don't worry, guys.
Because he wants to fight the Raptors
almost looked like
respawn.
they were panicked on that one. They were like, is he going in? No, he's just going back home.
And also both junglers leaving before the crab, which just a bit of a gentleman's agreement there on the pathing.
Showmaker's stats, by the way, I mentioned his insane CS. He is currently 3rd right now in terms of top 5 CS per minute.
Bro, the timing on their bases was crazy.
Only his teammate Smash.
They both just ignored Crab and Based.
And Gumayushi is actually ahead of Ruler. He has been farming
and
like an
Pantheon knows that Lucid Based to cover his Raptors, so he's gonna fight him on top Crab. Am I missing something here? What the fuck? How did they both know this?
Farming the most.
Exactly. So
this Crab is gone though.
Getting his hands on this one again is somewhat concerning. See how this game does go, because being able to farm and get the most CS means you get the fastest.
How did he know that Lucid skipped the Crab and Based?
You get the fastest big spike.
Lucid just did great pathing.
So I am going to be keeping my eyes
He's
on
up in CS on Jarvan right now. He can chase him into his Raptors.
Lucid comes over.
Yeah, too many 1v1s happening here as Scout is down relatively low. Sponge and Lucid still fighting it out with Showmaker rotating over. Does mean that
oh, Showmaker's gonna die. No, the KDA.
Back here is now Sponge. Possible stun angle.
Saved
that is going to mean the flash has to be employed here by Showmaker.
Really unfortunate for Showmaker that he has to flash there, but I think he played that super well. Gets the root there on the Sponge as he flashes away, so he knows he cannot be stunned there by a flash stun coming in from Sponge.
Is he gonna go take his Krugs?
And ends up being
Bro, Lucid is so insane in the head.
Very good about what he had to do in order to do so. It's all on Scout though. Seeing the angle there, Showmaker going around that wall, hits the shove at the exact right moment.
It's a bit cute as well with Lucid moving up towards the Krug camp on the top side. Damage here onto Kingen.
Now he's level 5.
Nice little trade.
Well, Pantheon is just getting fucked up here.
But Lucid's just going to vacate. And Sponge going to waste a little bit of time here.
Oh my god, he's gonna what do you do here? Do you just press B or what?
The wolves are going to be taken here by Lucid on the other side. So
like mild
jungle advantage.
Mild existence of the one mini Krug that was left behind.
Oh yeah, true.
That doesn't delay the camps anymore,
Lucid's making fun of him.
We could say that it's denial, but it's not. It's just not how that one works. Staying down relatively low.
Why does Talia have Ghost?
In this lane, but
because Ryze doesn't go TP anymore because the new base timings are very quick. So he goes Ghost because it's better in team fights.
5 CS ahead, but
and they're also, having Ghost is really good for setting up ganks for your jungler. So if enemy mid has Ghost and you don't as Talia, he runs at you and he just EWs you. So sometimes you need to Ghost as Ghost.
Could have had a kill, but it's a summoner gained. A plate will go down here, it looks like in the bottom side.
Yeah.
Barely. And otherwise, you know, the laning here, pretty much dead even across the board. Like, small lead for Kingen. The mid lane pretty much dead even.
Is Lucid going to lose his Raptors here? Because if he does, it's even. But he's question mark pinging the Raptors as if to say that I'm giving them because he has no mid push. So instead, he's going to do Krugs. And I think he will get 6 on Krugs. And then maybe he can make a play with 6.
Could potentially be dangerous, and that's why you see Showmaker hugging the turret for the moment. And so right now with Nongshim having a bit of tempo on the map, Lucid down towards his bottom side to protect his bottom lane.
There's a bit of a butterfly effect from that lost flash, right? And the fact
that
he's
going to go to top crab, but he's going to lose his red buff for this.
6 a little bit faster here doesn't necessarily matter. They just do not want to play aggressively because of the Weaver's Wall potential when Showmaker doesn't have
Do I like this? I don't know how this turns out. This is like a takes, you know?
Without pressing R,
all of Pantheon's top sides respawning, but not yet.
Scout is just constantly applying that pressure. That shovel is massive, and now the bottom lane feels very free to be aggressive. You can see Sponge as well, putting that pressure on in the jungle. Has a lot of deep vision set up, so Showmaker's lost flash doesn't look like anything in the gold
this
gap
tracking
right
of
now,
junglers
but
is
it really
insane.
is
The
impacting
pings are
the
on
bottom side
top
map
of them.
quite heavily.
Yep. We can see now as well, there is Scout moving towards the bottom side. Is actually recalling them in that brush.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused by what Lucid's doing now.
Top side of the map has now respawned, and he will be contesting this red buff. Sponge stole his away, though. And so now Lucid will be able to find him here. Level 6 for the Jarvan should mean that he will be able to win a fight up against Sponge, but he hits 6 now.
I think he loses this.
Off that one little
Unless
raptor.
Ryze is ulting.
And now's a Realm Warp coming in. There's the knock-up onto Sponge as Showmaker turns up. Cataclysm onto Sponge. The flash out from Lucid to try and keep him alive as Showmaker is now
Oh, that
looking for
Bard
a
ult
Tempest
was
Fate,
sick.
and that's going to interrupt the ulti escape, and Sponge is dead. Korea moves over and will be able to help.
What a
that
Bard
first
ult.
blood for
Completely
Showmaker.
saved him.
Beautifully played
Saved the kill, you know.
by D+.
Yeah, this is a huge
Showmaker
win for
wouldn't
D+.
get it.
Getting value out of the Realm Warp first again before the Talia can get anything done with her Weaver's Wall. In fact, opting not to use it there. It was a really awkward fight. The Tempered Fate was the cherry on top. This is a weird battle here, right in the jungle, where you don't want to use your cooldowns, but Sponge ends up using the stun early, so this is, I think, the call for Showmaker to go,
Yeah,
right,
Showmaker's first.
There's nothing he can do here, and he's just constantly
Ults the combo,
CC'd.
Lucid,
The
flashes
flash away
out,
from Lucid
and then
is
here Pantheon ult,
fantastic
but
here,
Courier
and then
cancels it.
Showmaker helps stun it up, Ghost comes out, the Tempered
Beautiful.
Fate denies the ultimate.
Wait, Showmaker
There's
died. No, my goat!
Well, now
The KDA.
Showmaker's dead. Okay. Just barely
Mysteriously.
didn't have his flash up and available. I did want to
What?
say as well, the Cosmic Binding onto Scout was really beautiful from Korea to then set up for the Tempered Fate interruption. So playing that one very well was the support. Gets that roam first. As Pop Blossom going to connect onto 2. Here towards the bottom side. Barrier from Smash is
Wait, they're
trying to help
clicking
out here.
forwards.
Is on the
What?
hunt. Gives them that extra movement speed. They're not
The
quite
Bard
able
was
to lay
running
the
at them.
damage. And so just going to soften them up here underneath the turret. Oh, just barely missed
Yeah, that's
that
the
one.
worst feeling ever. But and ultimately, I think he's going to be okay with it.
Yep. And also, speaking of ultimately things, it's completely even as far as farm is concerned. We're going to have a look at how Showmaker died.
Oh, he just got ulted
caught
by
now.
Talia, I guess. Wait,
Sleep
Pantheon ult
Scout
is
made
not on cooldown?
Just a little
How is
bit
that
of
fair?
stop
It got
hold.
cancelled.
The double globals being a little problematic.
That's fucking cringe.
Showmaker has nowhere to go.
Yep. Thought he was safe recalling that far away.
How is that not on cooldown? What is that dog shit? Fucking...
Nobody died up here. Looked a little bit suspicious.
Oh, your
when we
ult got
panned back to
cancelled
it, but
by
it's just gonna
something,
be Xante
so...
showing back up. King doesn't quite
it's
get
only
that
going to
fight.
be a 20-second cooldown now.
It should mean, as this game goes on as well,
Sorry
Shu's
for
going to be
you getting
feeling a
punished
whole
for
lot better
playing.
and better.
Like, wait, this makes
as the
sense.
Rookern comes in, things like
You-
this. get
you
that
got
extra match
cancelled,
resist,
buddy.
And then Kingen is going to have.
When I clicked to get on Malzahar ult, it didn't reduce the cooldown. It just made me look like an idiot.
Could become a little bit
That's
of a problem.
life.
I did kind of go off. Caedrel wasn't really that much of a fan in 2025, but I feel like earlier this year, Kesper Cup, etc., Caedrel's been finding a bit more value. So I'm looking forward to seeing what she can actually do here.
I think that Caedrel is a champion that's always going to be great when you have 80 carries that do a lot of damage. And all 80 carries do a lot of damage in this
Flash.
meta right now, as Kingen's forced to flash
Flash.
as well.
Ulti traded for Flash here, probably good for Shi, you could say, as Nongshim starting off this Drake will be able to take that one as Korea moving over to fight Taeun. As Lucid and Showmaker looking to try and find some stragglers. I don't know whether they'll be able to.
Just D+ could not get enough control over the pit here, and Showmaker's Realm Warp is coming up just now. He has the ult advantage over Scout. Weaver's Wall that came out earlier, but does not have it in time to try to reposition there. And so it's just a free dragon going over to Nongshim in the end. Yep, they got both major objectives there to get the grubs and that dragon here.
So much
Will
for the
be
Rumble first pick. Well, the
wind and
Rumble
fire
value
to
will
start
come.
things off here.
Ooh, okay. Just need a Mountain Drake. We can start
It will
off right.
come.
Cassante is hoping so.
Yeah, well, exactly. Well, Smash and Taeun. I mean, Smash as well. I mean, you get so much movement speed by pressing on the hunt. It's kind of funny. So, actually, never mind. It's
Is
going to be
Man
a
City
Mountain Soul.
washed?
It's not going to be a Cloud, because that one's already happened. I
Yes.
just think about Cloud Soul for every champion.
Bournemouth FC clears.
It's just how I work.
I mean, that's what we all do. You just say it out loud. The rest of us kind of keep it to ourselves.
Okay, fair enough. I didn't know. Does that mean that I'm brave, or I'm just don't have a filter? I don't quite know yet.
I don't know. You say what everyone's thinking. You're just the honest one.
Thank you. All right. Nongshim here. Try and keep Lehens alive, who just pop blossoms the air, trying to keep himself up. Tempered Fate to hold him in position. There is a Pantheon potentially able to come down here, though.
Okay,
and he does
Pantheon
press
ult,
that
worth.
Grand Starfall button. Smash going to be able to use that spell shield to try and keep himself healthy, and it is going to work out. But
Super
that is
worth.
not the way Nongshim wanted to use both of those ultimates.
That's triple ult.
Yeah, not really. But Lehens does not have to flash, so that feels pretty good.
I don't like that DK don't have the first Drake, but I guess they just can't get the first Drake with these champs.
On this patch slightly, but...
Yeah, also not going for the Trinity Force build. We have seen that a little bit more predominantly here in the LCK.
Same for Smash. It's both of them feeling that recipe cost increase, which is a big part of the nerf, alongside the AD, but both can have it at the same
First
time.
strike rumble into Casante, I like it.
Not going to really feel like either of them are getting hindered.
I wonder
by
what the
nerf
value is
cost.
of the first strike in the first 50 minutes of
The
laning.
game slows down again, right? We did have some action there on the bottom side because Lehens got caught, air quotes, but does end up being just some ultimates down here for the side of Nongshim that can't necessarily be punished with no objectives up. And we kind of go back to the
He's
slow
500 gold up right now.
26.1 laning.
I think the reason he's 6 up, so you'll see Shiwu will catch this wave, right? And you'll look at the CS number and you'll be like, Vas? How is Rumble so far ahead in gold? They're 1-to-1 in plates, and the CS is Casante favored. I think it's probably cashback and first strike.
Yeah, right now it's just,
It's probably just
quest
that.
happening a little bit earlier, AD quest happening a little bit earlier, but I think Smash will have his relatively quickly, although you can see taking a lot of damage
Triple
here.
Tonic gives you a little bit of gold too.
Korea not going to get slowed down too much here. Does get
Awa,
snared though, as we
awa.
can see. Just not able to finish him off, but Taeyeon's very scary.
I
with
really
that
do
first
think,
item
and I mean
spike.
this genuinely, and you can call me an idiot if you want,
Okay, hold on.
but I actually think Kleptomancy is a
There is quest
fucking great
completion
rune and they
for
should bring it
Smash.
back.
We'll be able
That
to
shit
clear
was
out
the
that wave.
funnest thing I've ever had playing
And
League
things
sometimes.
should be A-okay.
That was fan-fucking-tastic, that rune. I enjoyed the shit out of
The
it.
reason why we see so many supports just take heal and spam it in these types of situations.
It actually
you get
made
so
some
much tempo,
matchups
you can use
really
it in the right
fun to
moment.
play.
Lions get so much value out of it there, pushes them out of lane, set a plate, and are feeling really comfortable. As now all role quests complete here for Nongshim. Sponges up
Okay,
here.
you have W.
Yeah, Shiu maybe stepping a little far forward, does try and avoid some of that CC, but he's going to get smoked. Now looking to try and turn this one as he goes all out, looking for Sponge. The rest of the team all turn up as well. As the
Wait, Kingen has no
equalizer
flash.
comes down, Shiu is just fine, as Kingen will be able to get a kill before he dies.
Are we losing
but it
that?
looks like Shiu will survive.
One
So
for one?
1 for 1 here in this top side, as everyone called all their mates.
Yeah.
Wait, you can play it.
And Lehens
No, you
is
can't.
back in base. Let's see if they can make a cross map happen. Taeyeon.
Oh, Tempered Fate is going to hold him in position here. Smash with the on the hunt, trying to set this one up. Massive burst damage with that
not bad.
boomerang blade. As Taeyeon does have to flash to get himself out of there.
Not too bad here for Taeyeon, because he does survive, but you losing the flash hurts. The reason why it's not too bad is because the wave was crashing, so some farm was lost
Not
there.
bad.
On the other side for Smash at the same time, and he does escape. This was just Showmaker and Scout racing to join this fight here, knowing that Jarvan was rotating up. And Nongshim's defense, I think that was played out really well. The equalizer, not the greatest one here, but it is enough to help trade them back 1 for 1. As the kill going over to Shiu as well, not Showmaker, which is not the end of the world.
Yep, I think Casante getting strong probably going to be a good thing here. Showmaker has found the hens.
Nice
and
cooking.
Len's not too happy
All right,
about
80
it, as
carry
we
mid.
can see.
Feels like either Lehens or Taeyeon is constantly just getting chunked out, and they're never able to really fully play together these last few moments.
Yeah, it's like one or the other, exactly right. Taeyeon, though,
Why
has
is
been
DK
able
not
to,
like
land a
stomping
fair
them?
bit
This
in
is
lane,
kind of
things like
concerning.
this, keep the
Nongshim
pressure
have
on
3 grubs,
to
the
Smash
first
and Korea,
Drake,
who are down
they have
about
gold
10 CS
leads.
at the moment, about 450 gold, as you can
Where's
see
the-
here for this Ezreal. And this
where's
was
the part where
champion
DK just
that he
owns the
performed
shit
very
out of
well
them?
on in the LPL. You remember that famous play from him last year?
Yeah.
See whether he can channel
That nobody
in
watched
this
live.
game. No Koreans watch.
Yeah.
As we we may have on the western side, but we're not the ones that dictate whether Taeyeon is visible or not. All right, Korea down to 50%. Smash going to try and get this wave shoved in.
He has a flank angle here, but they can collapse on him. He doesn't have Realm Warp, so he can't like try to sneak an angle here. So I think he just has to hard push the bottom lane, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Now it's going to force a reaction.
Yeah, Tempered Fate is available as well, so Korea can take control of this if they'd like to.
I mean, they're just going to send him in.
Yeah, let's see whether it works. Cataclysm comes on down. There's the Tempered
Okay.
Fate to hold 2 in position.
And then we take the Drake, and then we get out.
Lucid just says, "Thank you
That's
very much."
DK, baby.
Highway
See you
robbery
later,
is. Now the
idiots.
wave comes down.
And flash.
Showmaker trying
And
to
out.
flash away, and he's gonna
Sucker.
be able to do so. That's a beautiful one.
Holy.
That was such a clean setup from D+, start to finish.
Holy.
Now, where was this shot calling all last year?
Was it coach voice?
I don't think so. I didn't see the icon.
I didn't see the icon either, so we can
Max,
give them full credit.
We'll say in the post.
Okay, now Casante TP bot and defend the tower. God, that was like fucking Ocean's 11.
Exactly every moment there, but I
Yoinkies.
decided not to, and they did exactly as I imagined.
And he trusted them, and they came through, and that's the main thing.
I think that this was a really cool heist here for the side of D+, right? Like they end up really sacrificing nothing for this. Showmaker has to flash, but it was very, very clean. It was a desperate situation because Showmaker didn't have his Realm Warp. He was able to just kind of close the gap there. They set the Tempered Fate so that the Dragon can be smoked away, and then they get the escape. That was impressive stuff.
Yeah, really nicely done. And now it's an Ocean Soul, and we're even on Dragons. Rift Herald now going to be what they're considering.
Is there more Pokemon today? No, the Pokemon will be back on Tuesday next week.
A lot of damage, throws up the Aegis, and is going to be able to land that stun. Equalizer lands on top of Lucid quite nicely. Showmaker down to 50%. Flag and Drag gets Lucid out of there as Kingen still wants his fight, as it looks like Lucid going to be that target.
Okay, Pantheon, no flash though. And we're getting mid plates. This is really good for DK still. That's a good depth. Losing the Herald didn't want it in the first place, so it's worth.
Looking pretty dangerous.
Nice dodge.
Not going to connect onto Career.
Okay, that hurts a bit.
Taking a fair bit of damage. And it's just going to be the Rift Herald taken. It's kind of beautiful macro play on both sides. Yeah, honestly. As Nongshim just pushed them away, guarantee the Rift Herald, and they now might be able to get this outer turret in mid as well.
LCK is so good this year. It really is. It's actually so fun. So they basically, like I was saying before, okay, hold on, we're going to have Scout.
Yeah, LCK is good this year, but so is LEC. Ah, Shibao.
So he's dead. That is beautifully played. Scout gave him no choice.
Showmaker's face on the player cam as well. Knowing like, Desperate Realm Warp does not work out. I think he knew it was a pipe dream with both the Pantheon and the shove coming. Tried to kind of play around it and still ultimately just couldn't utilize it. So dies and loses Realm Warp.
Well, there's Magical Journey as Scout
he didn't
is
flash
going to be put into golden stasis.
Because he flashes that, then get Jarvan ulted, and then knock into the E that misses, and then Mikhail's the Pantheon W, and then... Is Jarvan just a bad champ? What is this?
Looking pretty good in the hands of Nongshim today, as they will be able to take down this outer turret in the bottom lane. And DK, like, you
What is this?
Yeah, they certainly did. They did not have enough damage down there to end up getting the kill, the punish there onto Scout, despite committing the Tempered Fate. This is coming out from Nongshim, talking about the 18-minute flash for Jarvan, and Rise having flash at 2020, saying you guys need to keep better track of the summoner spells. So just a moment of commentary there. Moving into this fight here, very deep aggression without proper setup here. Showmaker ends up being the target. The Equalizer cuts this fight in half. Smash wasn't here. He decides to abandon ship as they try to delay. And this is the macro
Group Elder is so cooked. Nongshim beat both DK and HLE. What do you mean Nongshim has beaten both DK and HLE? It's game 1, 19 minutes in. How is DK lost?
Despite losing the Herald and losing the fight.
Yeah, now you've got an attempted stop on the recall there for Shiu, but he does make it out. Had a shield from his Rookon, so obviously the threaded volley not going to be too much of a worry here. Control board goes over, and Nongshim are just parking themselves where there are turrets to be taken. And Kingen going to turn up here. That means that Korea has to get the heck out of there, and Scout, with now free reign, will be able to get even more money from this turret. Smash tries to do the same, misses a cannon, unfortunately, as we do have Shio on that bottom side at the same time. Lucid makes his way out, looking a bit worse for wear.
First blood turrets with Nongshim, all good. 3k gold deficit, all good, all good. Gold is just a social construct. Don't worry, we can still team fight.
More money, by the way. She has a lot of money, 2,000 gold ahead of this Rise that Showmaker opted into. And, you know, those CS numbers for him, the average, I think is going to be going down quite heavily after this game, as he is just, you know, like we've seen Faker in this position before, just kind of having to sit in this brush and wait for waves, because when you don't have teleporters Rise, if you die, you cannot join objective fights. So, you know, you have your Realm Warp, you have Ghost, you can run places very quickly, but if you die, like, there's no, okay, I died, so start Dragon and I'll TP over there like you normally have as a mid laner. So you have to be very careful. Lucid shadowing here at the top side because he needs that third item desperately, and he is nowhere near it. No. Significantly behind
hit some plates.
Scout at the moment. They are going to at least push Scout off this turret and force a big rotation.
Yeah,
Crystalline Overgrowth helping out here as well as now.
That's
King
a solo kill right there.
Missed Q, never mind. But avoids the Q very nicely.
Still a solo kill right there. No, he doesn't
Still
want to
looks
chase.
like she is going to be pretty
Pantheon
ult's
too broken.
Magic resist now built up. Does mean that Taeyun does do a fair bit of damage to him, and Sponge can also get some work done, but they're not exactly the greatest champions at cutting down tanks.
The only real, like, extremely fed member, the only big, huge lead, everyone else has a small lead, is Scout, right? So this game still feels relatively playable here for D+. It's Ocean Soul. They're just going to give up a single dragon here and trade for what looks like eventually a turret for Showmaker. if you're Showmaker, you're like, this is the only play, right? Just sit and farm, scale up. We do have a lot of damage later on. We have
Rise
a
will doubt like that.
robust front line.
Just in case. Just in case. You never know.
Realm warps out to make sure he doesn't get caught by
you're dead. You're dead. I don't know why you're doing that. Actually, maybe you can live for a little bit if you Q3 as W.
No turret. And so Sponge going to miss the Q, but I think he's still going to have to
Okay, we're outie.
Out goes Shu. Lucid was there, but they didn't really like that 2v2.
There was a lot of missing vision on the map, which
it's
is why
still
I think
9
Showmaker
minutes until they're going to get a soul
out
Nongshim, so...
And I think they thought there was going to be a collapse
we're scaling.
really far away with Grand Starfall and Weaver's Wall on the top side. Showmaker was like, carefully, like, cool guys don't look at explosions taking that turret out, but they went for Shu on the bottom side.
What happened if he stayed there and then they Pantheon ulted on the Xante? He's in the graveyard.
Down his, but did get that critical gold in exchange for the Dragon. You can see that puts a small dent in the gold difference over time here. But time, speaking of, is what D+ really need in this game. They just don't want any more disasters, any more bad fights before then. And that's why Nongshim should start to put their eyes on this Baron and start to threaten some Baron takes here so that they can solidify their 3,000 gold lead, turn that into a one game here. Because if given a significant amount of time, D+ could definitely play this one very close.
Yeah, this is the thing. As Smash gets item after item, right? Already the 2-item spike of the Essence Reaver Infinity Edge is quite large. But on 3 items, the Sivir really becomes dangerous. We'll see whether Taeyun is going to go for the double tier.
Well,
I think with Essence Reaver, it's a little bit more common, but
Nongshim
like
can do Baron, but DK should have the tools to find them if they do it.
Ezreal. And
they have triple blue orb,
Bard,
Jarvan.
Okay, Cataclysm comes in as out goes Lucid after losing most of his health bar.
What?
Weaver's Wall was there in
what? They TP'd as well? What? Wait, look, Scoot, wait. Maybe he comes in to us. That Bard ult was kinda bad. But that's a free kill, maybe. Okay. Okay, it's either Baron or cover bot now. That's a little bit of a volume increase. That's a shutdown to Severe.
Kingen is threatening. I don't think they're going to be able to do Baron because they may just lose a large portion of their base.
Yeah, I think they're just going to have to back up and reset. They got that ward on the edge of the pit, and I think that's enough to say, all right, well, I mean, they're not going to be able to do this. This is kind of a domino effect of this aggressive play from Sponge and Lehends. The Cataclysm is actually so valuable because it ends up getting the Weaver's Wall out of Scout. And then
the Pop Blossom.
Yeah, and the Pop Blossom is used kind of like completely wasted in choke point control that Nongshim have, so they lose
the Sivir damage on Ezreal was pretty good.
Taeyun, like, he has to get out of here, so he can't offer as much damage as he'd like. He's weaving in what he can.
Pretty fucking good.
Flash, but they get the heal out of the Lehends as well. And it's just not a playable fight. That's why Kingen doesn't TP in, because he's
and
like,
Sivir based in bolt another dagger
like
and some Berserker Greaves. I need the Sivir to get some big items.
Hold my TP instead. Shiu used his. It's a small win for D+. As the gold still remains relatively the same, as we're not actually seeing Actualizer third for Showmaker, by the way.
Yeah, it looks like he needs the Zhonya's, yeah. I don't blame him for that. Allows you to avoid things like the Seismic Shove relatively well. As now, Boomerang Blade going to be avoided. Double buffs onto Smash. Very close to the 3rd item as well. See what it is going to be. Could be just a Phantom Dancer for a little bit more defense.
Okay, pro to belt balance,
the dash cannon out of Lehends. I like that Korea's looking for them, but like you say, it is a large cooldown.
Okay, I mean, we're posturing for Baron. The Dragon is up in 80 seconds here. Scout is constantly threatening angles.
Yep, and Kingen's in position as well. It's a bit scary.
This new, like, Ghost Rise who hides when he's behind this is really funny to watch, but Showmaker is getting larger and larger. You know, normally when you think about, like, that type of contest, the Rise is way up there, right? Like, he's pushing the side and he's trying to threaten, but he's just so far behind. He doesn't have TP.
3-item Sivir is massive now.
He just has to
he just went from double dagger to Navori.
Which means he's so behind the 8-ball, which means Nongshim can keep that vision. Career is going to be able to sneak over here and take away this controller, which is actually quite significant. Yep. The Dragon is not that high value.
How much gold is his first strike giving him? How is he 1.3k up?
Even picks like the Rumble in these extended fights will get a decent amount of value out of it. So see what D+ decide to do here when this spawns in 30 seconds. Because if they lose the fight here, the gold lead just balloons so heavily, and they'll lose Baron as well. So I think they really need to be quite decisive here.
And I also think going for the fight is a really good idea, because Flicker Blades just came in from Smash. And now Realm Warp is going to come on forward. Showmaker ignores it as Scout makes his way down. That is going to be a missed Seismic Shove, though.
That's
so
a debate, and then we hit mid tower.
Holds onto the flash. Smash now with some Crystalline over. Explode, and that is going to be a very dead turret very quickly.
Get the TP out.
Yeah, Taein moving in. There's on the hunt just to get out of there.
Oh, good, he's fine.
Equalizer, just going to be a red
Kingen's
carpet
trolling.
to allow Smash to leave.
Kingen is
And he has
trolling.
himself some hot cocoa
All right,
waiting for
it's
him
not
on the
soul.
other
It's
side.
soul point.
Smash is like, what? Thanks,
We
guys.
can give
I also got the
if
turret
you want,
behind.
but they have no rumble ult if you want to play it.
Now they can actually look for
No
real
Tally ult,
contest
no rumble ult,
here.
no Ezreal ult,
TP back
no Pantheon
for
ult.
Shiu, who's coming over.
It's only Nico.
Yeah, he's got that big old shield to work with as well. Kingen still with his residual ears.
What?
Lucid
Not bad,
flashes
Lucid,
in,
not
great
bad, I
triple
see it.
knockup as there's the tempered fate.
I see it,
Just to
Lucid.
buy some space, but it's Sivir getting
Oh,
fed.
1
There
HP on the
is
dragon. Bro, this
going
team
over
fight from
Lucid.
DK was
They'll
clean.
take down Sponge as well,
The team fighting
as
is
it's a
clean.
double for the Sivir. We said the item spike was big, and it's now going to be even
The team
bigger.
fighting is
Nongshim
clean.
Just nothing to offer back.
I mean, D Plus is back in charge of this game now. They're going to be able to come over here and start this Baron, and blocking this is a fool's errand. I mean, TU is going to have to hit all the Qs on all the right targets that they want to stop this. It is a very tanky Baron on this patch, but there's no equalizer for 4 seconds.
Yeah, and Smash does so much damage to this as well, but now Nongshim making their way in. Great size
Shiu?
catch. Shiu there is now Kingen. Looking
Nice,
for it. There's
Lucy.
the knock-up on Taein as Lucy gets into the back line.
Big one,
Showmaker
Showmaker, cook him.
off of that damage.
You have stopwatch or some
And
shit?
Shiu just looking
Oh, flash kill.
right now.
Shiu,
as
don't die.
Kingen really wants to take down these lower
Kingen.
health bars. Somehow all of DK is still alive,
Hola.
by the way. No
What?
idea how that one works. As they dive on forward and down goes Kingen. They don't get the Baron, but they clean up a bunch more kills.
Is he going Shadow Flame on
This
Rise?
is, I think, for Nongshim the best
What?
that could have gone. And it's all
This
about
fight
that
from
shove
Lucid
from
was
Scout.
nice,
We're going
man.
back
He
to this
flash
play here.
ults to Nico,
There's
and
just
then he
such a
goes,
big
or Tilia, and he goes
disconnect
down.
between Lens, who wants to try
And he
to
knocks
punish
up
her.
the
Looks like
Pantheon
maybe even
Ezreal.
Initially, Pop Blossom defensively decides he has to try to use it to peel and goes in, and then the follow-up from the Bard ultimate, right? Career's
That was
Tempered
kinda good
Fate
by
just
Lucid.
cuts the fight in half, and then over here,
Jarvan looking kinda
Shiu
broken.
does
Maybe we should play it this
insane
weekend.
work, but actually, it still gets caught by the shove as they are doing Baron and live after Lehens.
Oh, Lehens did that thing where he died in the river because that led
Lehens
to a
died?
victory last week against Life Esports. This time around, though,
I
it
told
won't
you,
lead
gold
to a
is
victory, I don't
irrelevant.
think, because now DK
Gold
will
is
take
irrelevant
Baron for free,
unless it's over
and that is gonna be all
5K.
5 members with the buff.
D Plus turning this game around. It ends up
Honestly,
being-
like, the way this has been played, though, Wolf, in this later stage of the game has just been beautiful to watch.
yeah, maybe not this part, but
Well, I mean, I was more talking about DK.
yeah.
Lehens doing Lehens things is not something that we ever discount. But there is a knockback. Oh, Shiu just picks him up, throws him back into the team, but the equalizer goes down. Sponge, the first one to die here, is now Lucid in the back line. Looks for Taein, the wall comes in, but Shiu is already down. And so 1 for 1, as Showmaker has said, I will use my purple buff to destroy their
One
stuff.
from with
He
Baron
built
is
Shadow
not
Flame,
nice.
by the way. We kind of thought he was
But it's
going a
not the end
little
of the
more
road.
defensive. He was going a different way.
I like that.
And I mean, considering the enemy composition and also the lack of Merc Treads for Scout,
Lehens.
feels very good. And we'll be doing a lot of damage to that turret when he does hit it. But you know, you were talking about Lehens, we were talking about art and things like that, and beauty. But you know, people said Mona Lisa was ugly, but you know, it's hanging in the museum.
Yeah.
This fight is just really surgical here for D+.
He pretends to be a minion as well.
It's just kind of the kitchen sink being employed by Nongshim to try to defend it. They end up getting the kill onto the Cassante, but there's not enough pullback there from Nongshim to really turn that into a larger play. The Baron is still getting significant value here.
Yeah, another minute and a half actually on the buff.
Yeah, I mean, like, these turrets are still up, like this, you know, inner turret in the bottom lane is full plates. We're not threatening inhibitors necessarily on this push, but the money going to this Sivir, who you mentioned the Flicker Blades, now has the Bloodthirster online as well. I mean, she's just
Rabadons,
so safe.
4 items,
Scout,
Talia.
though, that is a big pickup.
What?
It does have Magic Pen and now a Death
What?
Cap. So this Talia is going to be doing damage, throws down the wall now, looking for an angle towards Showmaker, who's going to be that first target.
Nice Bard ult,
He
but you don't
does
have flash,
the
right? You have
stasis, though,
stopwatch?
from Korea, whose
Wait, that
Bard's
Bard
been
ult
so
was
good
clutch.
today. By the way,
Oh,
into the
Q
backline
flash.
goes Shiu. They do take
Guys,
down
be
the
careful of
Rise.
the Talia,
And
please.
now Lucid and Shiu just trying to keep the rest of them at bay. Smash now needs to be wary of Sponge, so he will be taking him down
How
first.
is
But
Shiu
Shiu
still alive?
just kills Kingen? Where the heck did
What
that
the
come
fuck,
from? It's
Lucid?
Korea. Lucid, I don't know about that one. He does flag and
Oh
drag,
my
but he
God,
is
I don't
still
wanna watch
going
this.
to
I don't wanna
die.
watch.
There is the
Just run
cosmic
away.
binding onto Taein Kree. You need to be careful of those magical journeys when
He
your
has GA
friends
now,
are
Lucid.
around,
All
because
good.
they may
He has
take
GA
them
now.
and they may die.
Yo, this
Career
Talia
himself,
does
though, like
damage.
you mentioned, has had an incredible game. Who needs Zonias when you've got the Bard?
Yeah, exactly.
As we'll watch this again, it almost feels intentional the way they set this up.
I think
Career's
Bard
able to
will
get on the
low-key
wall
save
here,
Showmaker.
Protect Showmaker, and then
But you can
they
just put your
front-to-back
camera
kill
on
Smash.
on Shiwu right now at the top. Look at the top of the fight.
Are just a brick wall. Then eventually we go a bit too deep. A bit too deep on this one. It ends up being a trade.
Nice.
And a lot was used to get on top of Shiwu there, but this was a bit of a misplay.
There was a Talia on the other side, and she was happy to accept the gift.
I think it was, you know, the rest of the players didn't pick up their tickets for the Magical Journey. And it was only Lucid, and then he was there by himself, and he's like, you know what, I'm not into it. It's one of those shows that you want to go to with a friend.
Oh, big top wave.
This does give Nongshim a little bit of space.
Are you going to bartle that dragon or not?
Yeah, I think they will get it.
They should be able to, down to 2,000, as Lucid not quite able to get in there in time. Let's see what the Nongshim
You're going to bartle someone for me?
That's the real question here, is now Korea looking to line up
Patience.
that tempered fade.
Patience.
They're all in that banana brush.
Patience.
And just looking to try and hold
and
on to them.
Bartled is going to.
And Lahen's still on a decent angle.
And
he keeps getting spotted over and over again. Huge minion wave, by the way, on the top side of the map that Nongshim does need to deal with. So what happens when you do waste a bit of time on the dragon? Of course, I say waste. Still was a good idea to get themselves the soul point. You can see that it's a big wave now being eliminated.
Yeah, look at the wave on the top side you're talking about. Plates going down, all that inhibitor turret chipping away at the base. We are getting to
why didn't they bartle the Drake?
What is kind of in LCK.
Why didn't they bartle the Drake or some shit?
Where if you don't have at this point an 8,000 gold lead, anything could happen. Because yes, there are some players who have massive leads. Scout has a huge lead over Showmaker still. Smash has a huge lead over Taeyun, but all it takes is the right set of shoves with an equalizer on top of it, and then D+ just lose the fight instantly and the game is lost. So you have to be incredibly cautious here. If you are D+, try to set up for Baron Vision. Will be spawning in 90 seconds. That's going to be the next major objective. And so, a slow play this. They have insane wave clear, so it's okay to let Nongshim push into them when they have control over the map and just clear those waves and play defensively.
Yeah. And
I mean, with how Lehens has been playing so aggressively, maybe just kind of fish for a defensive pick.
Yeah, and one of the things that needs to happen for Nongshim is these Pop Blossoms need to do something.
Yeah.
Lehens has not really been finding
I swear,
the angles
Showmaker
here.
has been sitting on this needlessly large rod forever.
Random.
Can he
so
buy an item?
Need to get it together. Make something happen here moving later on into the game. Win condition is going to be that dragon for Nongshim.
How is Scout 2.2k gold up on Showmaker?
Of course, if they give away another one, then this game is going to extend,
How could
right?
this happen to me?
That's going to mean Elder Drake is going to be coming up at, what, 45 minutes in the game for the first time? Kind of insane.
Talk to me, Smashy. What you got? You got a GA in base?
Could happen, though, if D+ secure this Baron.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I like Kingin! Going to hold on to Kingin here. The Showmaker's moving over. Looks like
fuck
they're
was
not going to
that?
be able to do too much about this, as Taeyun and Lehens were in position. So Tempered Fade now on cooldown one more time. But I do really like that Korea's just been going for the shots, you know?
It's not on an insane.
Just protect Smash and he will give you elo.
He is able to sometimes get flashes, has been able to just make fights easy to play, isolate single targets.
Level 19 Cassante, by the way, is it?
Protect Smash at all costs.
That's a very large health bar.
He has Jack shows as well, so he doesn't really get hurt by things.
He's not really
I don't like
getting
team
hurt
fights
by
in the mid
things.
lane like
seeing
this.
That. There is also a GA
I
on
got
Smash,
trauma.
so he's feeling pretty comfortable as well.
Nice
Lehens
flash
looks for an angle
Showmaker.
onto Showmaker and does not find it. Gets a flash though, as now you've got Scout in so much trouble. That's just a cheeky cue from Showmaker.
Nice play
Looks
by
for the
Lucid.
walk, gets it,
Smash
and then
walked
gets
up,
into
got
that
stunned.
backline as now King
Time to unleash though.
Barbecue Korea. He is definitely the only one that he can really get through in a quick manner.
SpongeBob
Sponge
dead.
fails the flash and gets knocked into Timbuktu. And King, he's running there.
See, 3k gold lead, 4k gold lead.
Journey is unnecessary.
Potato, potato.
The rest of D+ just looking to try and end this game as a Tempered Fade gets off cooldown and go into the Nether. And yes, Kingin just taking them on a merry chase.
I mean, Kingin's bought enough time here to where it looks like they're going to have to use the Baron to end rather than just be able to walk down as 5 and end the game.
Well, he is just going to die because you cannot just try and teleport away in front of a mini wave and a bard.
Okay,
dude. Like you say, is going to be the option instead of just straight up losing the game. So, like you say, King.
I mean, the engage is here. Lens goes in and flashes on Showmaker, flashes Showmaker, flashes it. If Showmaker doesn't flash it, the fight's lost. He flashed it,
GG. It's just like Lehens ults air, and Scout goes in, and D+ is just like, well, okay, and then they just take the free fight afterwards. I mean, the plays from Lucid here in the follow-up,
he flashed
the
into the
positioning
wally.
of both Smash and Showmaker to help run down these targets.
I thought that he didn't actually flash into the wall, but he did.
But it was kind of a freebie after the complete sending it that we saw from Nongshim just moments before. Like, I don't want to say they just tossed the game away, but they certainly did not set themselves up for success. Kingen buys enough time to where it's just Baron, but just Baron means probably inhibitors at this stage because the rest of the turrets are gone, except those inhibitor turrets. The top side's been significantly chipped away at, and they have a Sivir and a Rise. They've got great siege here.
LVR as well.
And we're going to have a defensive
crazy, it's 80 carries and have 7 items.
7 items. The game with no teleport as well. Well, they got his Phalite so they could see their demise incoming.
Yeah, that's the problem. They can see that it's doomed in HD, and it's not exactly a 4K. HD is pretty old, isn't it? It's not really a thing that we're really too worried about. As turret going to be falling down towards that top side of the map. It's just the Winions making this one happen as the rest of DK looking to siege up bot and mid.
The top inhibitor's already under siege by minions alone. And it will go down eventually.
Yep. Korea making his way over here as Tempered Fate is going to snag onto the Nico. Lehens is trying to pop Blossom, but he's still just going to die.
Fine.
Korea is going to be going down as well. Both supports
the severe boomerangs are killing everything.
Man, are tearing Nongshim apart. And Shiu looks like he's kind of immune to damage, which is not what you want to see on the enemy team. As Rumwop not going to be taken here from Showmaker. He just wants to take down these inhibitors, and all 3 of them just erupt
DK in January, Giga Chad.
It's our largest gold lead in the game as DK look to finish off these last couple of towers. Scout just getting hit by ricochets, that's it. And he's already down to 50%. Smash throwing away these boomerangs where he can.
And the cannon minions are really just chipping away. It's only a matter of time. They have to make some sort of play. They're sitting back.
Yeah, we got the zoom in here, just trying to work out what Nongshim can do about this.
They don't have equalizer for a few more seconds.
Oh, Shiu goes in. There's a Weaver's Wall from Scout, just trying to take control of the situation.
Every fight, ult in, EQ out. You love to see it.
Sponge, speaking of which, he's
creating space.
Death chamber, or at least via his
Smash get a pentakill now.
Taeun being held onto here by Showmaker is on the other side of the fight. Smash is completely safe. Shiu might be taken out. Never mind. He is a mega tank, and he is not going to be dying here as Showmaker goes golden.
I will say that was a pretty. I would say that was a pretty easy game from DK. Pretty easy. Showmaker doesn't seem bothered. Couple happy little gaming accidents, but yeah, light work. Light work overall.
This season, 1 win away from going 3-0. They went 5-0 last year. Again, this is their toughest composition yet.
Light work overall.
You just change the bottom duo here, and suddenly this just breathed new life into this roster. Showmaker individually performing better, right? You have Lucid performing incredibly well, and then Shiu is doing his job. Like, he had a really cool teleport flank, obviously, on the Casanti in that fight.
What is this? What is this?
For the Blacklist, I was really happy to be able to win the first title for them.
Team Liquid with all 5 members alive!
It was a bit crazy.
Going straight to the end. He's got to try to end it. The Team Liquid Nexus is going to be killed by Super Minions. He's done!
Winning every title is a big step, and my career still has a lot to come. Since the beginning, I knew that eventually I can become the GOAT of the league.
Here comes your janitor, baby! Double lift turns around the fight!
I first started watching LCS when I was really young, and my favorite players were Bjergsen and Doublelift. Playing in the LCS always didn't feel like real because it's like kind of like dreaming up to be like an astronaut. But when I went to the Chicago finals when I was 15, it was definitely an inspiring moment.
Cloud9, the most dominant team in the LCS!
I remember when finals ended, Blabber won the Player of the Series and the crowd started chanting for him. And I remember he was like just super emotional. And it just gives you motivation to see yourselves in those shoes one day.
For the majority of the LCS, it was dominated. TSM, C9, CLG won twice, and then TL. I would say there's been 3 great C9 eras. The OG C9 roster, the rosters with Jensen, Sneaky, third with me and Sven in the 4 years that we won. Sure, that old dynasty has passed, but I don't think that means we can't start a new dynasty. And yeah, I'm looking forward to proving it.
Coming to Asia from Korea, I was inspired by Korean Impact. They set standards really high for Korean import.
Team Liquid is the best team in the LCS!
I was hoping that I can be like them. I'm following their steps.
This upcoming split, any of the teams can win. There's a lot of good players spread across different teams. and new players, it injects a lot of uncertainty.
Playing in the LCS, this is like my childhood dream.
I really wonder how good
But
Griffin will
naturally,
be.
as humans, we always want more. Once we reach a new peak, we want to go even higher. I think I am in that next generation of players because, hey, y'all know these old folks about to retire.
Yeah, I saw Owner Schnitzel there. I saw Owner Schnitzel. Bro went from opening skins to filming in LA for his new team, Lion Gaming. Lion. I really wonder how that new FlyQuest roster will do. I guess the new FlyQuest roster will be the interesting one in terms of like how good will they be, and if the first few weeks we see that they're kind of mid, then I guess it's gonna be like, well, I guess it's just gonna be She9 versus Team Liquid. Is Bwipo still in FlyQuest? 9. 9. Yeah, actually Leon's probably gonna smash, you're right. Do an LCS tier list? Bro, I haven't watched LCS properly for like 8 years. Maybe longer. I have no idea. Chat, were we on a run in this game? Can we do a little check? We were on a run. I don't really remember this run though. Ah, yeah, it was this run. This run. Oh shit, I should have upgraded all the cards in my hand. Why didn't I do that? Why didn't I do that? Why did I do that? It's not rage bait, by the way. It's not rage bait. Stop capping on it. Stop capping. Should I... Wait, he's gonna do 27 damage? What? She-bald. Oh my goodness gracious me. Oh my god. I'm gonna die. Man, I'm actually gonna die. Next turn I'm dead, no? Wait, I can win. I can win. She-bolt, man. Deal 32 damage? Hell yeah. I have to win another fight? Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, should I one-bang the fucking this guy? One banged. One banged. Wait, this bludgeon spell is broken as fuck, by the way. Oh my god, I misclicked. 9.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the space.
Fucking she-balled again. She-balled again. She-balled again. In an abandoned temple, you find a giant book open with riddle cryptic one. He's tried to interrupt the laboratory. He's being shifted more from. Read.
I'm here alongside Wadid and Umpty. And thankfully, we do
Obtain
have
the
a
book,
jungle
lose 10 HP,
specialist who
worth.
has an eye for pathing that might be able to teach us a thing or two.
That's true. I was
Worth.
kind of confused about their earlier pathing, but it was really smart
Shop,
move
shop.
from Lucid because he was reaching the level 6 first, and then I think that helped a lot in the first skirmishes, right?
Yeah, I agree. And then the first thing, very interesting, is like they didn't actually finish the path at the crab.
I think
so that
that
was
we
interesting
buy.
too.
But yeah, I mean, in this skirmishes, I felt like this was
Card
one of
removal
the,
service.
Like, the thing that you
I'm not
can
gonna lie,
already
I think the
expect
Twin
because
Strike
you already
might
have
be
big
ass,
vision
or
on the
Iron
red
Wave.
side of the jungle as
Or Berserk
Longship,
actually is
so
kinda
you can
ass.
Clearly see that Bard is moving towards top side, and even though you see Bard moving towards top side, they still looking for the fight in the mid lane here.
Yeah, I think they actually thought that before the bar comes, we can fight because we are the strongest champion. But actually, the Showmaker pressed the button so fast with the ulti to join the fight.
All right, it's time for the
because
boss.
he was very confident this is going to be the
I think I'm dead on the
with
boss, by the way. I actually think I'm dead.
I think DK was actually a very good mid-jungle performance here with a teamwork.
Wait, I shouldn't use this, right? Because he summons ads.
I think DK really played well here.
Yeah, I mean, the main point of this one is that Nongshim already knew what's gonna happen, you know? They already saw Bard moving towards mid lane, and Talia was not in the great position to the fight. So I feel like it was just a misaligned call by Nongshim just in general.
Yeah, either you gotta relay the information and update the game plan if you're Nongshim. Hey, this is gonna be a 2v3, let's not take this fight.
Yep.
Or you rotate earlier and pass it along. And it feels like in the second play and in the mid game, Nongshim got it together. They were able to make some very smart macro plays here through Scout.
I think Scout was actually like giga genius here because he had to go boss. So Shield thought that, oh, this is gonna be a 5v4 at the Hera fight, so I will go first. But Scout actually just passed the bot and he just go topside and giving.
Do I kill the ads?
And then the Rumble is actually not feeling dangerous about it, so he can walk to the river. And then now Sponge acts like he's gonna get engaged in. So Rushidi thinks that we are gonna be 5v4, we are gonna engage first, we're gonna win. But actually the Rumble is coming to fast path, and the Talia is coming to the 4v5 was for Nongshim.
So main point of this is that the Scout, he didn't really just look for the farm on the bot lane, he just gave up one wave to group first, and that ended up having a free header fight and free header at the end. So
Chat, stop backseating, stop backseating.
Many times the mid
Stop
laners just
backseating.
greed for the extra waves, but this time around Scout being smart about his positioning, being smart about the tempo usage, and that's why they could win the header fight here.
Yeah, and from here, Nongshim were winning skirmishes.
Oh my god, I
They were,
trolled.
moving around the map with their very strong champions that like to get these skirmishes in. And D+ didn't have a lot of answers. If they tried to go anywhere, you had double ultimates with the Talia, with the Pantheon by Nongshim to make it tough.
I'm trolling!
So here, where the Drake comes on up, and right before this, Shiu able to survive the Pantheon and Talia ult, but they opt into the fight anyways.
Oh man, whenever Lihans wants to engage, look at Lucid jumping into the backline, and it was great usage of Bard ulti when Jarvan had
Shibal!
every abilities with the cooldown. So it was really great synergy between the jungle and support in the team fight. And yeah, I mean, again, I feel like their draft, the Nongshim draft was so much better than DK.
One,
See
really?
the plan from DK where they can fight, because it was a lot stronger from Rumble and Panther and Talia, and I don't think they really kind of synchronized that well with their item power spike, so that's why this kind of happens at the end of the game with the value.
I mean, watching this fight, the Lucid J4 was a dream of the Jarvan.
Yeah.
Ulted,
51 damage.
You just go to Baron.
Is it just an impervious angle?
My Jarvan. Oh my god, this is my dream.
Yeah, and then after that, Nongshim weren't quite out of it, but you saw multiple times where they weren't quite synced on up. and didn't quite work out there. Maybe something they could fix up for game 2.
I mean, again, like the draft
I don't have
was
a
so
choice.
much stronger. They have Azure, Nico to playmaking, and the
I don't have a choice.
and also top side they have Talia and Pantheon and Rumble, which is just
Fantastic,
So much
thank you
stronger
for
than
that.
the other ones. So I feel like there are so many times they just misalign
I should
the
have put
plays.
vulnerable
For example,
first, whatever.
Talia didn't wait for Pantheon W, and like they didn't wait for Rumble to come up earlier. So even though they had the better drafts just in general, they didn't really like execute well about the draft. So that's why I felt really bad for Nongshim. But on the other hand, DK just plays so much better, especially I just want to spotlight Lucy.
Wait, I'm gonna die!
I feel like he's just such a veteran player in LCK right now.
All right, well, you know, I've had a little bit too much coffee, and, you know, every game Wolves cast, there's been problems with the bathroom.
Oh my god,
I
it's...
gotta go to the bathroom. Wolf, Atlas, take it away.
Thank you, Digon. Yeah, that's how you're supposed to do it.
Yeah, you wait till the
you
end.
finish
Yeah,
work.
exactly.
There's nothing to do, right? I'm dead.
Good job, Digon. No, it's fine.
Well done. I hope you're
Actually,
doing
notice how
okay.
he held it through the whole segment?
Yeah. He actually seemed like he didn't even need to go. It's kind of crazy. It's almost like he did it like as a bit, or something like that.
I think he
wouldn't have
played,
been,
he
man.
played it off so perfectly, like to seem like it was a bit.
Yeah.
That's how professional he is. He's like, look, I definitely don't need to go. I definitely went before. I'm just playing a bit.
It's weird though because he probably didn't need to say it.
Shut up.
Because he was throwing anyway.
Shut up.
Must have been that bad.
Shut up.
Yeah, it must have been.
And yet
Wow.
still.
Sometimes it comes on fast, you know, and then you realize, look, I gotta start making the move, otherwise we'll run out of time, and then things can get really bad. Things would have gotten really bad if we hadn't have gotten into the draft, but we did. Here we are, DK now on our blue side, and Nongshim with first pick. They chose that out of their right for first selection. RF.
ROFS.
I could have played that better. I
Yeah.
could have played that a little
Was,
bit better.
as
Not
well
gonna
as
lie.
often called
Ruffs.
Ruffs. Yes.
Ruffs. Ruffs actually I'm kind of into. All right, so the Ruffers this time around were Nongshim.
You could tell they were the Roffers because they have first pick on red side.
They did, and it also says first pick on the red side over there. So there it is.
The same bands thus far here. Maybe Nazir follows, but this time they'll have the
Wait, where's...
Rise, so...
True.
I'm a little bit puzzled by the Orianna, because now you also feel like you have to ban Azir, unless Showmaker's like, my Silas counters Azir. That was a counter pick back in the day. It's still relevant, but...
Alright,
Certainly
Orianna
could be some
Azir.
interesting picks
Orianna
in the lane
Azir.
If we do see like the Ori Azir band away,
And
which
then
we
Jace
do.
band.
Renekton is taken off the board, so Yunara
And then
is up
Ambessa
and
first
available
pick.
now.
maybe
Do you want to
Showmaker's
trade?
feeling like he's,
Do you want to give them
he's
Ambessa
pulling out
first
the
pick
block
with
again.
Jace Ben?
Wait, first Jace? No, thank goodness.
Ambessa.
Okay. Like giving that to Sponge would be absolutely the wrong decision to make. I think he already played it in the Kesper Cup as well. As Ambessa is going to be locked away first. Flex pick. Kingen, we know, really loves the champ, but Sponge definitely no stranger to it either.
Yeah, I am.
I mean, they could
kind of
do
wondering where the direction is
Yunara,
going here because now Lulu stocks are way up. With the
Yunara
Ambessa
Sin
You
here.
just Yunara
They could
Lulu? You could
do...
just
pick.
straight
I
up do
think
it.
you might. Like you could probably just go Lulu.
I mean, there's no real
and
flex
you
that
could even go
matches
for, like,
Ambessa,
Xiao
I
if
feel
that's,
like.
the
Unless they
jungle
have
that you
something
want, and then
cooking.
get the Yunara on 3 because they probably don't want to play it.
Okay, Kiana is locked
My
in.
goodness.
You
okay.
ban,
Okay.
you ban the Orianna, Azir,
Kiana
Jason,
Varus.
just go
Fuck
for
everything
Lucian's
else,
Kiana
just
pick,
send it.
Which has been banned against him this tournament.
And Varus Kiana is pretty dangerous in the mid game. So I'm kind of interested to see how this one is going to go. There's the Yunara, and it could just be, okay, never mind. It's
Aurora's
going
a
to be
good
the
pick,
Aurora
because I think DK would have picked
alongside it.
Aurora on
So
3 and flexed
flexibility
it.
for the Ambessa
That is a good
remains,
pick.
which is cool to see. But Taeyun not going to have the opportunity to play this alongside a Lulu, and it could be that D+ can take
what do you
a
pick here?
priority support.
I wonder if they pick
and
like
then,
Alistar and then Ben
start
supports or
banning away
something.
the
I don't
other
know.
options.
Bard's gone. Nico's gone.
It's kind of hard.
This is not
Or
necessarily a
Nautilus,
Talia, or sorry, not Talia, a Renata angle. I don't think really into the composition here. They're just going to go for the Nautilus here for career. Because the Kiana's already locked in, we know this is not a flex.
Can Ben Rel, I
Doesn't
guess.
feel terrible, but again, pretty high prio in this situation. A lot of teams would
God, this
opt for
Nongshim
a
Red Force
double
draft
range
is
to the
annoying.
bottom lane
Ambessa
to
double flex,
just
Aurora
get
double
value out of
flex.
Comet and push the Yunara out. Could even be Lethal Tempo Varus in this draft.
Theoretically, we haven't seen it so far yet, and
Braum.
hasn't been as strong.
Yeah,
on
Braum
this
Rel are
patch,
the
but
counters.
Could also be an option here, as the Braum is taken away.
And then I guess the only last
obviously,
champion to
playing
note
Nautilus
is
into Braum
Renata, but
feels
I don't think they
terrible.
can play it.
With Aurora already there, we're not going to have to worry about the very sad Nautilus into a Nivea situation. as the Ahri is taken away.
Now those mid bans are starting to come through. We'll see the Ahri
LeBlanc,
first. LeBlanc, I think.
Ooh, is it time for Showmaker TF on 4?
I suppose Silas could still
On
work
God.
here.
Why don't they ban Rel?
They ban the Alistair though, so perhaps a little bit less likely now.
Really interesting that they've left the Lulu up and available. I believe that's because there is not a lot of engage already put together here by Nongshim. Likely that Kingen just slams a Scion so that they can still play something like a Lulu.
I think that works though, you know, like they end up having.
Actually, if you go
so much
TF and they
engagement
go
Ambessa
Scion
Lulu
4-5
and
with
the lane
Ambessa
is so
jungle, are you
free
even useful?
That I just think it's warranted.
Are you
LeBlanc was
even
not a
useful?
surprise to anyone. I don't think you see this ban against 90% of the mid laners in the LCK.
What have you got from Showmaker?
You
Ah,
He
Zoe.
puts the
I
Zoe
like
on
it.
the table and says, "You don't know me."
That is so much single
I like
target
Zoe.
pick, though. If this is going to be locked in, it's kind of
I think
ridiculous.
Scion on 4 here
Pretty
can
scary to
work
play
as
Lulu
well
with
for
all
DK.
this.
Certainly would
And
be.
hold mid,
Not gonna
but
last very long against all this
it is a bit
damage.
suicide, I
Alright,
think.
Showmaker was having a little bit of a giggle, but just slams the Zoe.
Because
there
I
it is.
think
CV
that
Max was like the
Shiwu probably
locking
wants to
button
go
right
Gwen
there.
in this
Yeah,
draft.
by the
Don't
way.
have to give us any suspense anymore.
Well, that would have been to Smash if that was the case. But still.
Oh, the Nocturne,
there's the
Ambessa
Nocturne,
top.
So that is going to confirm Ambessa in the top side of the map.
Nocturne,
And
Leona.
Leona is going to be there. So
Wow,
with the
Nongshim
Nocturne
Red
lock-in,
Force has cooked
that
some
means that there's
damage
no
here.
engage coming from the
Maybe
top
you just
side,
have to
and
go
that means
Scion and
Leona
tank it,
does
but it
actually
sounds
have to
kind of
happen.
cringe.
As let's
Can we do
see
something good into
what
Ambessa?
The, champion into the Ambessa is going to be here for
Yorick
Shiu,
sounds ass.
as he's cycling through some weird stuff, or at least Korea is. Let's see what they're actually going to lock in.
Probably
It is,
Gwen
I
or
think something
Scion.
like Kennen does make sense. But
Kennen is okay, but against Nocturne it's quite sad.
If you go for
Chat, I'm on ads. If you want to vote ads, you can
you're
use the to try and have
hampering
sub channel
your
to want to back
draft,
the
I
game
think,
to pick
so
this.
many
I have to
other
the ads
ways.
and get the
I
ads
think
during the game. I'll see you in a
Gwen
sec.
is
Much
going
love,
to be
appreciate
very
it.
strong in team fights, and what they need is consistent damage. Unless this Varus is going on hit, but I don't think that's going to be the case anymore with how they've set this up. I look at these two drafts and I'm like, okay, this game is going to be a one-sided game. I don't think there's any way this game is close. It's either the composition of D+ Gia gets ahead early, snowballs things, running the map with Showmaker fed on the Zoe, the side lane pressure of the Gwen, the Kiana explosive mid-game fights, or Nongshim Red Force have engaged for days and an insane front line and a Nocturne ultimate and a scaling Yunara. So like, you either win the game early as D+, or you do not win it at all. I don't see any comeback angle in this one.
Yeah, they basically need to blow Nongshim up immediately with the opening salvo or die, is kind of how it's going to go. Because they're very cooldown reliant with a composition like this. We have seen the Varuses, even in the later stages of the game, actually find some big angles. But they're few and far between. Oftentimes, it's mid-game or bust with that champion. And let's see what Smash can do. I mean, Smash honestly has been phenomenal so far.
I mean,
in our
Lucid
first
Kiana,
week and
dangerous.
in game number 1 here of our second. So let's see how it is going to go. As a very eclectic draft here for DK. But of course, it is a 6-0 so far if they do manage to win here. But if they lose, there is still another backup game afterwards. Let's see how it goes. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2 between DK and Nongshim. Smash with the Hail of Blades, which means that he's likely
I like Hail
going
of Blades,
towards
actually.
the lethality version of the Varus, but we'll be able to do some battle in the early game quite
Can get through
comfortably.
Nocturne a bit
You
easier.
don't necessarily take Comet in every matchup that you're playing in to get value out of the early game for the Varus, because the Hail of Blades is incredibly effective when you're both playing a melee support and your opponent is also playing a melee support, so you can get those extra autos in.
Yep, both of our junglers as well, starting on the bottom side of the map, so likely going to be meeting towards the top side. We did have a bit of a split map in game number 1, where we had invades to start things off, but that's not how things are going to be going this time. As Hook to start us in this bottom lane, as Paddlestar comes out there from Showmaker, but not exactly the longest
TP on the mini wave.
range. As Electrocute going to be traded. The area is what Showmaker has elected for this time.
Trying to weave those.
All right,
Best he can.
there's a lot of battling happening here in this
Flash
bottom
Rebel
lane.
dead.
We're just trying to watch
Flash
the
Rebel
mid
dead.
lane fight, you know?
Showmaker did not have the greatest time into Scout last time around. They did have that really cool early bout where he was able to run more first, but otherwise fell significantly behind the Taliyah. And I think this time wants to maybe snowball the game and hold on to that lead and take over the game with this Zoe pick that we have seen relatively niche still, but making a bit of a comeback right now.
Yep. Showmaker does manage to throw out a Paddle Star as Scout teleports back to lane. Very early teleport.
He's like, I have all the same health as you, and I have a teleport, so...
Bonk.
Yeah, and Trouble Bubble is actually going to connect here onto Scout.
Showmaker's playing pretty good.
Also takes the cannon. Beautifully played. Gorgeous. Couldn't have asked for more.
Showmaker is like, why'd I take teleport?
Well, because he can pick up other summoner spells from the floor. Maybe that's what it was.
It's okay, he can base TP.
Something like that. As Showmaker does get comboed this time around, and that one's not looking quite as good. Shu now moving towards Kingen, but the Snip Snip is not going to connect.
2 points in Q, no points in W.
Wait for this wave to come in. And right now, things very even when it comes to the top lane.
A very close exchange. Kingen just on the edge of that snip. If it does connect, takes a lot more damage. Looks a lot more favorable for Shu in that world.
Well, Lucid is going to discover Sponge. The Dustbringer does come in. A little bit of a battle here potentially. The 2v2
what a hook.
through. There's a hook onto Taeyeon though. Does have to use the cleanse to start this fight off.
Cleanse the ignite, they still have heal.
Try and find the kill onto Taeyeon. Career turns it. Looks to slow down Lehens. With the Eclipse running, Career is in a lot of trouble and does get the Shield of Daybreak. Career so close to dead, but is going to survive. And DK on their last legs here in this bottom lane, but will keep themselves alive for now.
Critically smashed, did not have to flash, so that's a summoner spell advantage for the AD carry. Same is true of Lehens, but AD carry having that often feels a lot better. As Nocturne's coming down here, but Sponge is not alone. How quickly can
I'm kind of dead here, guys. Farewell.
Yeah, that's the big deal. Zenith Blade is going to connect, and that means that there is a kill going over to Lehens. Sponge gets out of turret range, though, as Lucid looking to try and chase him down. He isn't going to be able to quite find the angle there. Lucid takes himself a cannon, and that is just first blood going over to Nongshim, and not much of a response here by DK.
Gave top grab, ran to bot grab, and then clicked bot and got a kill.
Sponge is the one who was under threat there at the end. And the kill goes over to Lehens. And that is the first kill, the first blood here in this game.
Nice that cannon responds by taking
going over to Nongshim, as you say. And we do have a rotation back over for Smash. You know, Taeyeon is backing right now, so things will kind of even up a little bit here in the CS department. But a very successful early punish.
Taeyeon didn't get an assist.
Yeah, not entirely sure how that all went out.
It was just, Sponge and Lehens getting that one done. She was in the mist, but not looking all that immune.
Diving bot
here towards this top side. Level 6 is about to be gained, or at least half a level away for both of our top laners.
Okay, now we have the big group up for D+ and a Randuin's.
Yeah, there's a hook to start this one off as Eclipse is getting some work done. There's the flash out, Lehens just pops like a balloon. Down goes the Kiana though in response.
No flash Nocturne though.
Will get stunned up. Battlestar is going to get spell shielded nicely. There's the flash in.
Showmaker clean. Nice hook.
And then steals a
the mechanics. It's just this.
It's just this. Hail of arrows rains down.
DK.
DK moved to 3-2.
What a dive.
This is exactly how you have to play this composition as D+. You got to fight every opportunity you get. You have to constantly force. And as forced as that looked, I think it was actually a pretty realistic option to look for that follow-up there. The kill going to Smash initially as well, the timing of that snipe was
Sponge's flash was just too much, but it didn't need to flash to kill the Kiana.
Kill in this game as well. Like, he comes down with the roam, has level 6 now, faster than Scout a little bit here, won't mount it too much. We'll watch this again. As Showmaker comes down with Lucid in tow, right? Sponge cannot really get down here, and he's also a level 4
He flashes back and accused.
He does what he can, right? Lucid ends up being traded because of his heroics here, but now Bubble hits. Sponge's spell shield is good, but it's not good enough. Showmaker picks up the flash, so it can flash out, and then Career hits this hook. Career having a great day.
Yeah, is it Career POM? Like, what's
he
happening
R'd up
here?
fierce, but it doesn't matter.
Jump here from Showmaker gets him back to where he doesn't want to be. Now Lucid having to bounce his way out, but that's not going to work. And Sponge and Scout making it work once again. 2-0 for Nongshim.
All right, well, we go back to square one in this one. As now Smash without cleanse here, doesn't have his flash.
Yeah, Lehens going to start this one up, can tank for a while with that Eclipse running, but Career is moving forward. Lehens is very dead, and Smash is actually alive.
Okay.
So just a dive that isn't really what they were looking for.
Nocturne ult, watch out for Nocturne. Oh, he's on level 6.
But Sponge is
he gets 6 on the minion wave, though.
Career looking worse for wear now as the Nocturne looking to make his way down, and Lucid wanting to get this one done. Is going to show up. Smash at 100 health, though, needs to be very careful as there's a piercing arrow connecting onto Taeyeon. Career likely to die as there's a paranoia. He goes in. Sponge looking to try and make his way out. Dustbringer might be able to speed him up, but Showmaker is rotating down. There is that cue to come on forward, and so Sponge is going to make it to the darkness and into safety.
And if you look at this game state here, you're probably like, well, you know, it's one of those games where you thought, okay, D+ have to dominate early, and the gold is even. Where the gold is on this Fed Smash guy, who's pretty good in the bottom lane.
He is pretty good.
So you watch this play happen here.
That's just unwinnable, this fight.
Fortunately, not really a way to get out of this one. Got to go back to where you go with that teleport ultimate, and then Lucid gets picked off here by Sponge in the end. Sponge is probably just like, guys, especially Lehens, when I say guys, like,
if Yunar has Q stack, he's dead.
Like, he has had to do so much patching of holes in this game. He's like, I'm playing Nocturne. I want to have level 6. He does eventually get level 6 throughout this play, as Taeyun is able to nicely, definitely sidestep that arrow from Smash, so this becomes somewhat playable, right? Sponge is like,
6 on the wave.
Trying to keep my bottom lane relevant in this game. Ends up getting hooked here, offers a ton of damage back, and then gets Paranoia from the wave, ults on to the enemy AD carry, so at least gets something back, but most of the gold here for Nongshim is on that Nocturne, so I still feel like D+ are getting done the benchmarks they're looking for in this early game.
Yep, it's what they're looking for. These grubs now are going to be the target here for Lucid. Sponge might be able to rotate down, doesn't have Paranoia up and available, and Supreme Display of Talent is there for Lucid now that he has hit that level 6. Looks like it is just going to be grab one of the grubs and then move on with your life. Or at least could be, but he's discovered that there's no one
pipes Leona, minute 8.
What? Take all 3 most likely.
Sponge still doesn't have his Paranoia.
The all-in bot is going to be dangerous.
He feels pretty safe if he's tracking that ultimate, and also the fact that there's no one really nearby. Ends up being able to save his smite for the final one, take all 3, which is fantastic for the Gwen, who we haven't looked at in a while, but is really going to be the biggest benefactor of this. Zoe in the side lane, also decent. There's a lot of damage with that auto on the turrets.
True. Profane Hydra now picked up as well as Scout. Very deftly clears out this wave. Oh, now I missed Deft. Showmaker though now has an exhaust, and that's a little bit more fun.
Deft, a former D+ player. People kind of forgot about that era.
Indeed. Indeed. It's all right. Oh, of course. Scout and
Drake
Deft, both former EDG players, which is kind of cute.
True.
There you go.
Lehen's a current Bandle Piper.
He is.
Is going to complete that item with the gold lead he picked up with the 2 kills.
Look at the arrow.
It's going to be relevant if there were to be a fight. Is this going to be the Dragon going over to Nongshim here? No contest. Lucid is too far away. Yep. Just not interested in this. And I think when you consider a single Chemtech Dragon versus the grubs that were taken on the other side of the map for D+, definitely feeling good about D+.
Korea, what are we doing? What is the mind game? Standing next to the wall as much as he can, as he does get into the Phalite there. Anchor is not quite going to connect. There is the Paranoia coming down as Showmaker.
Do they have Showmaker's flash timer? It just came up now.
No. Bubble does connect.
He had 4 seconds on his flash when they went in.
If the bubble lands and there's no one there to pop it, no, it doesn't really land at all, is the question, I think.
Well, I don't know if Lucid can make a play here on the bottom.
Flash out from King and Ashiu going very aggressive. There's the ulti back though, as now without that needlework available, Shiu could be in trouble. However, you land all the snips,
Shiu, if you can just win top in isolation, the game is so won.
Now King versus Shiu is continuing. Minions are running out as now Lehens moves over. Lucid diving on forward, does try and save his control ward, but isn't going to be able to do so. There's the flash in from Lehens. They get the solar flare onto Lucid, and Korea realizes he's not going to be able to help.
They sniped him?
The Arc of Judgment, and Taeyun able to take
Nocturne
down
Q
the
and Yunar W
flash
hit him.
out. Chains of Corruption there from Smash just to keep his support alive. But Lucid, I mean, is making it look a lot like LCK Kiana today.
I think
a little unfortunate.
The setup there on the bottom side of the map, like they missed their window. They were zoning them away from far and pretty incredibly well. And there was that moment where they went to clear the control ward as Lehens is like, the danger has passed. Because it certainly had. I think at that point, as Lehens is going to Hex Flash, but there's no opportunity here. Smash had cleanse anyways, but that was a bit of a hard force that completely fell on its face down in the bottom lane. Smash still has a massive lead, so that's a good thing here, but Showmaker is looking a lot worse for wear after that bottom side play, is once again getting ganked here by Sponge, and he gets the sleep, but like you said, doesn't matter, especially because Sponge isn't even under turret. And then here going in, really just didn't need to do that. There's just not enough information here. Lehens gets the flash play, stun is real, and Sponge just shows up. It's pretty simple here. Taeyun has his empowered W over the wall.
Yeah.
And like Smash has to use his ultimate here. Korea has to flash, just make it even more.
It's not exactly what D+ were looking for there, but going a little bit fast and loose is Lucid so far today. Still, he's farming quite nicely and is going to remain relevant, especially with the very cheap item build that he is going for. Profane Hydra is now done. And I think DK, they should still be able to make this comp work in this mid game that's coming up. But it could be better as Chains of Corruption are going to come out. Solar Flare is going to hold on to Career as Lehens uses him to taxi his way
out. Got out
There's
there?
a hook connecting, but Taeun's going to make
and
his
you're dead,
way
or
in.
no ult for 8 seconds.
Bridge too far here as Scout is rotating
Bro,
down and Career is
very,
so very
unlucky.
dead. There's an angle under Scout, but the Supreme Display of Talent is not exactly named well. And Paranoia
this game is so unlucky.
Unlucky
game. Really
takes
unlucky.
the kill onto Lucid, and he's dead for the 4th time.
Yeah, and this gold lead for the Varus is diminishing rapidly as I think this game may be on its last legs here for D+. I know we're only 12.5 minutes in, but they had the tempo, they had the advantage. A lot of the gold, again, was on that Nocturne and on the Leona. But it doesn't matter anymore that the control they have over the bottom side of the map and how many times they've been able to consistently catch the aggression here from D+. I mean, this is a Leona. And Lehens is just like, thank you for the taxi. And now we're in no man's land. We're still going in. But I get it, because this comp needs to get further ahead. But you didn't have Lucid here.
I mean, Scout was on Vision. Like, there is no way that was ever the right call.
I just don't see any call here that's one of good judgment or sound judgment here for D+. They're just like, we need to get ahead. Our Varus is ahead. We need to use it. And unfortunately, that was a second backfire play there on the bottom side of the map. But now this Gwen feels like the only win con here.
And loses out on that trade pretty considerably up against King. And still you can see, Xiu is actually ahead by a massive amount of farm. So that is good news. Maybe DK can leverage that. And there are still avenues. It's only 2,000 gold, the advantage. But if Nongshim starts stringing together another couple of dragons or something like that, then the lack of map control will really start pinching DK.
I mean, when you're down on items as the mid laner, you know, and when you're Zoe, like if you're down against the enemy mid laner, and you don't have vision control, so you can't set traps. Even the idea, like when you look at these two comps and you even cover the gold lead, you're like, oh, okay, Zoe could pick at any point in the game, but if you can't see where the enemy champions are, where you need to bubble them,
you are the chosen one.
Bubble the zone, you can't really do that. Showmaker's agency has dropped massively in this
game already.
You are the chosen one. He hasn't lost his turret or anything like that, you know, the classic Wolf turret. He's looking for that one first still, but it is going to be an uphill battle if they cannot make something happen soon. A dragon is spawning on the opposite side of the map where they're trying to make a play here onto King, and who does have his ultimate. Does not, however, have flash.
3 grub
and also
Gwen.
Career is lurking by, so this needs to work here for D+.
Yeah, definitely does. They're going to start it. King gets underneath his turret here, as Needlework has already been used. See whether Xiu does find the angle. That's a great use of the public execution, but he's still going to be dead because
just
DK
give Gwen
just
all the
sent
gold.
everyone.
Smash, you're a passenger
I mean,
this game.
D+ have figured it out, okay? They're like, Smash is the win con, he's the one who's ahead. They played through on the offside. They made some mistakes there, but they know where their bread is buttered. In this game, they're like, okay, it wasn't working well. Smash gonna have to cleanse
Nice
here.
Varus ult.
Immediate cleanse does come on down as he throws out the ulti. Scout moves in though, and boom goes the Varus. Showmaker now looking for a bit of
that
angle.
long.
His career is in position. That is a very dead
Beautiful,
Aurora.
700 gold to the Zoe.
And she will go down. Xiu now
Full
also
tower
able to take the top
Gwen.
outer turret.
And Herald.
Rift Herald will be
Not
secured
bad.
by
Not
DK.
This is such a bizarre game state because...
Not bad for DK.
You know,
not bad.
I was making the joke about how they're like, okay, well now it's the top
Big
lane
shutdown.
That's the win con. Let's play through that.
They got
but
first blood
actually
tower,
worked.
but they trade
That's what
tower
we're
and
seeing
Herald.
in this replay, as they commit career, they know the dragon is
Nice
lost,
try by
right? They
King. His ult was
know
pretty perfect.
that Varus is backing. We're not interested in that at all. We know there's going to be a group up on the top bottom side of the map. So let's kill King in. They're able to successfully set this one up. Showmaker comes over, has to go to defend here in the mid lane, and Smash buys a ton of time here with the cleanse. Lehens goes in deep, so eventually the Showmaker teleport does come through, and they end up getting the kill on Scout as we're having a fight here.
Yeah, Lehens is in no man's land one more time.
Big kill.
Does
Give
get
it to
stunned
Xiu.
up by the Kiana, and he will be going
Lovely.
down. Xiu is
More
able to
gold
snip
for the
him
Gwen.
up. And that is a dead Leona one
Classic
more time.
Lehens.
Lucid also now with the smite onto the Raptor camp to add insult to injury.
We don't have context, but it's the Lehens barrel art situation.
Yeah, I was going to say, you don't
You're going to get knocked in
the
this match.
context
You just are.
Lehens.
Yeah.
And I think that's enough.
But anyway, D+ get the kill on the Scout, get his teleport, and then get a Rift Herald, and now get Lehens, and it's like, wait a minute, is this playable? It feels kind of playable.
I mean, it's looking more playable than it was a little while ago, and that is the direction they wanted to go in. As Rift Herald, like you say, does come down, looking for a charge here, and should be able to at least take a chunk
The
out
gold
of this
is
turret.
not that
There it
bad,
is.
actually.
Because after the kill topside, Xiu also got the full turret.
True.
With his grubs, as... Yeah, we didn't need the context. actually.
He was in the river, ladies and gentlemen, and that was illegal.
Well, the
Lens
doesn't
gets
move
used in mid.
fast. She kind of dies there in those situations.
All right, Taeyeon did have to press his cleanse button and eat some honey fruit, and he should be okay. You can see a bit of a reset coming on through here for DK. Swifties done for Smash, so if he's not hit by the middle of the solar flare, he's going to be feeling kind of okay about it. Runs pretty quickly on this champion for now. 2 items are completed for both of our AD carries, but a little bit cheaper on Smash's side. And so having these 2 done for Taeyeon is going to feel absolutely fantastic.
Gwen on 2
Third,
items,
of course, is going to feel even better.
Yeah, they probably win this Nocturne
especially
instead.
with an Infinity Edge spike.
I was watching this
the
Nocturne.
bolts too is just such a huge
no.
spike.
Yeah, very true.
Ultimate in team fights. And I think we've
Please
already
no.
kind of reached the point where D+
She will no,
can't
please no.
5v5 without a crazy wombo as wombo.
Yeah, Chiu is not quite allowed to be here. Does use the flash, but there's a public execution, and down will go the Gwen. Does have a few snips in him, but it's not going to quite work out. So that is a Gwen on the floor, and DK looking to see whether they have a cross map, and it looks like they may not.
And that was their one
Zero
big
cross
Fed
map.
member just shut down in sides. And like you said, there's no cross. That turret on the top side is already gone. Showmaker can't push that one down. A lot of minions will be lost. In fact, it looks like maybe even...
What are your thoughts of the TFT patch?
Those up. Gotta get Krugs on the way.
I don't know.
Just a lot of...
I kind of want to play TFT.
Lost money here, and...
One day I will play
in
TFT properly.
5v5s, Taeyeon is going to press R and clean up
One
the enemy
day.
champion. Scout's going to zone for him. Sponge is going to zone for him.
When
They
I
also
retire
have
from
insane
streaming
engage,
or
so
league.
Smash is not safe.
I
He
will
doesn't have
sit
his
in
summoners.
bed
His
or on
cleanse
the
is
toilet
coming
in my
back
spare
up.
time and get
And he
challenger
was
in
massively
TFT.
ahead early on in this game. He's now 1,200 gold behind. And this is kind of the game state
I need to read what they did to Mel.
was alluding
Apparently
to when I
Mel
said it's
in
gonna be
League
one-sided
itself
if D+
is getting
don't get
fucked.
ahead. It happened in a very silly way, and there was some bumpy
Definitely.
rocks on the bottom side of the map. But I would tell you guys my forecast right now is that this is probably going to 3 unless D+ can make some miraculous, like, miracle team fight happen, some crazy pick, some crazy Zoe angle from Showmaker on either of these upcoming objectives. Because it's straight up 5v5s, I don't see it. And now with the Nocturne on 4 kills with Hexplate, Stride Breaker, the Gwen is a side lane threat, but kind of not really, actually, as we've already seen.
Yeah, not as scary now. When Nash's Tooth is done, like if you leave her in a side lane, then she will just kind of break your stuff. But it's likely that Kingen will be able to respond. He's getting closer and closer to 2 items. I think it hasn't been back to base for quite some time.
Straight in 30 seconds, right?
Goes throughout the Slurkle here.
Lichbane
DK
Zoe.
Not looking too worried about it.
Lichbane
He
Zoe.
almost has that cleanse up and available once again, but most importantly, does have Flash. And Scout down here towards his bottom side.
I
is
think
going to
DK's
meet
gonna get
you
wiped in this
and try and
fight. I can
catch that
feel it.
wave. 20
Leona has
seconds
Spellbook
on this
cleanse.
dragon. Looks to be the next port of call
Gwen
as
has
far
no
as the
flash.
fight is concerned.
There's a
And
double
DK
TP on their face.
probably
That's
don't want
so
to give this
fucked.
one away for free, but there goes the paranoia. Sponge gets on in there to flash out from Lucid, but I don't know whether he's going to survive. He does get the ulti down, but Smash is not going to live through this one. And all of them just take a nap. Lucid, Showmaker, and Smash dead in the blink of an eye.
And they
that's
get Nash.
Baron here for Nongshim.
Yep.
And Taeyeon didn't
GG.
even really have to do anything.
Was
He's
a
like,
fun
I'm ready
game,
to clean up
guys.
the kills. They were already on the floor from the combo there as we saw the final ultimate from Career hits Taeyeon, and Taeyeon
But
was in
playing
the air like,
Varus Zoe
okay,
against
but the fight is
Nocturne
done.
Aurora and Bessa,
Thanks
that's
for
gotta
the
be...
effort, though, as Shiu, it looks like he wants to trade this for
It's
a
gotta be
Dragon
open, right?
consolation prize here.
Yeah.
At best for D+, but
I think they will at least be able to get that. But
Scout is like, cool, I'll just take the turret. So I think that's a little bit more valuable than Ocean Soul Point for me at this point. And
What mid do you
really
pick on
easy to
4
set
if you
these
see
fights when
Ambessa
the enemy just
Aurora
doesn't
flex?
have any control whatsoever. Look at this TP for Kingen. He's like,
When LeBlanc and
I
Ari
can
are
go
banned.
all the way to the back line onto Smash. There's so much engagement. The ult from Career is like, I got him. I got Taeyeon. Clean it
have
up,
no idea.
guys, where's my team?
I think you just have to pick Sion on 4, I guess, then.
The unfortunate reality, and so is Showmaker.
Yeah,
They
I
got a
think the
turret
draft
plus
is
one
pretty unplayable
Showmaker
if you
and then
fall
a mid
behind.
turret as well.
Yeah, Nongshim are really starting to run away with this game, and you pointed out already, it's whoever sort of starts to get a lead is likely to be able to balloon it, as Korea not quite able to get through that pesky minion. But even if he had have landed that hook, I think maybe it would have been him that's closer to dead rather than Nongshim. As the siege is continuing, Scout taking plate after plate. The hook is going to connect. Chains of Corruption go down as well. But Kingen isn't too worried. And DK still just clutching at straws for now. I think DK's answer is, let's just keep starting fights and seeing what we can get done. There's the Paranoia. They're looking to try and turn it here.
Everyone is
Solitaire
one shot.
not quite
Everyone
going to
is
connect, but it doesn't
insanely
really
one
matter
shot.
as the Kiana is just dead. Some need to work out onto Scout here as the snipes are starting to come on through. Taeyoon trying to fight back here, gets the knock-up, does Korea. And now Shiu looking for that angle.
Come on, that Michael Bublé hits no one.
Is going to slow him up. And it's just so difficult to make something happen.
What, you can embezzle Zoe?
Him out of the air.
Out of her
My God,
portal?
That was cool from Kingen. And Showmaker
What?
just takes his 5th death of the game.
Yeah,
I didn't even know that.
Really, I think had a lot to prove. He had a lot he wanted to show in this
It's
game.
a suppressor or what?
Sadly, it's
so
not
you get
working
pulled
the
out
way
of
he
your
wanted
fucking
to. And scrappy
portal?
fights are the name of the game for D+ with this composition, right? They want to constantly try to find picks, find these angles. That side lane situation can make a bit greedy defensively here. This is a choke point where Smash is like, okay, just give me a lineup here on Scout. I can't quite see him. That's so frustrating for him. Everyone's so low. He just continues to layer this damage. This is a great ult from Career. Ends up getting the double knock up there. And Shiu just cannot close the gap. And then Showmaker decides, okay, I've got enough burst. I got the sleep. And he pops.
Well, Paranoia comes down. The inner turret is already dead. Flash out from Shiu. The rest of the team are going to show up, though, as DK look to try and fight this one back. Kingen rotating down. Solar Flare is fantastic. And the Gwen is not immune.
One shot.
Slurkle comes in, but doesn't get too much joy here as DK with one missing, trying to continue fighting this one out, but Scout in with a great stasis with his Zhonyas, and Smash just has to cleanse to get himself to safety, leaves the rest of his team in the dust, and Nongshim, I think, are just going to put an end to this game and bring us to a game
I think just call it draft if and fucking wrap it up.
From the draft. We just didn't know which direction, but some arrogance, I feel, in some of those bottom side plays from D+. Some backfires and a complete snowball.
23 minutes.
As Sponge runs away with the game on this Nocturne.
Yeah, Sponge playing a fantastic game this time around, but Nongshim ultimately just getting it together. I think top side of the map definitely playing well, but it's the mid jungle today for Nongshim that are definitely looking the best. Even in game number 1, looking fantastic there despite the result. And here in game number 2, able to actually get the result they were looking for.
Let's not forget, like, Lehens was going in, he was going in big time. Like, he was constantly
23 minutes.
Sponge was always where he needed to be. He's like, man, I'm supposed to just be farming, but here I am on the bottom lane again at level 4.
Yeah.
And, like, it worked. You know, they were able to get enough gold on him. They kept, then, you know, being able to catch the aggression out of this Zoe from Showmaker and Career.
John, we're gonna fill up my water and BRB real quick. 1 second.
On the Nautilus. Sometimes it worked out, but for the most part, just ended up feeding Nongshim a lot of money. And they already had the more scaling comp, so D+ just kept trying desperate Hail Marys, and eventually they ran out of steam, and we have a sub 24-minute game here. 6 minutes under average here as Nongshim bring us to 3.
Yeah, and the Kiana situation remains where it was in Korea in 2025, and that is in the bin. This champion just hasn't been one that we've been able to make work. Maybe Kanavi can do something on it because he spent most of his time in the LPL. But we here in the LCK just can't seem to get the Kiana to work out. Lucid is going to join that exact list, but still, DK with another opportunity here. They will have the right of first selection moving into game number 3, and we'll see whether that will lead them to a less weird and wonderful draft, perhaps, as we look into that 3rd game. But it's Fearless, so we could have some really fun picks as well. Make sure you stick around. We'll have the space to break down that game number 2, and then we will look forward to game number 3. We'll see you soon.
고잉. 노플. 천천히 해도 돼, 천천히.
나 쪼이 갖고.
나 08초. 빼면서 볼게 한번.
빼면서 봐.
좋다.
볼게.
안면서 들어가줘.
나 궁었다. 나
다이브 보고 싶어.
나
볼게 그냥. 볼게.
너네 킬 봐.
쪼이 수면 없고.
타워 캐자.
안 녹았어.
타워 캐.
나이스.
맞다.
Trying to take this blue buff away. And Kanabe, as you mentioned, he has not been shy about ganking, about engaging, and now he's just gonna die. Has the rest of his team behind him.
나 빠질게. 얼렸어.
아지르 노플.
아지르
노플.
As Guma trying to do some damage on the backside, but doesn't have enough at this point in the game. As Faker getting pretty low, maybe able to take him out, but no, the shield comes down, and Faker just walks it off. Pace is gonna be tagged. Actually, Carrier gets in there, and Tika somehow died up top as well.
No summoners for Duro in that exchange, by the way. Just all clean, you know. Go in, tank for Canyon to get the charge, reboot into the Herald, and then turn around and grab the kill. The Ruler's just making a highlight reel over here.
Willem might be able to kill him. He did have the barrier available, though. There's a Cataclysm avoided, and Ruler outplays him to pick up the double solo.
이거야. 나 아직 젊어. 안 젊은 것 같은데. 이제 안 젊어. 나 제일 늙어졌어 갑자기.
Well, Sponge and Lehens are in position. They get a control ward over. Let's see whether Sponge can actually get into the pit as Vikla finds the unbreakable will. Sponge does have the Cyclone. Pop Blossom comes on through, but it is a very dead Kellen to start this one off. Raptor locks down the barrier. Can they keep themselves alive? It's clear with the slicing Maelstrom, they're able to take down the Varus. As Vikla gets into that backline, can anyone do damage to this Silas? What the hell are you doing, Vikla? A Vikla POM in my 2026 wall?
Siwu Bessa?
Somewhat played by casting.
Oh yeah, I remember this. This was fucking clean, by the way. This was this Ambessa ult does not hit Yunara, by the way. I'm sorry. Look at this. Ambessa ult. Ready? 3, 2, 1. It just, if you look at it from a spectate, that does not hit.
Siu gets a second kill before they take him out. And that's slow here on a Gideon. That's a kill there from Smash.
Shoot in there.
Sure, well.
Our top laner is so good.
There we go.
Oh, this play was sick. 4v5.
Get to good uses. Now Gnomes are looking for a contest.
Well, it could be a 50-50 here.
The double
Sponge.
pull by
He's been
Kingen.
pretty good at those in the past. Let's see whether Kanavi can lock this one down. There's a shockwave! Absolutely insane! This is a triple for Sponge! Does manage to help take down another one as Scout gets pulled back, but it's a quadra kill for the Pantheon!
Okay, I gotta go through this fucking... I gotta go through it. I wanna get the end game. Remove a card from your deck, obtain a random rare relic, take 24 damage. That sounds busted. For each curse in your deck, start with 1 strength. Ooh. For each curse in your deck, start with 1 strength. Wait. It's time to just go fucking full curse mode, isn't it? Bro, why is it so tanky? 17 damage? What? Bro, block. Block. Fucking shit. I need curses. Give me curses. Wait, nunchucks.
We're going the distance as the Noodle Boys battle back here against D plus Kia. Able to get through a tough early bot lane skirmish, but
fruit
then
juice.
power
Where's the
through
fruit juice?
with Nocturne. Dig on here alongside
What do you mean the fruit juice? Where's that?
You look like you're in pain.
Yeah, I mean, it was painful game.
Why?
But I think DK, they were jealous
wait, that's
about
nice.
Nongshim's first game draft.
But this
when they
nunchaku are
had
kind of good,
such a
no?
strong early game team comp. That's why they had like so many strong early game champions, something like Kiana, Zoe, and Varus and Nautilus all together. But it didn't work out that well.
I see. I think as a Nongshim team-wise, I think they picked the just diving comp, and then especially Nocturne was very annoying to playing the Kiana and Joy. I think it was a really good pick.
Well, let's take a look at how this one all shook out with our first couple of plays here. On the bottom side of the map, started good for Nongshim, but then D plus turned around.
So yeah, Lihans traded first, but they fought back.
Fucking
the
bollocks,
DK.
man.
But I feel like Career kind
Should I just drink this
fought
now?
back too late. So Leona could have cooldowns again, and that's why they were trading back was not good enough. And at the end, Varus is gonna get dove on the bot lane, and I think this is really crucial moment for DK because based on what they had for the runes, I think Nautilus and Varus should
Is
win
Flex
the bot
good
lane
with my
hardly
curse
enough.
build?
But I guess that didn't work out. But at the end, they used the mid priority with Zoe so that they could have a triple kill in the bot lane. I thought it was end of the game. Because,
You're saying it was over.
Right? Because Varus and Nautilus could
Maybe I should get rid of Flex.
have
Maybe that was a
pressure in the
blunder.
bot lane, and they used the early game priority champion
Maybe that was a
enough,
blunder.
but it didn't work out that well because they had to play against Nocturne in this game.
Yeah, plus the kills for Nongshim went over to Lehens on the support role. You're thinking, not looking so good. However, the jungle diff started to step in here, Umpty.
I actually think that
Bro, these cards
one
are
of this
so
correct,
dog
the game
shit.
was over. The
I don't know
Nocturne
what to
couldn't
get.
get a 6
I'll
easily,
get this
but
arm.
he just won this skirmish. The Joy used the flash at the boss side, so he didn't have a flash. So it's actually quite hard to win this 2v2 and the Oli plan 2. And then Nocturne got a double kill here because he was having a hard time. And then at the first ult with the minions, he got the barely at the level 6 and he killed Varus and get the ultimate hunter again. So the game is actually for Nocturne is open now. Yeah. So after the killing the Varus, all the Nocturne ulti timing, everyone is like, turn off the light, someone is dying. Turn off the light, someone is dying.
Entangled is broken as fuck.
Yeah, I mean, they can never do anything against Nocturne, but especially I want to point out Career, Nautilus, for example. Like, I think he should win lane, but he lost. Second, I think he should just cover mid all the time.
Wait,
because
I'm
whenever
fucking
Zoe
dead.
has no flash,
I'm not kidding.
you cannot do
I'm
anything
actually
against
dead.
Nocturne, right? So I think he should just sitting mid lane 24/7 to help the mid priority into the bot lane, but he didn't well in lane, but also in the roaming phase.
Yeah, and then after that, at 1950, this is where you wanted to see it from Nongshim before. You've got the lead, you want to push that lead, and they put an exclamation point on this one here in the mid lane.
So at this mid fight, I think the TP was great with position because DK wanted to poke and win. But they just decided, oh, we're dive comp. You guys can't poke with us. And then Nocturne's very good targeting was just killing Kiana first for using the ult not well. And then the Ambassador just go to the back line, and then the fight was just unwinnable.
This is the fight where we just want to see it from Nongshim, you know, like just TPing behind and Nocturne ulti at the same time to hide it down. And I think just in general, like Kingen and Sponge, they're playing well so much better than the game one, and I think that helped Nongshim too well for the team.
Yeah.
Well, D Plus again, ushering in the youth as they've done over the last several seasons. They had Lucid 2 years ago. They had Shiwu come in last year. Now this year it's Career. We were able to hear on the comms very briefly, those of you that caught it, that CV Max used a coach's comm as they were pushing in. He just had a quick note about early game comps, and you guys covered it. They didn't play it well. They didn't execute it well. A thing to learn on as they move on to game number 3. Umpty, what do you want to see here from D Plus in terms
I don't know
of
what this
composition?
does. I don't really get it. Is it RNG when it says X?
About the
Fuck, I should
early
use Flex.
game plans too now. So, but I think still their mid jungle is very strong. So I hope they just like can use the.
I don't understand what
mid
X
jungle
is.
power.
I mean, they just need to mix up a little bit. You know, that was too much
X is
about
all
the
your
early game
mana.
priority. And also, I think if you want to play that kind of champion on the mid lane, take Ignite. Go crazy, but he was not bold enough.
Well, learning lessons for both squads,
I
but who
get
will
it.
take the win? Will D plus Kia stay undefeated in the LCK Cup, or will Nongshim continue to take down the top teams? Let's find out with game number 3.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown.
Where are my
of
curses
game
at, bro?
number 2, and yes,
Give me
here
some
we
curses.
are to see whether D Plus can bounce back after a weird
Sure, I
and
do
wonderful
get it.
draft.
I do get it.
That didn't quite go the way they wanted it.
It's their first loss of the tournament, and they will continue to use right of first selection to pick blue side. They are the only team doing this. They have played every single game of the
course I
tournament
get it.
on blue side so far.
I'm smart like that.
And that will actually remain the case here in now their 7th game. So interesting to see what they're going to use this for once again. Obviously having the ability to have the B5 counter pick here on blue side could be something they are looking for, plus the extra strength of blue side, which has historically been, albeit slightly, the stronger side. See what CV Max is cooking.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about that one because, of course, we are a lot deeper into Fearless now in game number 3. And we'll just have to see what kind of weird and wonderful picks are going to come out, whether the bans are going to
Give me a
change
curse.
completely. Maybe we get some Orianas and some Azirs or something like that. This guy just said he can swap in for Taeun. He's a silver 380 carry. He can sub in. He's ready, is what he said.
Higher ranked
I
than
think it's Taeun's mate.
you know,
Yeah.
this season. I gotta say, we haven't really. We've loved some of the execution, but we haven't loved the drafts that much for D+ today. Like, I like the rise over the Talia, but the rest of the draft didn't really hit for us. Like, we were thinking Nongshim had the better draft in game 1. Game 2, the draft was incredibly risky for D+.
Yeah.
As game 1 was not as extremely obviously risky, but still was very risky. So now also opting to give first pick over to Nongshim Red Force. I think we'll see some different bans here, but CV Max, you know, started the year off great. Let's keep it that way with some, you know, obviously we can't run drafts back anymore, but sometimes CV Max's run draft identities back.
Yeah, that's the problem, is just run back another version of a similar style of draft, but with worse champions. Is
You just
not
ate
necessarily
21
what you
spicy
want to be looking for
chicken
either.
McNuggets.
But we're going to be remaining with the same first couple of bans here, as Poppy is going to be a deviation. See what that means as far
Good
as
luck with the
what
toilet.
is going to be banned away.
When you ban Oriana on, you know, when the enemy team has first pick, you are also saying I'm banning Azir,
Sion
and
ban.
also I'm banning Jace. You're basically saying I don't have
Yeah, I mean,
two
Gwen's
other
out.
bans.
Ambessa's out.
It's just going to be the
Aatrox
same
is in
ones
though.
again. So zip bans might change, but in fact,
Wait, did I
they
get...
absolutely do not. As
today?
Jace will 100% be banned with Malphite and also the Sion ban.
Surely it's
Well,
Chase
we
Ben,
did
unless you're
say
funny.
that CV Max has been doing some weird things.
Do you have something funny?
So maybe this is the time where
I think
Jace actually slips through.
Oh my god,
Oh, for the
Jace
very
is
first
open.
time
They're
this
banning
time to
Lulu
think
for
about
some
what comp they
reason.
wanna run, but
DK are
apparently
cooking
they're thinking about just
something.
giving
They're
Sponge
cooking
over to
something.
Jace.
And I think it's because
And,
Vi is open.
I think probably a bit stunned here are Nongshim. We'll see how long it takes them to lock it in, or if they're like, this is a trap, we don't like this.
Well, I wrote it in already, Wolf. And
What's
it
the
is
play
gonna get
into it?
locked
Is it
in.
Vi?
And
Vi
so
what
D+,
though? Because
they
Lulu
need to
is
have
out.
an answer to the champion that hasn't been allowed through
I'm
all
guessing
tournament
Rakan. What?
long.
Vi
It was
Rakan
the
with Lulu Ben?
entirety of the first week, and this is the first time that we have seen it left up and available.
But because
And
Alistar is
D+,
up, right?
Now they have to show us exactly what their response is going to be to this champion.
I mean, they definitely have an answer. Okay, this answer is very basic.
Vi
It's not that
Lucian.
creative. As
Okay,
Smash,
if they blind Rakan,
takes a big, deep
they
breath
go
there,
Nami.
knowing that this game is going to be
If
about
they go
him
Kalista
on the
Renata,
solution,
though.
the acceleration of it. Now with Kalista Renata,
you go
did you just slam Milio? 'Cause
Nami
remember,
or
a
Milio,
lot
yeah.
of the Chandler supports,
I think Nami because
like
they have
the main
Jace,
two,
though, some
like
healing.
Bard, Nico are gone.
But career, does he play
Karma
Nami?
Doesn't really inspire you unless, well, I mean, except with Karma's inspire abilities. But doesn't really inspire you in terms of what this draft is looking for. Lucian, Nami.
I mean, it has to be like Nami or Milio, right? They're the only options that they really have.
I mean, the Milio was a Career exclusive. It's otherwise been Nami every time. Now, everyone hope that Career locks in the correct rune and does not pick Aftershock.
What follow-up
Yeah,
can they
we'll
get
just
with
have to
Vi?
see what
Oh,
is
you
going to
know
happen there. But
Showmaker's
now,
thinking of
next round
Ari
of
on
bans to
4,
come
but
on
it's going
through
to get
here,
banned.
both teams are
Ari
looking for some
LeBlanc
solo
are going to
lanes.
get banned, and he's
Not
going to have
likely
to
the King is gonna be
pull it
playing
out.
the Jace. He has been,
He's going to have to pull
pretty
out the
much a
Twisted
jungler,
Fate.
Since those buffs
See
did come
in
on through.
red.
Yeah, no,
It's
100%
coming,
gonna be
it's
playing the
coming.
jungle in this situation. So what do you want to take away?
What? They think it's Jace
they
top?
think this could
Warum?
possibly played in top lane. I find that very interesting.
Quite odd. Maybe Lucid feels like the Vi matchup is playable.
Maybe they're just covering their bases.
And so wanting to take away any option to pivot out of playing it in the jungle. King, of course, is a pretty competent Jace player himself.
That's true. I'm kind of wondering what Scout is going to be playing in this draft in terms of safe,
what if they put the Jace mid
the late part of
and then they pick like
for Nongshim Red Force? The Ahri gets taken away. Ahri Vi
Diana or something.
Is an incredible
scary
composition. Not quite as all-in as the last game, but it is very strong at getting tempo early and holding on to the game. See if we
or
see
like
one
Mundo.
more
I don't know.
ban on jungle here. Take away something that is going to be a little bit tankier.
Could ban a top here if you're scared.
But you could probably just focus elsewhere. But this draft is like
nope, they're double banning jungle.
Plus here, it's very obvious. It's very
they're
straightforward.
removing bruiser engagers.
And it is very interesting that it's double jungle bans when we assume Jace is going to be going there.
Because they could put Jace mid and they could have gone like Wukong Kennen 4-5, I guess, is what they're scared of.
You know, now we have
I'm guessing they're banning LeBlanc, but I think LeBlanc ban.
To lock in. They'll take away the LeBlanc
it's TF Showmaker, it is. Don't go Victor. Don't be a fucking. Don't be a freak.
Victor is a champion that they could possibly be playing. The mid lane pool is the one that's the thinnest.
Or you could go Akali and flex it, but
mid lane
nah,
bans
it's trash.
already on the
is
table.
It like Lissandra for Showmaker?
Oh, that feels like no damage at all.
Yeah, no, I just don't think this
Are they blinding
is
top
a great
on 4?
situation here.
Ooh, Zahini. They don't care about Jax.
Okay, that's what she was looking at least at the moment. That'll be blind, most likely.
It is pretty tough to play that into Jace as well. So this is kind of an interesting call if they're assuming that Jace is going to go top, or perhaps they just are saying, look, play Jace top, there's not anything left for Sponge in the jungle, and the Vi is going to be incredibly powerful and dominant in this early game, so they're forcing Nongshim Red Force to make a choice, because the Jace top into the Zahin feels so easy to play and so easy to set up, so tempting. But instead, it will be the Gnar, which is still available here. We also know Kingen could have potentially played GP in this situation for a lot of extra damage later on. So
what have you got for me, Scout?
Plus, the read here
what do you got
was
for me, Scoot?
bans, and I don't think they really got anything out
Akali.
of it.
Oh, it's a TF
Whoa,
game.
that's
It's a TF game.
Akali.
It is a TF game.
Okay.
Don't go Silas.
Now,
Please don't go Silas. Don't go Silas, Showmaker.
I think he
it's a
probably
TF game.
wanted to play something like
Come on,
Syndra,
Showmaker. Come on, Showmaker. Come on, C in red.
Something with CC here.
C in red. Lissandra, TF.
Somehow a lot of damage as well.
Don't go Silas. Don't go Silas. Don't go Silas.
But it could work in this draft, I suppose.
C in red. I'm gonna run out of your VOD. You're gonna take 1 on Twitch Prime and have sub channel. Go back for the game. Big kiss.
And yeah, into Akali. Amazing as well. His ultimate value is going to be pretty high in this draft.
Does mean that they don't have a lot of magic damage, as Twisted Fate isn't exactly oozing damage, but they do have a 1-3-1 win condition that is pretty difficult to deal with. The culling as well in a pinch can clear out waves and things like that, so you can set yourselves up pretty well.
I think if
for a 1-3-1.
Get ahead, if you get ahead, you are in a phenomenal position as Nongshim Red Force here. And you have the Gnar into the Zahin, you have the Jace, which is going to make anyone's life
mind
miserable.
if
All
I
you have to do
do.
to gank, by the way, is just drop it
Well,
in Shock Blast. That connects.
Vi
Very
Lucian
cool.
Nami with the
I'm moving on.
TF is
I have
early
Shade
mid game.
clear.
Gotta lock
I can
in.
do whatever I want. And so the situation is very good for them in this.
Gotta lock in
draft,
big
but
time.
I'm kind of wondering now, like, how do you play this Twisted Fate composition? Like, you need to control sides, you need to control the Akali early. It's one of Showmaker's best. Obviously, he has a skin on this. You have the Vi. The setup is there to burst with Lucian, but Smash cannot get caught. They need to hold on to lead. They need to hold on to map control.
Well, see how it does go, as ladies and gentlemen, game number 3 between DK and Nongshim. Nongshim with advantages in both of the games, but DK were able to eke out the win in game number 1.
Yeah, he's going to use it. Surely he uses the DK TF skin, surely.
Time and not let go.
Surely.
So we get into the rift here for game number 3.
There it is. There it is. My skin.
All right, here we are, ladies
Now in
and
this
gentlemen,
matchup, I think you can go Comet or Spellbook. I wouldn't mind either.
Still, of course, one
Scum
more
for the Spellbook,
waiting. The DN
classic.
Supers versus DRX coming up after this. But first, you have to see who's going to win between Nongshim and DK. Is already Korea taking a little bit of damage. He's otherwise not going to be too worried. This is going to be a difficult lane for DK.
Ooh, E-Star the Kali, gotta run away now. This is gonna hurt.
Losing out on the trade here is Scout procking that electrocute, feeling pretty fantastic.
Auto. Nice. Minions. Nice. The other minion.
Ranged advantage and try to get as much damage done as possible. He went Unsealed Spellbook, which is incredibly common on Twisted Fate. There's a lot of different summoner spells he's going to get value out of. And he has... His ultimate is practically a teleport, so there's a lot of different setups you could use with it as well.
Smash seeing what he can find here is Nongshim playing very aggressively with their positioning. Ebb and Flow working out quite nicely though, as DK do have the sustain advantage in this lane. Nongshim certainly with the early damage potential, especially as level 2 does come through. Bailout, things like this start to really make it difficult. Nongshim, what are we doing here? This is kind of crazy. They're underneath the turret. Lehens is dead, but so is Smash. And so they deny so much of the farm.
Yeah, that ends up being pretty worth here. Ultimately, he's going to put them in a significant CS advantage. They also get first blood.
They can just do that?
So that absolutely works out. They bail out all in. Pretty common to see.
What?
And, you know, there's not really much outplay there, frankly.
Kalista took W second.
Career, they have a level 2 advantage. They push this wave in. And Smash and Career are just like, all right, how many minions can we get? Can we get level 2? Can we get level 2 in time? Lehens uses the bailout, and the Rend comes through. Taeyun walks out.
Yeah, so that is money on
big trade from TF there.
There was the kill traded back for Smash. It's not like Korea picked it up, so could have been worse for DK, but it is still definitely bad, as this bottom lane was going to be a huge point of power here for Nongshim. That's only been confirmed. We can't necessarily see it in the gold or anything like that, but the advantage that Taeyun has is certainly high. Shock Blast is going to connect. That is Sponge's first gank, as we could see there. And Lucid now going to be moving on over. And Sponge is just going to push him out of the area, and it looks like Lucid is just going to say, all right, I will be leaving. Top lane scuttle he could go towards. That is, I assume, where Nongshim think he's going, but he has moved down towards this bottom side and is actually just going to be recalling.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what Sponge can get done here with this Jace pick.
Why does Kalista get a shutdown instantly? Brother, it's a 48 gold shutdown.
There's the Shock Blast.
Yep. That's the gank.
In a one lane where you already have a lot of control. I mean, not in terms of the lane is over, but in terms of they have current push and prio. They're currently winning the lane. Having that extra damage is going to be pretty significant. And he just goes ahead and takes us back and heads towards Krugs on the top side, as Xiu is not enjoying the early game in this matchup, as Zion doesn't enjoy most ranged matchups.
Yeah, it's looking like a little bit of a tough time here, as the Boomerangs are being very frustrating. We'll be able to get himself this Siege minion, though. And level 5 helps top up that health bar just a little bit. You can see it's a little bit of an advantage here for Kingen as far as gold, but big one is Sponge's.
Nice backstep by Smashy.
Damage onto Lehens. Does need to be a little
careful if he gets pulled in. No flashing.
Yeah, Smash has barrier. Lens has flash. I don't think they can make anything of this. Lens will be able to channel this back and get away. Very scary moment.
Great
there,
lane so far by Shoemaker.
For now. Taeyun, that is.
The TF classic, get Catalyst on first base and press Q on every minion.
Pretty safe here in this mid lane.
Len's trying to bait something. It still has bailout, by the way, so you really have to be careful about trying to force.
Yeah, there is Smash. Not going to get hit by the logistics protocol, as Nongshim not going to push their luck any further. We'll just go for a little bit of a reset, as Smash and Korea have been able to
TF kind of spiking soon on my 6. I can gank bot
for the moment.
Before Kalista ult is up. Any
this
sums?
This game is really going to open up when Lucid and Showmaker get their ultimates, 4D+. Because otherwise, just kind of Showmaker generating a passive gold lead with his.
I don't really want to ult top, not gonna lie. Looks kind of fucked up there.
You know, the rest of the map kind of Nongshim favorite, right? Nongshim have the Gnar advantage on the top side, as you guys can see here, even Mega being utilized to grab.
Wait, maybe I have a timing top.
And then in the bottom lane, we see that Renata trade has really favored Nongshim, and they've been able to maintain an advantage there. We'll grab this first dragon. So for D+, they're on the back foot technically, but they're kind of supposed to be for right now. We'll see what happens again when those ults come online, and how they can coordinate team fights and single target CC and the blow-up damage that Smash holds. Because if they can get him ahead, he gets his first item online, starts farming, starts pushing the Kalista out of the mid lane, and D+ have a real fighting chance in this game. I'm not 100% sold on this draft for D+. It feels very freestyle.
Yeah.
But they kind of got something in the end.
Oh, Bubble going to go wide here as we've got the Jace moving down.
Awa,
Smash
awa,
taking
awa,
so
awa,
much
awa.
damage as that Shock Blast connects.
Jace has
but
paid
they're
a visit.
not quite able to lock him down. So DK,
We've gone
they
from
will get the
junglers
flash out of
ganking your
Korea.
lane and attacking you
Otherwise,
and
not
like
too much more.
trying to get in range to
Nongshim
shooting a fucking
really
fireball
putting the
at you.
pressure on in this early game, but
From
haven't
50
been able to
meters away,
translate
take
that
your whole
into
health
a
bar.
gold advantage just yet.
Yeah, that's not quite.
And them getting gold off it.
Always threatening. Level 6 on the horizon here for Lucid as he is looking for that scuttle on the top side. The rest of his jungle is spawning as well as blue buff just came up.
Yep.
So he'll have level 6. Showmaker has his obviously as well. And you can see Kingen is playing back defensively now. And he picked up a Cull. Kind of knows that his early game is poke and chunk with hyperprocs into this Zahin, and then once the ults come through, he's just going to play a little bit slow. Look to be a secondary AD carry threat really later on in the game, as well as additional follow-up CC.
Yep. There's an R into the wall, as Shiu, of course, does have his passive, so he's going to be fine. But still, this is... We know that Zahin can really get some stuff done in later game team fights. We've seen it already utilized. I believe
Yeah,
Kingen
Zahin late game is... Well, not late game. I feel like late game Zahin probably just gets fucking diffed.
So
but
we'll
mid
see
to
whether
late
Shiu
game,
can do a
2-3 items, he
here,
looks kind of
as
broken.
Has been able to pick up some control of the wave, at least for the moment. Cull by for Kingen means that he is just happy to sit back and farm.
I can tell the rage bait comments in the chat. This guy says, was DK always this boring of a team?
There's a bit of a ping onto Scout. Cease and
Nice
desist
rage
is
bait,
now
buddy.
available for Lucid.
When they play the most unique champs
So
and
Showmaker
different
moving up
champs.
the lane. Might be
That guy's
here as he does
Reddit
lock
account
the
is
gold
also
card.
like, I'm kind of bored of pro play. Everyone just picks Orianna Azir.
And Scout just going to hold his ground. That's the end of that for now. The
illness.
Oh,
okay, here we go.
You can see him. Shock Blast going to connect.
That's all you got to do.
Yep. Once again, it is just more money. And with First Strike there, I mean, every time these Shock Blasts land, Sponge is just walking away that little bit richer.
It's crazy how accurate, you know, these players are after playing, you know, Jace has not really been played in the jungle for a really long time. As Hens and Taven looking for something. Yeah, not going to happen. Ward going to go down. I was going to say, like, we've doubled the Korean Jaces, at least. You know, they're close, because there's a lot of mid-Korean Jaces as well, but we have added a significant, at least 50% more Korean Jaces to the pool.
There are a lot of them.
And they hit those shock blasts. They're pretty good at the mechanics.
And we did have Lucid down towards that bottom side when both of the level 6s were hit by Nongshim in that bottom lane. I got a little bit worried that we'd have a little bit of a fight as Destiny to come forward.
Sally
here from
TF ult,
Showmaker,
what is
who
that?
just throws out a gold card and doesn't find too much more. King
What
hops
the
away,
fuck?
and that is all she wrote on that one. So first Destiny not exactly finding any joy.
That was a super
I told you we shouldn't go top lane, man. Kingen, Shiu. Why the fuck are you telling me to go top?
And the bottom lane is
Big
still Nongshim controlled.
Pop the triple tonic,
really
got the
starting
first
to
grub.
bull ahead now.
Well, Lucid will be able to steal away one of the grubs. That is something, as Smash trying to get some work done. Hostile
It's
takeover
cooked
comes
in
in,
here.
and Smash is going to help
It's
take
cooked
down
in the
Korea.
bottom
That is
line
going to be the Ren
because
pulled out and Taeyeon
it's not Sally
going
TF
up to
ulting bot.
2-0. Cease and desist in the meantime, though, onto Sponge.
Beautiful.
A lot of damage there as the burst is enough to take him out. Shiu now looking to move on over as Kingen wants to get
Insta-lock
involved in
the gold.
fight, as there is this, not
Shield.
the perfect execution from Scout.
No energy. Boom, insta-lock the gold again. TF is so broken. Look at the TF.
To go far enough.
Flash blue card,
And
trust
now
me.
Shiu able to dash over that wall. Showmaker does still have the flash. And
Okay, I would have flash blued that. I would have flash blued that personally. Wait, the TF kind of fried that fight.
For D+ fans after that one. A huge win on the top side of the map after this 2v2 goes awry. Smash drops his ultimate out. It's avoided
just
entirely
complete
by Fate's
scheisse in the
call,
bot
and
lane.
handshake comes through. Follow flash
All you had to
here.
do was nothing,
Not really
and
going
we
to be
still failed.
too impactful, but it's enough to get Taeyeon in there. Smash has no mana, and then watch how this fight breaks out. Initially, it looks like, okay, they've got this under control. It's very difficult to play this 4D+. The ult comes through from Lucid, and instantly Sponge is deleted. He's not very tanky. He's on the Jace, right? Now Lucid shield here for flash as well. Just enough. Just enough.
Man.
Scout just cannot take him out. King cannot close the gap.
It
but
is
he's
beautiful
chased
by-
so far in order to try to
by
do
the
so
Twisted Fate.
that he ends up going down as well. I believe D+ got 2 of the 3 grubs. Showmaker flashes the boomerang so he doesn't get slowed. Takes him out there, picks up all that extra gold. Let's take a look at the grubs. Yeah, 2 of the 3 in D+'s favor now. Keeping the gold close. Desperately needed team fight.
Absolutely. They're not out of the woods just yet. As Lucid moves on over, does get spotted by that Sentinel, and Sponge is going to move in. Gets a bit more money as the culling goes largely to Narnia. And DK will just have to try and be wary of Nongshim in the area. So much vision here towards this bottom side as the second dragon is now available as well. It's likely that Nongshim can head over there and lock that one down as Lucid will spot that there is vision all over the place. But Showmaker, as he is the one with a massive gold advantage, does have his
oh yes, timing.
And now the Destiny comes
Stunned
in.
him. Yo, where's my follow-up? Beautiful, TF. Wait, the TF is actually carrying the game, by the way. No joke. The TF is carrying the game alone. This is like Sally on his chow climb. That was a great timing.
Really not much that could have been done there once the initial
Scout
salvo
is getting
comes through.
completely
This
diffed.
combo, incredibly powerful. We've said it for years.
Oh, ulti comes down here for Shiu.
A swing and a miss, but you miss every shot you don't take. I miss every shot I do take. Q? What, this guy gonna try and steal it, or what? What's that guy doing?
He was hoping that one a little bit different. Yeah,
Scout fuck away from my dragon.
Here, but I don't know if he can really accomplish much. Hoping for the shock blast, I suppose.
I don't have stun card. It's on cooldown. Don't die.
Beautiful.
It's an alternator Akali. 0 damage.
And he just gets himself over the wall, and out they will go. But the main part of the story is 3-0-2 here for Showmaker. This guy is now gigantic.
He is gigantic. He's spiking very soon.
A cheeky blasting wand and an amp tome on top of the fact that Rod of Ages is already complete.
Look at this setup here. Lucid gets hand shook back, doesn't care. Showmaker has the gold card, and they just have everything. Like they have
that bubble was great. That was a great bubble.
The gold card to set it up.
And it was max value for everything in that moment as well, as now gold card
stunned him.
Onto
nice
Scout.
Q.
Lucid once again going to catch him gorgeously with the
insta-lock, insta-lock, trust me, it's gold. Insta-lock.
He's going to go down, but it's a trade, 1-for-1. And now Sponge having to run away. Thankfully, there was control of the top lane, so Shiu wasn't making his way down. As now Korea looking for an angle. Ebb and Flow gets his health back up again, but you can see that health bar is not exactly the largest as a whole. So Nongshim,
I'm counting the cards at blue, red, yellow, blue, red, yellow. Watch it, blue, red, yellow. Yo, cameraman, blue.
Going further into Showmaker's favor, his lead that he has, that he's generated, is getting bigger and bigger. And obviously, with the passive, he is going to just be so huge. And when his rod completes, he is going to have another spike there as well. Bit of an opportunity here potentially for an all-in on either side. Lehenz's handshake is really the first ability that has to hit for Nongshim. And if it misses, D+ will definitely follow up here with the tidal wave backup. Showmaker gets almost the entire turret.
It's kind of ridiculous, the amount that they had there, as Shiu gets the pullback. There's the ulti. This time King is not able to avoid it, as Sponge is moving up.
Shiwu!
Kill solo for Shiu, and
dash back.
Sponge doesn't want anything
nice.
of it. Relentless pursuit to get out
what
of the
way.
What
the fuck, Lahenta? That was clean.
Comes in, but it's another wave, and this time it's from Career, as Taeun does manage
dash
to
back, dash back. Get ready to kill him. Boom, dead. Holy play. Wait, why did the hostile takeover not last that long on the Lucian, or am I crazy? Did it hit him?
For D+ now on both sides of the map at the same time. And it's the Zahen angle here on the top side. Well, we'll start off with this play first, where Sponge ends up getting caught. Sponge is super squishy, obviously, on this champ, but can buy some space.
I don't need to read. What the fuck? Did you see that damage Jace just did to Smash?
Ladies and gentlemen, there is the Hammer to the Skies. A teleport came in from King as well. Smash was very dead.
He is certainly in the death chamber now. Anyway, that last skirmish ended up going pretty well for Showmaker, and Lucid once again bought a ton of time. Still a kill went over to Scout, but he did his job incredibly well. And, you know, they get the kill with the Zahen on the top side. Kingen didn't have flash.
I love how the LCK is the only region in the world that maintains this style of HUD. Every other region is using the TikTok HUD. WLCK.
Looks really cool.
The last region standing.
Yeah, for it to come back, but the curve of this game, it's feeling like that second item.
Change for the sake of change. No, I don't think we will.
Plus 10 stacks of Darksteel. The Gunblade looking like it's not too sharp. Maybe it doesn't have ammo.
I think if there was only one item on his opposition, it could be fine. However, there is not quite parity between our mid laners in this game. Of course, cheating a little bit is the
it is a bit too blue, I will say, but
print a bit of money, but this is looking dire, and especially with the Lich Bane coming in as item number 2, that is a lot of damage potential here in side lanes for the Twisted Fate, as Lucid is going to push Sponge away.
No flash. That's a good TF ult. TF ult is a spectrum of how much you can get, and flash is in the middle. We'll take a flash.
Is this going to be once again the Malphite situation where the champion gets banned all the time and whenever it gets played it loses?
Well, the game state looks like that might be where we're headed, although it has made a huge impact. Like,
yeah,
yes,
Jace
he is
looks
not winning
quite
the game,
fair, I'm not gonna lie.
You're correct in that one so far. Like, the game is not looking like it's in a very one position by Nongshim. But every time he hits an empowered shock blast, I'm like, yeah, I see why that's banned. Yeah, that makes sense.
Cannon.
Yep, there's certainly some avenues. As now Showmaker and Scout facing off once again. Rift Herald going to get started.
Who was it that played Kalista and Arthur?
Available for DK.
It was,
very
it was
different from the Malphite, because the Malphite, you know, his losses look pretty bad. We're like, ooh, I don't know if this does anything. But in this, it's feeling like it's doing a lot, even in a.
I'm seeing a wave here. I'm seeing a Nami wave, a big one.
So much work done.
No flash on Jace. TF ult forced it earlier. Dead.
Fate's Call does come in to keep Lands alive.
Dead.
As the bailout is not enough.
Beautiful. Scoot, scoot.
And it's 2 for Smash. He does get taken out here by Scout, though. The perfect
now.
execution is pretty good, but Showmaker
Stunned
finds
him.
the gold card, and Shiu is going to be able to find the
W
kill.
in 3.
As Scout's
Boom.
out of buttons and out of chances. King in there on the bottom side,
Okay.
trying to get something back, but it's another one-team fight for
That's
DK.
mid tower for TF. Don't look TF gold diff on Akali and his scoreline 6-0-7.
Sponge was able to secure the smite on this Herald, but otherwise wasn't really able to do a whole lot. Easy initial target here. Offers some damage back onto Lucid, but there's just so much free space for this Lucian pick. Scout is able to take him out ultimately in the end and also gets his flash, but he has to give his life for it. So feels like, you know, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Rocking a hard place. So, you know, one of those buzzwords. Would say, oh, I got him, but that's not necessarily really feel like a good thing. King in here, desperate now on the 1v2.
Got stunned now.
Yeah, gold card.
Flashing for it.
Flash out for it, and the point
Got
blank
it's
culling
insta-lock,
from
insta-lock,
Smash.
insta-lock.
Try and lock down King, and he's
Blue card would have
dead.
insta-killed.
That's going to be the kill over to Showmaker thanks to the Lich Bane. As Nongshim looking for the cross map here in the mid lane. They should be able to get it with the help of the Rift Herald, as it's now down exceptionally low.
Double bubble, double bubble, Sleepy Trouble.
Now Shiu is in
Shiwu
for the wraparound, looking for
is
that angle.
going on a walk.
Try and take down Nongshim, but I
We're
think DK
just-
have decided against it.
We're just
Well, I mean, if there's a push up from Smash, they certainly could try to make something of this, but instead he's just going to say, you know what, back away. I'm going to grab plate gold.
Wait.
She will not
No
follow
flash
the
chase,
orders
no
back
flash
away.
chase.
In fact, well, the rest of the
Nami
team
wave.
are making their way over. There's the
No
knockup
Kalista ult,
with
it's on
the help of
cooldown.
the tidal wave.
W
And
misses,
Shiu there
Lucid
with the
connects.
massive.
She will go
They
into
will be
demon
able to
mode.
put Lahan's in the
Now,
bubble.
ult.
They take him down, and now Lucid is fighting the rest
Don't even
of
need
them.
to.
And this time he's going to
Now,
stay alive.
ult.
Ulti comes forward
Pull
from
him,
Shiu,
pull him.
but Sponge,
Never mind,
oh
stun
no,
card.
the gold card, and that's going to
Wait,
spell
he has
his
3
demise.
items on TF at
2-0-5
minute
now
17.
for the Zion, but
He has 3
8-0-5
items.
for Showmaker on the Twisted Fate.
Yeah, Showmaker, I mean, when you see that damage hit, the chunks are huge. Like, he is actually so fed. He could basically just clear waves instantly as well, so he is just going to be able to freely push sides, which he's been doing so much of. By the way,
Looks
they won
familiar,
that fight,
this
that
level of
skirmish without
TF.
His ultimate's online now.
Looks familiar.
And maybe we'll see a collapse onto... I mean, look at this damage already. Scout has Merc Treads. Tier 3.
Rapid fire cannon.
Well,
Wait, he popped the R button.
The Destiny once
Ult
again.
out, ult out, ult out.
Spots where everyone's
Thumbs
going,
up.
but gets the teleport
Oh, I thought he
out
ulted. He didn't
and
ult
says,
actually. What the fuck?
Kingen, welcome to the
There was
lane.
something above
I will
Akali.
back away.
What was that?
I think Showmaker found the pick today.
I think so.
You know,
I think he knows this
Oh,
one.
he did ult.
This one we've got
The
some
icon
experience
just
with.
looked like it was up.
I think he knew Zoe.
I thought it would change to the card icon when you ult, you know?
The execution wasn't there, but he is really just going back to an old favorite in this.
But when I
mean,
checked the icon, it
Smash,
was, yeah.
like, he is so good at Lucian's, but one of his best
I guess the
picks.
HUD just keeps the same
And,
icon.
You know, career likes the
Showmaker can TP bot here.
Out multiple times. Shiu,
If you can 2v3.
is going to struggle
Nah,
to
you don't have
hold
ult.
on
I'm
this
not
passive,
TPing there. I'm going to push top for
in
tier
this
2.
play. Let's see how he can actually do, and it looks like he's not going to be able to offer anything back. Down he will go.
Lucian
And
ulted.
didn't actually have the passive available, so never mind.
Gonna see if they can get this turret here. Maybe some plates and a mid inner turret.
I don't have ult.
I
Don't
just
fight
think
mid.
they quite
Please
have
don't
the
get
wave
engaged
here
on.
in
Please,
mid.
I'm getting
If
free
they can buy
plates.
some time here, Showmaker will
I'm getting free
start to
plates.
really
Don't die.
hit hard on that
I will
top
carry.
lane. He's got the Lich Bane. That turret went down to 1
Yeah,
plate.
another one. Bomb.
He is so huge, 4,000 gold ahead. I mean, there's not much to say about this
4K
game except
gold
Showmaker
up.
big. Yeah. Good luck, Nongshim.
I guess, to be honest,
That's succinct.
if we
Wolf
remove
actually really
Showmaker from
liked
DK,
that. That's basically telling the whole story. He's
the
got
game
the
looks
forbidden
playable.
book. That is what he went and purchased.
But
because
he's on
comp
DK, sucker.
for
Boom,
Nongshim
game's unplayable.
Isn't ahead and has a big problem in this massive Twisted Fate, which when Showmaker buys Majai's, his win rate's got to be like over 95%. I know I always talk about this, but like it just ends up being true.
I don't have ult for 7 seconds, but we can kill him.
This is the same level as Scout. This is kind of ridiculous.
Ult.
Yeah.
Rapid fire.
Cease and desist
Bonk.
will come on forward. And yeah, I don't think the execution is all that perfect. And Showmaker is going to pick it up. That's a Lich Bane proc, and that is a dead Akali. As the rest of DK now looking for an angle. The Destiny, the Gate. That's what's coming on forward here as they're looking to lock down Sponge before anything else
Why
happens.
didn't you go mid?
Might be able to take down Smash, and he does. Hostile takeover.
Why didn't you
is
go
going
mid with the
connect, but
TF?
She is still so dangerous. There is the knock-up, and the bailout is not going to do anything at all. It's the Nami that locks up Taeun, and Lahens is now in no man's land. Kingen still hasn't really been involved in too much so far this game, but does manage to at least get a wave shot.
Take a kill.
And there's the pullback. She is going to be able to lock down the Renata. And ladies and gentlemen, this game is really running away from Nongshim.
It's starting to feel like this one is just locked up.
It's also our third Ocean Soul in a row.
Yeah, I know. I didn't want to talk about it, but
5K gold up on TF.
Very boring. There's a lot of CC in D+'s comp, and it all links together, right? I mean, okay, ult him, gold card him, punch him, he's dead. Oh, Lich Bane proc. And then
it was Lich Bane and passive as well, so
when you look at
it's just very dead.
When you look at like the situation for Nongshim, their CC is Fate's Call, question mark, handshake, Jace Hammer, Narvar. But Kingan's playing KDA. Kingen in this one, he is not joining. He is not coming over with no Nar. No setup. It's really easy for D+ to just walk around, pick people to kill, and press the buttons and kill them. Taeun has done a lot of damage this game, but how much of that damage is really effective damage in team fights when we're not seeing team fights is the real question.
Yeah, not seeing much of it. As Nongshim will at least be able to get this wave shoved in. The Baron has spawned a couple of minutes ago. I don't think they're going to be looking for that, as they do at least have vision control around the area. 1-3-1, certainly an availability here for
Pop
DK,
TF ult for
especially
vision.
with the advantage that they have with how
Classic.
strong this Zahin is. Xiu is pretty scary at the minute, as Showmaker moves up towards the top side using the Destiny, I believe, just to get a little bit more information. And the rest of DK now looking for an angle here as Lahens tanks up the culling for Taeun.
Nice
Still,
damage.
It's a lot of damage from this Lucian with 3 items almost complete. Tidal Wave comes down. Fate's Call has to be used defensively as the bubble was looking to try and catch Lahens out of the air, but it does not quite work that way. And Nongshim still just backing away as DK move further and further towards their base. Yes, Korea takes a lot of damage from Shock Blast, but the problem is...
Just going to press my Nami
really
W and heal through that.
It's like a lot of Shock Blast damage, a lot of Taeun damage up in front, but they just have too many ways to kill targets outside of 5v5s that we aren't seeing.
What's doing there? Doran, explain it.
I
don't know.
Yeah, it's a bit of a...
Sometimes they just want to go on a merry jaunt around the top lane.
Sometimes. Baron has spawned. Now, it's a 2.5 item Lucian when he hits his IE. I think they can really take that Baron out pretty quick. But at this point, you know, still with the Twisted Fate comp, sure they can see the rotations coming with the ultimate, but they don't have that right now. They're just playing it safe. They have such a lead. There's no reason to put it, you know,
What's the series after this? The series after this is DRX DNS. It's complete Fry's group.
Over Smash, who was the second
It is going to be the most illness series on the planet.
1,000 ahead of Scout. That is a lot of extra items that we can see.
That's the beauty of the LCK. You get the top tier games, like when the DKs play and the T1, the Gen Gs, the HLE, and it's like kind of hype, whether it's story or gameplay. And then you just got like the illness games where the bottom tier teams just duke it off in the most disgusting, fucking freaky ass circus game you've ever seen in your life. And it's the best thing ever.
You'll have to 5v5 us if 5v5 us if all 5 of us are on this Baron. So come and do it.
Destiny comes in.
They're on Baron,
looking
guys.
For Showmaker here.
I'm just going to tell you again. They're on Baron.
Hello.
My TF is zoned. I'm zoned, by the way. I'm zoned. Watch out. I'm zoned. Dude, make a Gnar.
Hostile takeover does absolutely nothing at all as the bubble is fantastic. Lucid goes in, just punches the Renata to
nice
death.
flash smash.
And then has no option.
Nice flash
he
smash.
Did have the bailout running, but it's not actually
nice
going to
sidestep by
do anything at all.
Showmaker.
It's a double kill here for the jungler from DK. Sponge
boom, double stun. What is that shield? Oh, he TP'd.
And Kingen versus Showmaker wasn't looking great for Kingen
Pull
on
him.
the outset.
I
And
stunned.
now Xiu's going to show up as well. There is the gold card, and down will go the Gnar. That's Baron. That's a clean ace. And DK,
look at Showmaker's scoreline.
They're looking like they'll
it is
get
quite
revenge after
sexy.
game 2.
Does look that way. It was pretty cute to see Kingen get the Sterak shield, and then, yeah, he knew his TP was going to get airdrop. He's like, I'm going to get a massive shield.
Bot lane of DK smurf this fight. IMO. Smash culls them. Good damage on Jace. Dashes the Renata ult. Heal from career. Disengage. Buff up. Re-engage. Gets flashed on by Akali. Nami ult's massive. Smash flashes out of range.
It's just Taeun who dies.
Career bubbles the Akali.
Get something done without any
and then
CC,
solo bolos to Jace. Hola.
Just a meat grinder here, even without Showmaker. I really like. You see the shield into the other shield. It's like, well,
Yep.
야 금세야 앞으로 쫄는 판단
Great job, team.
다 잘했다.
That was
Wait,
really good,
CDMax
Showmaker.
used the coach voice
This is
after
how
they
you use
aced him?
coach voice, by the way. You just wait until the game is basically over, and then you call them and let them know that they've done a great job. I said Smash, really good job there as well, dashing forward, playing aggressively. And DK definitely have been playing aggressively in this one.
One
Now
of the 3
they
coach
look to
voices
try
to
and
be like,
siege
nice!
bottom, inhibitor turret, Shu doing the same thing in mid. And the plates are really just evaporating. Fed Twisted Fate really makes short work of turrets.
Is there a chance he could
He's
fully
2 items
stack
up
this Magi?
on Akali and more.
Well, I mean, they
and
just need to
more.
win another team
2
fight.
items and more.
Probably will. As now Culling just looking to try and kill Sponge. It almost does.
Showmaker's like, let me touch him. I need the stacks.
Well, Shuriken backflip, not really doing too much here as, yeah, inhibitor turret
I just
will
need
go
like
down.
a
King looks for the
Genji
angle
or
of
an
the ulti,
HLE or a
but Shu is
T1
just gonna
coach
shrug that one off.
when the game is won.
And 2-level
To
advantage
just
here for the
use
top
coach
laner
voice
as
and be
well.
like, guys, what do you
In
want
this
for
game
dinner?
is very
I can order it
much
now
out
while
of
you're ending.
Nongshim's hands
I
now. It's
just
gonna require
need that
a
to
big
happen.
mistake here from DK. As Lucid not going to let that one happen as Shu decides to
That would be
dash
so
in.
funny.
Let's see what they can actually find. Double pullback as the ulti comes down as well. The Destiny comes on in, and down will go the Gnar. Scout looks for the back line, but Showmaker is going to try and hold him in position. And God, the damage is repugnant from DK.
Pops the stopwatch, 6.9k gold lead in mid. It'll go to 7, it'll go to, look at the mid gold lead, 7k gold lead on Scoot Scoot.
Pages in the book. The Death Note is
7.1,
D+.
coming at 7.2,
Close it out in a
7.2k gold lead
sweep,
individual from Shoemaker.
In that final game. Game 1, the closest of the 3, then we had 2 back-to-back slugfests where one team got massively ahead and overpowered the opposition, but it was all about Showmaker.
JJ.
Career's Nami was really good.
Really good.
And I'm kind of like, I mean, was his Bard good enough for me to give him POM?
JJ.
I am giving some consideration to it right now.
I think it's a really difficult one because game number 1, that was a very hard one to work out. I think Showmaker was great on the rise, but I think that Korea certainly stole a lot of the show, and Lucid looked absolutely fantastic.
I think I have to give it to Lucid.
JJ,
I really,
DK.
really wanted to give it to Career. Showmaker's Zoe performance, I mean, it wasn't necessarily his
I mean,
fault,
it's going to be a Showmaker.
Yeah.
But
All right, next up we got the Fries group.
For like everything that happened in the grand scheme of things. But when Showmaker finishes Magi's,
There's a new
and
patch
closes the
preview.
series out,
Well, it's not
we
new.
know at least where the bottom row is going.
Yeah, we definitely do. And honestly,
It's actually
I
old,
don't
never
feel
mind.
that, like,
Fair. No, it's totally fair. I thought about it.
this is the thing. When Showmaker gets a vote, you're just never too upset about it. I think that's a large reason why Chovy got a lot of votes, because you're also not all that upset when Chovy gets them either. As Korea, fantastic game today. Honestly, like looked really.
It'll be about
good on the
15
board.
minutes until the games
And
start.
Nami, as we've seen before, without Aftershock, actually looking even better. It's crazy, isn't it, Wolf?
It is. You know, this is a D+ that...
All right, boss
climbing
fight.
up the ladder
I have the
a bit.
worst
Toughest
build
series
on the
so
planet.
far.
Will the boss fight
Draft
work?
was their biggest enemy in this best of
I would agree.
3, but...
It's a classic CV Max conundrum.
Yeah, but the Game 3 draft worked out. The
Bro, I feel like this
execution was
curse
good
thing
enough
is
to back it up.
trash.
But I think against Genji and T1,
If I don't
the
get
final
good
two
RNG.
opponents of this group battle, we're going to have to see perhaps a little bit better planning. Yeah, as that one really did feel, like I said, freestyle. Felt like they
35
just kinda
damage.
threw it together at the end.
35
like,
damage.
Showmaker, you play Twisted Fate here? He's like, I play Twisted Fate anywhere.
35
then, you know,
damage.
with all the single target blow up they had, they got a lead. This was a backbreaker, unfortunately, for Nongshim, as Scout's like, I got him!
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little unfortunate, not quite able to finish it off there. As Showmaker here down towards his bottom side, this was the lane that Nongshim were actually doing okay
It's just
in.
trolled.
But you could see like every single
It's just
button that DK
trolled, bro.
pressed
This
in
run
that
is
little
fucking
passage
chopped.
of play got maximum value. This tidal wave as well from Korea was absolutely fantastic. And so much of this AoE CC that is largely skill shot based from DK was why they were able to win so many of these team fights. And it looked really, really good. I mean, maybe Korea was the right choice. I hope he gets a vote or two.
Yeah, I really
His
do as
run
well.
is so good.
I think pretty much anyone could deserve a vote, but
I want to remake the run.
Lucid was it for me.
Yep,
I feel like this run is so shit.
All of them having a great day today. I think Smash also.
Yeah, Smash all right in all 3 games. It's a bit of a tough one.
I hate that run.
Too,
I hate
he was
it.
the one who had the big lead.
And it happened, Wolf. The Jace got through, much like the Malphite did, and then lost.
It looked really good, though. I think this comp just needed other
Chat, that run was
forms
bad.
of,
It was bad. Be
I think
honest.
blind Akali is probably not
Be honest.
something you're allowed to do into Showmaker.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that's allowed. I think they learned
Play
that.
slower, I can't.
Yeah.
I'm tweaking.
As they're all saying their thank yous and things like that, very, very cute in the comms. As CV Max utilizing coach voice for what felt like the first time here in this LCK Cup, just to say, nice job, guys.
It is impressive that Smash.
That is crazy that CV Max opened up coach voice to say good job.
Despite Showmaker having
That is
huge lead,
crazy business.
chunking, but this comp was a Lucian comp that had a Twisted Fate, but it very quickly became a Twisted Fate comp that had a
Okay, this
Lucian.
is a good start.
Yeah, and Showmaker, wherever he showed up, was just picking up kill after kill after kill. This is one of those champions that really does snowball, and Showmaker
Exhaust.
is going to be able to collect
It's
the
pretty
player
good, you're
of the
right.
match. Not a whole lot of surprises
Showmaker
there,
player
but
of the
I am
match?
very
Deal.
intrigued as to where some of the other votes went. You know,
Deal.
is it unanimous? Did everyone go for it except for Wolf? Or maybe it's something else?
There's no way, right? I mean, I guess it's a small way. Like,
you never know.
I'm gonna put my comment in after this. I'm trying to figure out how to cook on it, as I think Lucid deserved it, but I also think it could have gone anywhere. D+.
I don't know what the best
I feel
build
like
for this
it's
guy
not
is.
fake news just yet. You know, like I'm not like, oh, okay, well, this series was a reality check, and maybe they aren't that good, but I also still want to see what they look like against Genji specifically.
Yeah.
Genji, also a team that D+, even in their worst of times, plays really close, so that should be a pretty good series.
Yeah, and against T1 as well, who have been playing pretty fast and loose so far, I think that matchup is also really, really fun to look out for. But of course, it is going to be the Genji match that is going to be coming up, and that is going to be their toughest opponent because, of course, Genji domestically. There is just no team that's any better. But now it's time to have a chat with Showmaker, so let's throw it over to the Lord Park.
Talk to me, Shoemaker. Talk to me.
Thank you very much, guys. This is here for the POM interview translation, joined by Showmaker on the side of D+ Kia. Congratulations, Showmaker. Who shall stop D+ Kia? This is your 3rd consecutive win, so how do you feel? You know, right before today, Nongshim actually won against Hana Life Esports, so I thought they're super strong, but it's such a relief that we were able to win today. You know, you won the match, but it was such a close series that it must have left a bit of disappointment. So what's something
is a
you
bad
wish
card.
was different? I think the first and second games, there are so many incidents that I wish we could have done better. And in game 1, D+ Kia's chemistry was spot
Lose
on.
6 HP.
You
Does
guys
it get hit
trapped,
by block?
froze, picked your enemy, and then ran. So shall we pull up the replay? Do you remember this part? Yeah, right here it was our Dragon team fight, a crucial moment. And Lucid said that he was going to trap the enemy, and he did that. And then we noticed that the Dragon was really low in HP. So we were trying to pick someone, but instead of trying to plan something ahead of time, I think we were just really on our feet trying to think. Yeah, and I think Lucid made the really, really good calls. And in game 3, you guys left Jace open, who had been permanently banned. So he's been banned 26 times, which, with the rumor that he is OP, maybe DK actually thought otherwise. So why did you let him free? You know, in the solo queue, Jace definitely is infamous in scrims too. And I think we were really just trying to weigh out the risk and benefits, and we actually ended up doing that. But I think there's definitely ways that you can deal with him and handle him. So that's why we were able to make that kind of move. And you pulled out Twisted Fate as the TF skin haver. You guys picked him last after seeing the enemy comp. So can you explain the strategy? I think there are a lot of champions that they had that have no immunity to the gold card for Twisted Fate. And by 18 minutes, you got 3 core items. So how did you do that? You know, I was on my feet running around and roaming a lot.
He was on his feet
and I
running
think
around.
Twisted Fate has really good movement with his global ult as well. So I think that's what really allowed me to get there. And in game 3, CV Max left
Prism is
some
for fun
positive
rooms.
feedback. He said, nice job, great you guys. How did it make you feel? Yeah, he actually said that he wouldn't be using coach voice, but we heard his voice and, you know, it made me feel, oh, we're doing really well. Thank you. And with today's result, you secured another win for the Elder group. And it's quite neck and neck, so any motivational message for your fellow Elder teams? Yeah, fighting DRX, thank you. I mean, you guys are doing really well.
Okay, we'll get the third one.
And your next opponent is the leader of Baron Group, Gen G. What is your mindset for your next match? Oh, I'm sorry.
Boom.
I'll do my best, thank you.
I know you will.
Looking forward for T plus Kia to keep their winning streak, and that's the end of the interview with Showmaker. And back to the space. Thank you.
Showmaker, playmaking maker. Thank you very much, dear and Hetty, for that interview with Showmaker, as it is a 2-1 victory for D plus Kia. They lose their perfect game score, but they stay perfect in terms of the match score. Getting this one done in style here, Woodid.
Yeah, it was clean game.
Oh my god, retain, deal 20 damage, retain, lower
like
its cost by 1 this combat.
draft,
Wait, that's kind of
like
nice!
They just figured out, oh yeah, we can't really just full dive into their early game comp, so we fixed it in the game 3, and the stabilizing from their mid jungle was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, now the Jace came out, and then he lost to the dive comp. But I think this is why I'm saying the Jace can be a trap pick, because everyone will not be in practice a lot about Jace, because it's gonna be perma-banned at the scrims too. So now randomly it just shows, and then you have to play it. So yeah, happens.
Yeah, again, we brought it on the top of the show. Jace, 24 times played, banned every time, banned twice in this series, then finally let through, and we're all kind of wondering. Wolf on the cast was like, all right, what's our strategy here? It's Vi, Lucian,
Wait,
Nami.
my deck is kind of busted.
But then the Twisted Fate comes out, and it was just, you never really got to move. You got first down, and it won Showmaker POM.
Yeah, I mean, so that's why I have my point as a little simple advice towards Nongshim.
And oh wait, just we did real quick, 2 votes for Lucid. Lucid, the Lucid love not coming through. What do you think? What do you think?
Apotheosis sounds broken,
like,
you
his
right.
Game 1 was especially like he was smurfing in that game, but I mean, you know, you have to think about the game 3 as well. And from my side, I think it was really great bait out to pick Jace, and then you just let them play Jace, and we play TF and Vi to target down. So I have a small advice for Nongshim: ban TF against Showmaker.
He's yelling in the back, everyone. This is why he has his own skin. It's true.
He's got a skin for a reason, man.
Umpty, what you got?
Wait, I'm kind of broken.
So TF picked Showmaker. That was a good draft.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the just father of the show. The Showmaker is the father of the TF. And then the TF was really good. Great pick there. I don't think they could win.
Yeah, he's TF itself, right?
Yeah, that's right. The TF selected Showmaker, not Showmaker selecting the TF. Love that one there by Umpty. Let's see what we had there. Lucid, the Lucid voter, Wolf saying, can't believe Palm votes barely gave Lucid love. Which,
whoa, Fury knew it.
We're gonna throw it out there.
Yeah,
is this a new, maybe an uprising of the Lucid fan club leader? Is Wolf trying to steal this one away? Is Go?
Wait, this deck's kind of healthy.
A permed Luwawa is on the loose. Who's stopping that one? Wolf again. Lucid, known as the Luwawa.
Yeah, I mean, the Lucid was playing really well in this game 1 and 3 too. But I think as a rise, and then last game was just too impactful for me. And then even game 2 too, I think Showmaker was playing really good game today.
Time for more Showmaker love. This one.
Wait, this deck is crazy
saying,
OP.
Dear Showmakers, please throw a gold card at my heart.
What do you mean about please throw a gold card at my heart? What do you mean?
Please stun me?
That's so...
No, like, please make my heart still. Like, it flutters when you play.
Maybe want some gold 20 take gold. I don't know.
What the? Come on, man.
I don't get it, man.
All right.
You don't get it.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, you wouldn't get it right now. All right, let's take a look at the one play, though, that kind of stamped the highlight on how this comp worked and why it was so difficult for Nongshim to find any opening.
Yeah, I mean, this is the reason why they just opened up the Jace and tried to play against it. I think Jace, as a Jace jungle, you need the setup. But if you are the one who's getting targeted by enemy team, it's literally unplayable. And you can see it from here, like what Jace can do is like literally nothing. So I think it should be the Akali who's taking the gold card and the skill shots for Jace, but I don't think they had the great idea about this champion itself.
I agree. I think the Akali should be like a job of Galio. Just go in, Shroud, and just take the aggro, and then let Jace damage it. But the fight actually went like they just one-shot the Jace first. So the Jace was not even damaging single damage, you know?
And just a little bit of extra pain on top of that.
But his deck is kind of crazy.
Away in a smite steal. The second grub was stolen by a TFQ.
This deck is crazy.
Like, and then after that, you lose the fight, and from there, things rattled out of control for Nongshim. Good showing
corruption
for the
is
squad,
broken as
something
fuck
to build
or what?
upon as they continue to try and move up the leaderboard here for Group Baron.
No,
but
it exhausts
Group L,
it,
they're
though.
continuing their dominance here, and Showmaker and D+ Kia undefeated through 3 games.
Again, biggest difference between last
It
year
exhausts
DK and this
it, though.
year is actually their top side. I feel like even though their bot lane got changed, I feel like Lucid and Showmaker, they're just playing so much better together. And especially whenever you think about the consistency from their jungle, Lucid, he was not the one who had a solid performance in general, but now he's controlling the game, he's slowing down the game,
Chad, which
and
one's
he's
best?
the one calling play slow. So that's the most important part for DK, and that's why I'm looking forward more to like DK to see it like more better performance.
I really agree with that because Lucid looks so solid now. He's making an early path really well. He's good at early. He's good at teamfight. He's being a perfect player.
All right, well, we're not done yet here after that victory for D+ Kia. We have the
Choker.
DN Automotive Supers up against DRX and a clip here from Pog State, which we have a new episode out now. So take a listen to this clip and watch the whole episode after this.
Why is he so tanky? She bald. She bald. This deck is fucking chopped as shit. Choose one of 20 cards to add to your deck. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Which one's a good one? I like Anger. I like Flex. Maybe seeing red again is good, you know. Chilling really hard now, chilling really hard. Was?
still feel them. Blades buried in my back. You trusted death to be my end. But death knows only one king. I will turn your swords against you, one by one.
That's broken. My relic. Nice. Match them to keep them 5 tries, no do-overs. Whirlwind Bash. Bash, Bludgeon. Oh, I need to find Bludgeon. Boom. Got it. We're gonna add back.
You will beg for the end. For death. But my revenge has
We'll take that, we'll take that, we'll take that. We'll take that.
For that, okay. I think we've got some, we do need to get to our overreactions.
I think I already did.
Boom.
And Valdez has already done his. Wolf, what is your overreaction for the LCK
Which I
Cup?
just want to reiterate, DK are winning Worlds 2026.
Oh, you actually said
yeah.
that?
No, they're gonna.
Wait, that's broken.
Well, let's say they're gonna make Worlds finals.
All right.
Yeah.
That's broken as shit.
I think Hanwha Life might not be a top 3 team for LCK Cup. They seem like they got a lot of
Okay, I gotta
issues
kill
in
the
terms of
main guy
coordination.
first.
There's a lot of overconfidence. There's a lot of misplays. There's a lot of getting caught. Like, Hanwha Life looked pretty rocky. I think for LCK Cup, there's a real world where we're looking at like, oh, the best 3 teams are Gen G, T1, and D+. But then after that, of course, D+ will definitely not like fall into the Rise group and stuff. Like around the midpoint of the year. They'll like lose to the Supers or something. Everyone's like, how could this happen? But it's like it's never happened before. Except we'll be like, oh, like, frantically riding. Yeah. Yeah, I think Hanwha could maybe not be a top 3 team at the beginning of the year. They're not going to be first-hand champions again. Say that much.
It's going to be before Road to MSI that they completely collapse. Interesting point.
Okay, here's my overreaction. Give it to me. I think.
Stop ealing.
Gen G.
Boom.
And they're not going to drop a single series until that point.
That's not. Is that
until after that point?
They're not going to drop a single series until. Like, it's going to
Until
go
after.
Yerzerski.
Yeah, because like if they drop that series, they would have lost.
Yeah, then they
would have lost the first.
That's
stand
me
finals.
overreacting to the fact that they've had a really strong performance this week, and I just think no one's going to even come close. No one's going to scratch them.
DRX almost beat them that one time.
They almost did take a game.
Yeah.
So
Well, that's a game, not a
undefeated series or games?
Series. They're going to win every single series all the way and win first stand. And bear in mind, first stand.
I'm gonna die to this boss. I am. I just am. Like, I'm dead. I've accepted my fate already.
I mean, it's not that hard, but it's
Is
like.
there
you know.
precedent for Gen G just to keep winning? Oh, wait, yes, there is. Massive amount of precedent. Okay.
They do actually haven't won a single first.
I'm
round.
dead.
They've also never won an LCK Cup.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
That's a good point. So needing to put that one into the code case.
Feral makes his return.
I mean, he did
For
kind of allude
LCK.
to like maybe he could come back at some point. Like,
Deft also alluded to it, and he's only got like what 6 months to go, something like that, and then he's ready. No, I think BNK VRX are going to be a legend team this year. That's what I think. I think BNK is super good.
I think that this.
I'm dead. I'm dead. Am I dead?
One of time.
Am I dead?
Probably the KT Nongshim DK slot.
Why is he so tanky though?
Above, but then maybe
Why does he have such a big elf bar?
Team that might be a Rise Group team this year. Like from what Wolf is saying.
That's a more fun prediction. You know?
Yeah. I mean, HLA could be in the Rise Group, and we could have like D+ and B and K in the Legend Group, and that'd be fun. Who else would be up there? There'd be
Bro.
Obviously, Bro. In the Legend Group. But no, it'd be T1.
I mean, Bro played B and K super close, so they're probably like.
And if HLA aren't in there,
Yeah,
then
it makes sense.
there are actually 2 slots because KT and Nongshim were both Legend Group, right, last year.
Yeah.
So it'd be DK and B and K, and then KT in there as well with HLE.
Yeah! I should have vulnerable them first. I always forget to do that.
You know, maybe just throw DN supers in there just for fun.
Oh yeah, true.
I don't think you can. Genji T1 Nongshim.
Wait, maybe I can cook here.
Yeah, DK, right. And then there's another slot. If HLE aren't going to be in there, then there is another slot.
Okay! Wait, I did Act 2 with this deck? Really?
Depending on who you want. I don't think HLE are actually going to drop out, but I do think that like it's D+ and B and K's turn. It's not KT and Nongshim this time around. That's what I think.
Okay, but you're committing to the B and K one.
Yeah, I reckon B and K looking good.
I don't know what to get. I'm not gonna do elites. I'm not gonna do elites. Should I do it? Should I just take this and do elites or what?
Trying to take this blue buff away. And Kanabe, as you mentioned, he has not been shy about ganking, about engaging, and now he's just gonna die. Has the rest of his team behind him.
I'm going Bell.
As Guma trying to do some damage on the backside, but doesn't have enough at this point in the game. As Faker gets pretty low, maybe able to take him out, but no.
I'm doing Bell.
Down, and Faker just walks it off. Pace is gonna be
Din 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 din. Alright, we need to go question mark pings. I think I'm gonna die soon.
All clean, you know. Go in, tank for Canyon to get the charge, reboot into the Herald, and then turn around and grab the kill. The Ruler's just making a high streak over here. Will might be able to kill him. He did have the barrier available though. There's
Food! Food! Yo, thank you so much. Thank you. Can I have the other one? Oh, okay, I'll have No worries. Thank you, thank you.
Sponge and Lehens are in position. They get a control ward over. Let's see whether Sponge can actually get into the pit as Vikla finds the unbreakable will. Sponge does have the cyclone. Pop blossom.
Yeah, I don't really.
Very dead Keller to start the follow-up. Raptor locks down the Baron, but can they keep themselves alive? It's clear with the slicing.
I don't really have much block or healing.
As Vikla gets into that backline, can anyone do damage to this Silas? What the hell are you doing, Vikla? A Vikla POM in my 2026 Wolf?
And also somewhat play by casting.
They're gonna try to dive to you now, or maybe not.
We have to take the third, right? We have to take the third.
Gideon is coming in. We got a lot of members, but
right.
just goes back in.
I don't understand what it means by embrace madness. Receive 2 madness. Oh, receive a cost of a random card in your hand to 0. Okay, fuck it.
Siu gets a second kill before they take him out. And that's the blow here on the Gideon. That's a kill there. Shoot you in there.
There we go.
He's gotten a lot of gold this game. He's putting it to good uses. Now Notion looking for a contest.
I don't know. I don't know.
Could be a 50-50 here. Sponge, he's been pretty good at those in the past. Let's see whether Kanavi can lock this one down. There's a shockwave! Absolutely insane! This is a triple for Sponge! Does manage to help take down another one, and Scout gets pulled back, but it's a quadra kill for the Pantheon!
Wait, why didn't I draw a card? I don't get it. Oh, because of battle trends. Oh my god, I keep forgetting that. I keep forgetting battle trends. Wait, that's kind of broken. Masterful stab. Ooh, I guess one, right? They're all so bad. He's gonna do 30 damage. And he has 999 HP. It dies in 5 turns. What? Wait, if I hit him, it reduces his things. Oh my god, my deck is not built for this. Shibald! Why did it not do damage? I'm dead. My deck's not built for that. My... Jam eating quick, hold up. Do they still swap the crowd every series? Is that a thing? How do they do it so quickly?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Cup. It is time for our second series of the evening to see whether we can go to all 6 games on the night. The DN Supers to take on DRX here. DRX, the kings of the coach voice. They are so good at having a chat to Joker.
So, you know, we've kind of gotten some more information about that as time has gone on. There's been a lot of interviews, and basically as soon as DRX found out that this was a thing, even really rumored, Joker started hard practicing it. They've been playing with this a lot. They've been, you know, essentially setting up for this. And so it's no surprise that, I mean, at the time we didn't necessarily know that, right? But
so
now
good.
that we've heard that, it's not really surprising to see how well Joker is utilizing it.
Yeah.
We did theorize, you know, in the first 2 series for DRX that they had been preparing this long ago, and that's kind of been confirmed at this point. Is DRX are 0-2. But they had the toughest opposition, right, of anyone in LCK Cup and Gen G and T1.
This food is
DNS,
so good.
on the other hand, also 0-2, same scoreline. So one of these two teams is going to be pulling ahead of the other, despite them being obviously in opposite groups. And this could be a close one. Peter is starting. Actually.
Yeah.
This is
Peter's starting?
Dom, you know, historically saying that Life was like the best support that linked with him mind-wise. Played a bunch of eclectic stuff. He was like the guy with Life who started lane swaps over in the LPL because they were winning with like rumble lanes and stuff like that. But actually, he's swapping over to Peter this time, who he also has had great success in his career with all the way up until a Worlds final.
Yeah, they did relatively well in 2025, you have to say, especially when KT weren't exactly considered the best seed out of the LCK. So being able to meet T1 in that Telecom War final in Worlds was certainly something that not a lot of people had on their bingo card. But Joker on the mic, this is what I was introing us with. This guy has been so incredibly good at utilizing it, probably wishes that he had a few more opportunities to utilize it.
At this point, I mean, the thing that's been most impressive to me with Joker is that he's been able to keep his calls pretty succinct overall and use it at the correct time, which is right before a big macro opportunity. Early pathing, wants to reset the reframe it. You know, he's been able to keep morale up as well, but he has even preemptively shot called team fights based on his expectations of how they're going to go, because he has the same vision as the players. Yeah. It's not like he's doing it in the middle of a fight like we saw KT's big snap earlier last week, but that's been clean. I do think that as time goes on, a lot of the coaches will get better at utilizing this, but for DRX, it seems to be the engine of how their macro has improved with this new roster.
Yeah, and now up against the DN Supers, who on paper, I mean, it's theoretically the year of Dudu, as we have heard, and thankfully Viklin not here today, so doesn't actually get to contest that particular point this time around, but he has been playing pretty well. I think Yoshik has had more ups than downs, despite the 0-2 start, and Dr. and Life are doing okay, but Dr. and Peter, we know, pretty elite,
yes,
as it has been said.
Yeah, almost anything, almost done.
I will never let it be taken away from them. But I really mostly meant Duckers. Peter, I mean, he helps Dr. be elite.
Exactly, and he's also very, very good morale. So with both Peter and Joker both there, and maybe that is going to be something that they can utilize here.
My biggest worry with Gio has always been the laning phase. I don't really think that this is a matchup against Duckdom and Peter, or even if it were Life. In this meta, where we're not seeing Life pull out like support Jarvan with those Kalista lanes and the crazy Rumble and Rumble Ash, that you're gonna completely take Gio out of the equation. So that feels good for Gio. Also, he has looked so much more confident and so much more aggressive in the mid game that, to me, when I would see Gio pick Lucian, for example, in the past, I'd be like, ooh, I don't know about that. Like, he has to dominate lane. He's not great at that. He has to be super aggressive in the early mid. He's not really been historically very good at that. He's mostly been the late game team fight guy. You know, only on picks like Nila, where we like, okay, yeah, this guy can scrap. Yeah, but he looked very
My barber
different
cooks
last
me
week
any
against
tips?
both Gen G and especially T1.
Welcome.
So I
Welcome
kind of,
to the team, buddy.
to me, I expected
Except
most
my barber
people
was
were
Yamato
gonna
and he didn't
be
have a choice.
voting DRX coming into this one, but in fact, on the global side, it was 3-4, with us having the last one to push it over. DNS favored. I do think this could go either way. I do expect this will probably go 3 games, but I think surprised that people don't give the credit to DRX and Joker that I think is due based on their. Again, I've said it like so many times, but if you just look at the standings, if you just look at the results, you're like, yeah, they got 2-0 by Gen G. Watch back the VOD, watch that game 1, watch how they nearly beat T1.
How do you answer
like,
Jason draft?
Yeah, I mean, they did manage to at least beat T1 in one of the games, so being able to bring that to a 3-gamer was very, very impressive for the squad. And we'll just have to see whether they can do the same thing here to the DN Supers, who I think, like, if you were looking at these rosters before week 1 and you saw this matchup coming up, if I had to predict this just blind, I probably would have said the DN Supers, because I do think that Closer is a great player. I think that Pyosik, when he's up, is great as well. And
You pick a lot of engage.
and it's the year of Dudu. So, like, theoretically, looks really good. But the way that Joker and the rest of DRX have brought this team together so quickly, I think it's been really, really impressive. And so I'm thinking alongside you there, Wolf. I think that DRX probably have a little bit of the edge here. But as you can see, Joker there ready to lead us through this draft. And we'll see whether he can get all of the information out prior to hitting the rift, so he doesn't have to use one of the code voices
100%.
as they're walking the lane, which we did see in the T1 series.
That does sometimes happen. DRX opting for first pick, and so guess what? It's gonna be on red side. And DNS will pick blue side.
Yep. This one is the majority of what we see. Unless
only D+ has picked blue side.
Yeah. And otherwise, we have seen some second pick people, which is very strange. But then at least you get like the OG first pick on blue side, which we're all used to, which doesn't confuse the heck out of me. Like, I barely understand like where.
All right, DNS,
like,
cook for me.
I
just got one more piece of food to eat, and then I'm done.
Bands, because everything's upside down and topsy-turvy. And
I'm done.
And I'm an old man who gets confused easily. So
Me too, Atlas. Me too.
Over a decade
I'm right
of
there
doing it
with
one
you.
way and changing it to another, it can be quite difficult to adjust.
Do you know what we've decided to do? They're giving me a little bit of time to get my brain in order, which I really appreciate.
Yeah, make sure
thank you so much, LCK.
Yeah, make sure you put that first pick indicator on your draft sheet so you know.
Yep, it is there. It's a little asterisk that's here on my little draft sheet. So I'm writing it in. Yeah, you saw that. I actually
Atlas
wrote
has
over
been
the
casting
asterisk,
since
but it is already there.
2012.
Like right here.
This
you
is
can see
his
it. There's a little
14th
dot.
year of casting.
It's not very clear, but it's pretty close.
It's clear enough for him.
Hang on, what if I I'll just make it even bigger. It's here.
That's a big asterisk.
Yeah,
that's insane.
I did a big one. It kind of looks like a T.
It almost looked like you had a spider on your paper for a second there.
Oh, really? Man, that would have been really... Oh, we get the zoom in!
What the fuck is that? Next level production.
Oh, incredible. It really does look like a T. I really messed it up. I apologize for that one, everyone. But I do know that DRX does have right of first selection. Can we just call it Ruffle?
No, it's Ruffs.
Yeah, but like it's almost there. You know what I mean?
I mean, I do roll on the floor laughing thinking about the abbreviation.
Yeah, see? There you go. Maybe that's enough
Peter
to put it
also,
over the line.
He thinks it's very funny.
Wait, we could just poll chat because we're here, chat's here. We could talk about it. What do you guys think? Do you reckon we just call it Ruffle? Or what's the actual acronym?
Do you think chat's going to have the right answer?
Absolutely. When is chat ever wrong?
I noticed you don't have YouTube chat open, so it's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, well, I mean...
Because chat is the judge and the jury.
It's a very confusing place.
I mean, everyone who's not
so
in
if
the
chat says it, chat will defend in its right.
If you're writing right now,
and if chat doesn't say it, chat will disagree.
No, but the thing is, they often don't write. They're busy having their own conversations over there, Wolf.
Yeah,
we can't even like impact it. It's like I don't know. It's like a bubble that we cannot get into. Maybe that's what it is.
That's
but it
just
looks
the way
like
it is.
Everyone's down with Ruffle. So sorry, right of first selection. It is now just Ruffle. Let's just do that. Everyone's either laughing a lot or they agree that it should be Ruffle.
I think they're just laughing at you.
Oh, is that what it is? Because can you let me know? Are you laughing?
You want me
at
to add
me?
that Ruffle
they would
emote?
otherwise say things like, I think Ruffle is good. I think Ruffle should be the standard. Like, I think Ruffle should be the accepted term. So they're just saying RFL, which means they're rolling on the floor laughing at your suggestion that it should be the standard.
Wait, but like,
I don't think we should add the Ruffle emote because I think LOL is good enough.
That must mean that he's like, because he added a bit.
That means he's rolling on the floor laughing of a helicopter at the moment while watching the stream.
He's rolling on the floor of a helicopter laughing? I hope he's not the pilot.
Well, I don't think he would be, because he wouldn't be in Twitch chat.
Please let us know that you're safe, because that sounds very dangerous.
It's just this son of a billionaire who's like on the way to the
he's going to the sauna or something like that. He's just going to fly his helicopter there, lands on the roof.
It's like one of those...
Wait, I didn't finish my coffee, or is this the coffee from yesterday?
Someone says that YouTube chat will be in sync after 2 to 3 business days.
Yeah, it could be.
So you just have to wait a little while before you get your information.
I don't know, I feel like that guy who's on the RFL copter is just like one of the Succession characters
it's
who
a flip.
also just happens to super be into League of Legends.
Oh, we have the update, by the way. He's in freefall.
It's a flip.
Too late. Just grab the, what's the thing? The joystick. Is that what it's called in a helicopter? Surely not.
I think it's the throttle, Atlas.
Is it called a throttle?
I think it's called the throttle, right?
The throttle doesn't steer?
No, it's the...
Is it?
Well, the throttle is usually
it looks
what
like a joystick,
is power, right? I think steering is... I'm
like stirring a
really embarrassing.
There is a cauldron here.
Is it
it's a joystick, isn't it?
It's a thruster?
No, it's not. It's not a thruster.
It's good!
Or something like that.
It's good.
Can
it's either a throttle or a
It's a yoke. It is. I think that is. That sounds right.
If it's no milk, you're good to go. Oh, there's tons of milk.
It does sound right. It sounds right to me.
That doesn't sound right to me, but
there's tons of milk.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right? It's so weird. Like, I'm pretty sure that's the middle of an egg.
Yeah.
But no, apparently
I like my
it's
coffee
not. It's
milked
the yolk,
up.
which I am going to call a joystick. We are still not in draft, ladies and gentlemen. And there was a little bit of rigmarole, Wolf, earlier in the week.
Why is that
talking
weird?
about how
Of course I
LCK
do.
casters need to talk about the game more. I need to defend myself right now. There is no game yet, okay? And it is not our fault.
Are
I
you
know
sure you
there's a
don't
lot of
wanna-
people saying, start the game, casters. We do not have control,
You
okay?
don't want to talk about all the possible first picks like 7 times over. They'll kind of like rehash the conversation and go into like a long monologue about how like we haven't seen Pioshik's Kindred in a while. We got to the second phase of the draft music.
Oh,
Hasn't
true.
started yet.
We could just listen to it.
The draft music does go
I'm sad
hard.
we don't use the pause music.
Start the game, we're waiting. Yes, I want to start the game. What is this?
Because like this is the sick part of the end of the draft where we're like, ooh.
Yeah, trying to work out what it is. What do these drafts
Why are they
mean,
playing
Wolves?
Zahen support?
That's not in our region. We don't do that in our region.
Not yet.
Oh, wait. Someone says, casters, can you start the game tomorrow? Then they're not feeling it tonight. By the way, we're going. There is high likelihood. What time is it where you are? If it's 11:30 p.m., then there's a
What are your thoughts on
really solid
BLG this
shot,
year? I haven't
that
really
you'll
watched
be
them
able to
much.
get there tomorrow.
I don't
I
know
watched a
what
couple
the
of games.
holdup is because we've had a few.
I think that they still retain.
LCK podcast would be so far. I'd listen to that. There
For
is
me,
one. It's called
BLG,
Pod
from the
State.
games I've watched,
Go to
I'm a bit worried about jungle support. Again, as always.
Whenever Degon's on, it is a bro.
Still not sold on it.
It is. It is. Yeah.
I think right now they're 80 mid and sometimes top are just gapping and hard enough for it to be win. Whereas if they play against laners that are equally as good, I'm a bit scared.
We've got some lobbies working themselves out. I didn't even notice that I picked up a pen. Have I had it this whole time? I have. Wow.
So it looks like there's a delay.
It's really gotten to that point in the pause, as we're still trying to make sure the lobby gets together.
Like normally
so just bear with us.
we look at fan signs and stuff, but today it's just you have to look at us, okay? Sorry.
Yeah.
Shundrel is fine against anyone that's not
But
Tarzan.
also, like, you guys can
Yeah,
look
but
at
I'm
the fan
thinking
signs there
bigger
behind us.
picture.
If,
What
if you
about
want me to
against
move, I
Kanavi,
can. I need to
Canyon,
move the seat
Owner,
chair as
Lucid?
well. Let's go over here. Yeah,
Cause
there you go. You can look at this one. This one. Yeah, if you want to read the fan signs. It's going to be a little bit difficult because, of course, it's a bit skewed.
Don't say Lucid
and
lol.
now it looks like I
Why
don't
are you
like
guys such big
Can you
DK
try reading
haters?
that for us, Wolf?
Can you try reading this? Hold on, give me a second.
Yorabun.
So DRX supporters, Andil, since the first moment, I liked you because, I don't know, it's too long.
Was Andil reading it? Because he's now giggling.
He may have been told by someone in production that there was a fan sign about him on
I'm
camera.
not adding Bo. I'm not
That
adding
would have
Bo.
been very cute
I think it's
if
just a
that was
coincidence.
what happened.
Chat,
Unless
does anyone
he's
know when the
okay, never mind. We're just playing tennis in the space.
Well, I think Degon needs to work out
Whoa.
gravity.
Never mind, here we are into the draft. Nothing to worry about. You guys
Does anyone know
did
when
not
the
miss
WoW MMO is coming out?
anything. And I'm so glad, Wolf, that we were talking about the game and preparing everyone this entire time so that we're all ready for this DN Supers reads off paper.
Not WoW
DRX
MMO.
matchup.
Fuck, League MMO. Why did I say WoW?
Take it away.
League
No
MMO.
rock.
Yep, no rock.
But it's DRX's first pick. They banned it.
WoW is living
So
in my
the
head.
Jace is going to come through. Nothing has changed.
I hope it comes up before I turn 40.
Yeah, the
Jace
two,
went
50
0-1.
maybe.
Yeah, exactly. The two, like,
I don't think I'll be a gamer at 50.
an unwinning junglers both getting banned away
And
first.
60. I don't know if I'll get
Just
past
showing
60
that,
though.
there are some answers.
These last few
although
months have
it's sometimes
reduced
not
my
worth taking the
lifespan
risk.
by 20 years, I think.
Yunara, another pick to
So I think
consider
50,
banning
60,
here.
it's a
Rumble,
good bet.
Please ban Rumble. Rumble is silly.
Well, they can first pick it. If they ban Azir,
GTA
for
6 or
example,
League
then
MMO?
force DNS to ban Orianna, then they can first pick Rumble. So I kind of feel like that
Oh,
works too.
thank you. Appreciate it. Yo, thank you.
Well,
They ban the Rumble
Bro, I'm
though, as
chilling.
you suggest.
I
And
think
so now
Rumble's
we're just
too
going to have a trade of those mid laners, but perhaps with a Yunara first pick.
Bard ban. I
Yunara
wonder if
first
they're
pick?
looking
That
for
would
a
be crazy.
Aphelios.
I guess, yeah, you don't really need to pick one of the mid
It
laners if you're
depends on
happy
if
to
you have
play
a
either.
preference. If you have a preference,
They
you
take
pick
Orianna
it. You've
over
got the
Azir.
preference.
He does. And
He likes
his
his
Orianna's
Orianna,
actually
okay.
looked very good, but Closer would have blind picked Azir.
Do you
in
take
this moment.
Yunara?
So they're very happy to go for this trade on both sides. We have seen Orianna
Yeah.
actually do pretty well in the matchup.
But this is
as,
why
oh god, yeah. That
Is
was
it time,
first
Jiwoo?
pick the Yunara instead.
Aphelios, or is it time for Corki?
well, they, yeah,
And
they
chat's
would've
gonna
been
mold
able to
when they
get
see the Corki.
Yunara, whatever
What is
mid laner
Corki's
they
win
would
rate in
like,
pro play?
If it is Orianna.
What's the damage?
Yeah, let's see what the answer is here, because I think they probably
It
expected
is
that the
48%.
Yunara would be locked in here.
In LEC, it is
That would be
3-6.
very funny.
In LCK, it's
Corki
5-1.
And mystery support. Bard is banned, so that's like DNS being like, okay, well, we're going to take the Yunara if you take the Ori, and you're not going to have the Bard to push. The Deco was banned by DRX, so They don't
I guess
have
LCK
that
it's
quirky
working.
duo.
What about Nautilus? What about Zinzao?
I mean, they could just take Caedrel. That's kind of what I was thinking right now in terms of setup here for grabbing a jungle.
Nocturne,
Nocturne,
the Ori
also
Nocturne.
Ori Nocturne combo. We haven't seen
Nocturne.
that many
Yeah, there's not
teams
many like
prioritize
direct
this combo,
counters to Nocturne.
but it is still out there, it's still relevant.
They just drop jungle, pick
They push
Alistar.
up the
Oh, the Bard ban is to
They
cover
can
the
now
Alistar
protect,
because
but
now they
there's
can
no
ban
Nico.
Rakan.
There's no Bard. Renata not relevant in this lane.
Yeah, they can't really go Braum. They can ban Poppy Rakan, yeah. Peter Alistar. Chad, was Peter sick or was he actually benched?
Yeah, I'm not feeling too
I
good
don't
about
know.
that either. Pretty decent spot.
I
to be
refuse to
picking up
believe
the
he was actually
Alistar
benched.
there
No
for
way.
Peter, and we know that Peter is pretty good on this champion.
Czar taken away, that's kind of a hint.
A bit of a crocodilian hint, is that what
Could
you're
be
thinking?
that, or it could be even potentially the Jax we've already seen.
Oh,
Yeah, it's good actually, the Bard ban actually. It makes it so this Alistar blind is quite good.
This Alistar pick is, by the way, the most
I mean, he
picked
can go
support
Zinzao
in
if he wants.
LCK. The Cassante was super obvious.
What do you pick on support here?
But I said Kennen.
I know.
You could pick...
They might. They might still
what the
be
fuck
able
do you
to
pick
get
on
it.
support?
That's our 5 spot.
Yeah, if
Nami?
Dudu does lock
No, I
away
hate it.
the Renekton here blind, then the Kennen for Rich
Nico's
is going to
banned.
be available.
Yeah, I think you just take a jungle here and get counter pick.
That's a good idea.
Maybe
That jungle probably just gonna be
Leona?
Zinzao. What a shock!
Oh
Leona?
my goodness, Wolf, you're a genius!
North Leona? Yeah, doesn't really give you much value.
Wouldn't it be?
And I guess they're
it'd be
blinding
kind of
Sion or
hilarious. Maybe we should
Renekton.
experiment with it, where Fearless is just the whole day.
And
so
then
if you're
Dudu
playing
can
the
go-
second series, you just can't use any of the champions that happened in the previous series.
So they
What
already
can Dudu
have
go into Renekton? Fuck me.
support counter pick in this spot, but they opt to. Oh, of course
could
they're,
just
they
go
have to- they're not. They're not
Sion
red side.
himself.
They're not red side.
It's pretty good.
Because
He has a
they
Zero
ended up
Yunara
playing the top lane
Zinzao.
anyways, because this is first pick and not red side.
You're
I
on
got
such a
trolled.
roll, Wolf.
I know.
Ugh.
I think it's North Leona, Sion on 5, play the game.
RFL, you missed the Rob.
I'm right at first.
See, Braum is
selectioning
fine, but I
on-
don't
on
know
the
if
floor at
Braum
the
wins
moment.
them
It's
the
alright.
game. Braum is
gonna
good
be
into
the
Alistar,
long way
but
though.
with
Not exactly
Nocturne
awe-inspiring,
against the Azir,
but should be,
I feel like you
dealing
need
with
more
this
go,
lane
but
relatively
Rek'Sai, of
well,
course.
and
Chat,
there's
when I add
Rek'Sai.
to film, that's
As
trying
the
to
answer
upside down,
to the
don't back
Renekton.
dreams,
With
pick
the
us.
Azir here and a lot of
You know the
scaling
drill.
damage and the lack of front line because the Cassante was
Rek'Sai,
banned,
I always
the
forget about this
Rek'Sai
Rek'Sai champ.
makes more
Ugh.
sense than the Kennen, I
Ugh.
think, as a counter pick here for Dudu in this
They needed
final
some
pick.
frontline, right? They have Azir
The
Yunara.
drafts here are pretty
As
self-explanatory.
soon as you 1-2
because
Azir
they're
Yunara, your
drafts that
comp
we've seen
is
a
team
lot
fighting.
already. This meta took a while to solidify, but we've kind of gotten to the point where we know if the Orianna trade comes through, you want to pair it with a good ball carrier. Sometimes it's the
The
Jarvan.
Sion
Most
Rek'Sai
of the time
aware.
it's the Jarvan, but sometimes
Keep
it's
his
the
name
Alistar.
out
In
your
this
fucking
case,
mouth.
It's the Nocturne. They have the Corki 2-item spike in the mid game. There's the Renekton that's going to be really strong with that. DN Supers got the scaling draft. They got the Rek'Sai front line. They have the
Keep his name
Rek'Sai,
out
which
your
is decent
fucking
into
mouth.
The Renekton early. They have the Xinjiao. They have the late game Azir and Yunara damage. So I kind of give them the edge here with how likely it is that this early game is going to snowball out of control. But we'll have to play the composition well, and we'll have to be able to set up to fight later on.
Any news from the
There's a lot
Shy?
of
Actually, no, I
ways
haven't
that
heard anything.
You just press
He's
R
probably living
and you
life,
press
man.
R
I feel like
on
when someone
Orianna
retires
to
from
win the game.
esports,
Even in the late game, even against
they
scale
either
comp.
stream and enjoy themselves playing
I feel
games they
like
enjoy,
DS kinda just
or they
have
just disappear
the
for a bit
2025 special.
from
I feel
internet,
like
which
this
is a
composition
good
was
idea.
run like all worlds long, right? Like this was the classic. Obviously, Rek'Sai took a while to make her way into the meta, but this is looking very stock standard for what we saw last year.
It's a matter of, I think, DN Super's comp has a higher ceiling. You know, it is certainly the later and better scaling composition.
Or they just become
but
co-streamers.
DRX's comp is so easy to
Co-stream.
execute and so well defined.
What's your retirement
that
plan?
They may just simply
My retirement plan is going to be
roll over
glorious.
them before we
I've
get
thought
to
about it a
the
lot.
scaling argument.
Yeah.
I will
Little
disappear
wink
from the
And we got
internet.
plenty of time to argue about it as well, because I think
And
the
I'll
lobby may
live
have
on a
gone
farm,
boom,
probably.
And so we are looking to try and make
And I'll go
our
to
way
university
back
and study
into
something.
said
It's
lobby,
going to be
so that we
a
can play the
god-tier
video game.
blessing.
It's not boom, never mind.
Maybe in like when I retire, maybe 5 years later, I'll put a picture of me and my horse.
Before we get in there, but it means that we have some drafts to talk about. Would you like to talk about them, Wolf?
Me
or would
and
you
my
like to talk
horse.
About something else?
Why
don't we take a poll?
Right
Maybe a
before
cow.
We talked about the lobby going boom. I summed up the entirety of both drafts, both compositions.
It was quite succinct.
And I think I don't want to do it again.
All right. You don't have to.
Someone
That's totally fine.
I saw someone tweet.
Oh, from Australia. I'm from there.
All right. It says Straya as well, right there.
Yeah, I wonder whether we were friends in high school. Because Australia's.
I don't know. I want to study history.
Aussie thing for him?
No,
even
history.
Aussies
I want to study that.
With that, I feel like it's a bit cringy.
It's a bit like other non-Australians kind of push Australians to do it.
I don't know
really
why.
Enjoy it.
Yeah. Did
like
you
a
watch
calling.
what was it, like Physical Asia?
I don't know what I'll do if I ever stop
Wait,
streaming.
what's that? Is that the?
It was like the Physical 100,
Oh,
but it's like
probably get healthy.
I did see part of that.
It was actually really fun. The Australian team did the Aussie oi oi thing, and it was just, I don't know.
You mean the producer told them to do it, and then they did it?
Yeah.
I'll lay in bed and do the workouts in my head. Did you know if you lay in bed and you simulate yourself thinking about working out, it actually stimulates your muscles?
Did it in chat, it'd be fine.
So it does help by 1%. If you close your eyes and pretend that you're like curling bicep curls.
I mean,
it actually scientifically proven that it increases your muscle strength.
I feel like Uber's the shoey guy.
That's what I do before I go to
really
bed.
Committed to the shoeys over time.
It rubbed off on good old Bren as well.
Yeah, those guys, they really did. They did live and breathe it.
It's true, by the way. It's true.
I was never really much of a shoey guy. I generally wore my shoes and then drank out of a glass.
If you think about working out, does it help?
That's just how it is. But we will have the game for you as soon as possible. Do you not worry.
Someone in the crowd said they skipped school to come here.
They're getting their money's worth tonight.
Yeah. And
fuck, why did I read this?
Like,
trust me, those sus sources, trust me, bro.
Maybe not anymore.
All right. And so there is.
This is why I love the internet. Look at this.
That we have to do to make sure that we can get
Does imagining working out work? Overall, the results reveal that a combination of mental imagery and physical practice is more efficient.
Probably not a surprise to anyone.
Or at least comparable to physical execution.
I've never seen that one before. I like that one.
Mental imagery.
By the way, do you know that person from chat that always just says that Peanut is the best and hottest jungler?
Imagining working out works by activating the same brain areas as physical movement, which strengthens your neural pathways and improves your brain-to-muscle communication, leading to real strength gains, better skill performance, and enhanced physical practice. It's particularly useful for athletes, rehab, and beginners, boosting strength by up to 35% and improving motor control without any physical strain. Aha! Mental imagery on muscular strength.
Most superior country in the world.
In 1992, a study discovered increases in strength were possible by participants who imagined training. Bro, I found my calling. I found my calling.
We just did to go from the end of the draft into the start of this.
Yeah, man, you made that bridge. That was beautiful. Ah, absolutely incredible stuff. And yeah, we are ready to get into the draft. I can't remember what the champions are, but I'm sure we'll be able to have a look at the pictures.
Wait, I'm just going to do some press-ups chat real quick. Okay, hold up 1 sec.
That will refresh all of our memories, and we'll be able to get into this game number 1 starting right now.
7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I'm ready. Holy. Just did a set before the game started.
All right. Rich going for a newer skin this time around. That one's pretty cool.
I haven't really seen it, but it's got some serious Majora's Mask vibes going on.
Ooh, I'm into that. It's very, very cool. I thought it was like a bit Twilight Princess. You know, where you go into like that thingy at the end with, what's his name, Zant?
A lot of the Zelda games have that similar kind of aesthetic with the eyeballs. So
yeah,
shoot them with the arrow to open the door.
The lens of truth type thing.
Actually, wait, I shouldn't have drank water. Wait, let me drink water real quick. 1 sec.
Yeah. All that chic stuff.
You know what? Did we just break Zelda? We're like, oh my god.
Oh, I
they
feel
just
pretty
put
hyped.
Eyeballs on it.
Yep.
They figured it out.
Vaguely mysterious or evil, draw eyeballs on it.
And honestly, that has happened quite a lot with other things as well.
You know, like Full Metal Alchemist, you know, a lot of the dark and mysterious things, a lot of eyeballs on
Just add more eyeballs. Or take eyeballs away, you know, because the Cyclopses are pretty scary too, and that's just take an eyeball away. It's just not 2 eyeballs.
Well, and it's usually one accentuated larger eyeball as well.
Yeah,
so it's both. Like you take one away, but you also make it bigger.
Oh, look at it.
It's very cool.
It is very, very cool. I'm a big fan.
See
of
the eye looking thing?
Yeah, he's got the lens of truth.
Yeah.
Wait, what's that
the
thing called?
Lens
The
of
weapon.
truth.
Because it's that weapon's name of truth.
I don't know. It's the thing that Mbas has 2 of that are like the mini ones. That doesn't help you at all, but I don't.
Yeah, no, Natofo's that's
Cassante.
So, yeah, I have no idea.
This is the
anyway,
casting I live for when it's a Fries group game.
We are going to come back to the game
Yeah,
momentarily.
we can come back to it.
Imagine winning an LEC game with Lost Ratones.
Carry level 1.
Yeah.
Okay, hold up.
Anymore, just for a second.
I think we'll be okay.
It's the meta. It's the game. It's The matchups.
Okay, we just went 3-0.
All right.
We just went 3-0 this weekend.
Dudu and Rich fighting it out. Two prehistoric
This weekend
monsters.
coming, we just went 3-0.
Well,
I've just simulated it in my head.
You could be prehistoric if you're in the Void.
Wait,
but it's like
there is a
Void
base
history,
race
so
in one
it's
of the
really
games.
hard to know.
But
Yeah, we
AP
don't really
Jack's got the
understand it
finish.
that much yet.
Yeah, I haven't put my research in. I'm going to assume prehistoric because Rek'Sai's sort of got that vibe.
Well, since we don't have history of it, it's pre our history of the Void.
That's true, but is it like what about the Void's history? Wouldn't the Void have their own?
Just saw the
history?
draft as well. Corky, Rice, Jarvan, game 1. Holy.
Is it really there? If like a tree falls in the forest, does it really make a sound? Is that
When
what
we
you're
talk
talking
about history, we talk about the history we observe, but not the history.
But what about the history
Don't-
someone observed? Like Malzahar probably observed it.
Well, we should get him on the desk.
Yeah, we need him on the
Explain
desk. Him and Cassidy. Maybe they could just break it down, give us a brief history of the Void.
Lens of Truth is the item.
Yeah. Isn't that what I said? Did I not say the Lens of Truth, or did I say something else?
Yeah, no, I don't know. There's showing a picture of it for some reason.
I mean, that is what the Lens of Truth looks like, and it is kind of on the weapon. But we do need to have we need the weapon's name for Renekton.
Yeah,
so
that was
I
the
can
thing
put
we
that
were
into the
looking for.
play-by-play. I think that's kind of...
Maybe it's just the Lens of Truth for Renekton.
Oh, maybe that's what he uses. Maybe that's actually the name of the weapon as well. That'd be interesting.
What are they talking about
And
again?
this bottom lane, we keep watching it, but it actually is Braum versus Alistar, and there's some sustain here. It's very difficult for the Braum to actually win this lane or have kill pressure in this lane.
Isn't my Legend of Zelda?
Slightly. Level 4 gets hit.
Yeah, I feel like this should be better for the Corky Braum, though, than it is currently. So Peter and Dr. Doing pretty well.
I've been watching a lot.
Wait, this
back
bot
of
matchup
some
is
of
our
the early
bot
level
matchup
ones
from
of
the
Alistar
Fnatic,
lanes, 'cause it is our
Fnatic
most
game.
picked support right now. We've seen a lot of like level 1 heals for tempo. And it just seems like everyone has accepted that Alistar is so good outside of the lane, and especially level 1, that everyone's just kind of gotten better at losing lane with Alistar gracefully. Is
Are you?
a bit of an all-in here.
Yeah, Rich looking for the angle here. Does he have the Q? He flashes and misses.
Shibao.
A little bit unfortunate, but
Close, though.
does get the flash in response. And the Year of Dudu takes a little bit of a step back momentarily.
Or the Year of Dudu flashing at the perfect time to not die there.
Oh, Year of Dudu confirmed.
That's what Year of Dudu believers would say.
Yeah, that does sound like a Year of Dudu thing to say. Oh, headbutt to try and stop that wave from being held, but I believe
the minions
was
Dudu.
actually still kind of held. That's pretty nice. Rich looking to just home guard his way back. Dudu able to actually teleport, so feeling pretty good about that. Both of them with very similar items.
Early lane gets a little bit tougher for Rek'Sai, but gets better as it goes on.
Oh,
Healing
by the
reduction
way,
first item.
Renekton's weapon is called an axe with a curved blade without a handle. That's so wordy.
axe
But
with a
the
curved
guy's
blade
name has
without a handle.
crocodile in it, so I mean,
It has a name. Like, it has a name. We just haven't found it.
Yeah.
I'm sure. I can tell you it's probably a made-up name like Rookern, but it does have a name.
I do like Rookern, though.
Could have maybe got them all.
Is the Butcher's Cleaver? That's not it.
No.
That's not it at all.
No.
I know what the Butcher's Cleaver looked
See,
like.
this
I
is
played a
why-
lot of Diablo 1.
This is why you can't trust chat for these types of, you know, scholastic adventures you're going on right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, I still like to test them. You know, sometimes that's what it's all about.
Diablo,
Scholastic
man. I
adventures with
remember
chat.
playing
It's
that
a
game
beautiful
with
time.
my brother.
Especially in this
I
early game
died
where
and
it's
I
just a
couldn't
Drake that's
find
going
how
to
to
be
get
taken here
back.
by DRX. Well, at least a Scuttle is going to
I
be
was
taken
like,
by DRX.
I was very young. Okay, I didn't know
Well,
understand what the fuck was going on.
Some vision for a potential Drake take. It also gives level 6 to Willer, so that's really important, especially when Yukal holds his ult right now.
Very true.
There could be an angle. Closer just TP'd back in, even if he does not die. If he ends up having to leave lane, that would be a disaster, but there's not an angle. He plays safe. Speaking of angles.
There's Epa Pulverize onto Jew. Tries to Valkyrie away.
Okay,
But he does get
Braum
stunned
shield
by
down.
the trample. Heal comes through, though. As Dr.
Corky!
Actually
My name's
stunned up,
Corky.
and Jew looking for the angle. Can he flash over the wall? The answer's
Oh,
no.
Peter.
As he is on
Oh,
vision. Oh,
splash.
no!
Peter.
The
Nice
headbutt
splash.
hits him away from the slurkle.
That's why Duck Dom says, like, life was a sport I gelled with most, but, Also, like, I'm pretty sure if Jew flashed there, he gets the kill on Duck Dom. He had vision, there was a ward there. But he didn't do it and then
Headbutt.
walked forward anyways and then had to flash. So that was a very, let's say it was, the whole situation was on the knife's edge, okay?
Yeah, or on a, what is it? The deer horn knives edge, which is apparently something like Baleth's weapon. Wow, this is very convoluted. So I guess Renekton's
That's a Star
sword
Trek
thingy
thing.
is just not really there. Batleth?
It's called
Is
when
that
the cast
actually a Star
evolves
Trek?
into
Says it's
insanity,
based
even I
on
don't know where we are
Chinese
anymore.
deer horn knives, but it's a Klingon thing. So I don't know who in our
What
entire talent group knows Star Trek.
This is Yundo. Found it on Reddit somewhere.
I remember I've never watched Star Trek, but I watched the Star Trek movie, and it was actually good, but I don't remember what it was called.
Oh, it was Jisun.
Sorry,
like, who?
I didn't mean to.
Jisun is the Star Trek person in our group. I really just didn't. That was
didn't
not
pick
in my
Jisun for a Trekkie.
No, yeah.
Did not pick that.
What came first, Star Trek or Star Wars?
It does say that she has zero Star Trek knowledge.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. You're outed now to the whole world.
I have a lot of Star Trek knowledge, but not the Star Trek knowledge that people would respect.
Star Trek came
like
first,
Chris
really?
Pine movies.
Next time Jisun's on the space doing an interview translation for one of our space students when we close.
Star Trek Return of the Jedi was the first?
Double
Okay.
split fingers thing.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So
nothing has happened since the bottom 52 all in that neither team ended up winning out.
Yes. DRX do have a 300 gold lead. They could use that to pay for
This is
a
what
coach
happens in the
voice
game when it's
if they
Orion
would like to,
Zero
I'm
and we're
sure.
just fucking farming,
That's not how it
and no one wants to
I
gank
imagine
mid yet.
Joker is,
The lanes
It's
are
like
just
Who Wants to
laning.
Be a Millionaire? You get 3 lifelines, but they're all the same lifeline, and they're all phone a friend.
So a
Except
Batleth
friend
is
phone
actually a
you.
Klingon style weapon though. I'm
Oh,
sorry to
Alistar?
interrupt. So
After
yeah.
ult?
But
Maybe?
it was. You were right.
Saves it.
I mean, that's what it said on the prompter. That's why I was like, Jisun's the Klingon person.
A fight, hold up.
Live long and prosper, Wolf.
Yeah.
And Jisun. And
again,
But Peter's in there.
Here from Peter, who does hit level 6, but he's
Oh,
looking a bit
Sun
worse
Broom.
for wear as the stun
Oh no, World Finalist bot lane's about to get double killed.
Over to
Ah,
Jiu.
hell
And
nah.
now Dom is dead
Hey,
as well.
KS!
And he'll just throw
Wait,
the
DRX
stuns
bot lane just
around like they're
2v2
going
killed
out of
Doctam and
fashion,
Peter.
And they'll be able to get a swift 2-0 in the bottom
Oh,
lane.
Well, the funny part
Shibal.
about both of those exchanges was last time around, like, Jiu probably could have gotten the kill.
Actually,
right, but he
Jiwoo
played
Andal is a
conservatively, and then
complete
there was the whole
dubstep bot
funny,
lane.
like,
That
he
is
didn't flash when
crazy.
they
I didn't
flash
even.
late and barely
How has
got
this
away.
never clicked in my
It's
head?
like it's
Jiwoo
It's
Andal?
the same clip, except this time Duckdom has level 6 and Peter has his ult, but he's also super low. I think this was just a gross miscalculation. Like, it was not even close.
Yeah.
Somebody fix that quirky replay bug.
The Gatling gun
Bro,
is still
don't even get me
Gatling
started on that
as it
quirky
goes.
replay
Yeah,
bug.
Joker pretty psyched about it.
Yeah, he did not say that in coach voice. As far as I know. He
Nayun.
just said it loudly in the booth by himself.
He might have been practicing. Yukao, very high value flash right there, but Closer retains his, so a possible return gank, a possibility here. Well, overused possible, a bit unfortunate. I'll have to retcon that. As, yeah, Closer should be able to sweep up Yukao on the next
This might sound really weird, but I don't mean it in a
who's been pretty quiet so
in a
far
bad
this
way,
game,
okay?
farming things out.
So DRX has been a
Rich
bottom
been
tier
having a pretty
team
good
for a
time.
while,
Dudu's made his
okay?
way back to
Since
relative
2022, it's been a bit of a
farm
fall
parity
off.
and actually has a bigger wave to pick up
Agreed?
as well, so it
Agreed.
might actually be
But they have so many
as
sponsors.
this
It's
wave
insane.
does reset.
Are they like frying in other
See that
games?
First item pickup here for Closer.
Like normally
of
the bottom
Nashor's
teams
Tooth.
struggle for sponsors, but
It's
they're
actually pretty
fucking
massive
frying in
pickup,
the
but
sponsor department.
Not going to have it, sadly, for him.
Their
It's on him
jackets
to
are
contest
covered.
this dragon. And he does not have 3 grubs to utilize it with in the side lane, but it is going to
Valorant.
be useful.
Is that
As
it?
soon as he moves
Valorant and
out
League?
of said mid lane. This is going to be first dragon very late in this game. Well, not very late for 26.1 standards, but
They're mid in Valorant
Yeah.
these days.
we've seen a lot of late dragons
It's
this
crazy.
season.
Is there like a
Next one
mega
will be
fan
Kentech.
base in Korea
So a lot
for
of pretty good
DRX?
drakes, but it will be an Ocean Soul this game because it's an Ocean Soul day. That's just how it goes.
Imagine getting 6 for 6 Ocean Souls. Someone's going to have
That's
to
insane.
calculate the percentage of
Whereas
that.
like in Western regions, I feel like if you're a
would be
bottom
very
team,
low
it's
likelihood.
rough, you know?
We had 5
It's fucking
Kentech
rough.
Souls in a row at Challengers once, which is... Someone told me the odds was like 1 in 10,000%.
What were
But we
the
all
odds
know it
of
was
Rich
probably
missing that
bugged.
cannon?
I don't know.
It's 100% now because he missed it.
I don't know what it would have been if he, you know, like if we were trying to rationalize that. I don't think it's really a percentage
So
thing.
Willers are level up because his laners had prio for
That's
crabs.
going to be a...
And he also did get 3 grubs in the first drake.
This game
So
here for
Willer's
DRX,
just
I mean,
been
it's a very
eating the whole map on
significant lead they
Nocturne.
have. The kills in the bottom lane, the objectives they have, like they have all the objectives, they have all the money, and even though
So we're not a
Yukao
bottom
doesn't have his
LEC
first
team. We're
item,
not an LEC
Varsity V's
team.
got Dark Seal in his inventory, and once he picks that up,
We're a
really going
guest.
to be looking for DRX to continue to further this small lead that they have right now.
We didn't buy into
Yep.
franchising.
As the Rek'Sai is dealing with the Renekton better now, as
We're a
we
guest.
kind of mentioned earlier, was going to eventually happen, but it hasn't turned into a lead just yet. Grabbed the first plate, and Rich is going to, looks like, trade one back.
By the way, my favorite response for what Renekton's weapon is just a glaive. For me, it seems more like a pole arm or something like that.
So that's what the Mutalisk and StarCraft shootout is Renekton's weapon.
We're a tourist, yeah.
What?
The Mutalisk attack is called glaives.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
because they bounce,
something
right?
glaive, actually.
No, but isn't
it's a glaive worm. That's what it is.
Right, yeah, because like it's also who's the priestess of the
How
moon
was the
from
viewership?
Warcraft 3.
I think the
She has
viewership
a
was really
glaive
good.
that does the bouncy
I don't
thing,
know
kinda
what
like
the
Sivir,
stats are of the
right?
weekend. I remember seeing that the LR versus KC was the most viewed match.
Oh, sorry.
My favorite logic is like, you know, you open up Twitter every now and then after like something big happens just to see takes when you're laying in bed or something. And my favorite thing was, I think LR, something like this, I could be wrong, but I think I'm right. LRKC, I think, was the most viewed game. And the caption was that it's minus 20% viewership from last year's most popular game, which was Koi versus KC, right? So everyone was like, minus 20% viewership, minus 20%. Lost Ratones is doing nothing, minus 20%. And it's like, okay, why don't we compare? I think you're missing the point there. Why don't you compare Koi KC last year, which was the most popular game, to Koi KC this year? It's like, isn't that the discussion here? Why does LR even matter in this discussion? Because LR is not staying.
I also like tier 3.
So I'm like, bro, what the fuck?
To this composition coming out from UCal. We don't always see this. We've seen a lot of different variations. Like a lot of people are loving the Merc treads right now, but also
like, let's remove LR from the equation.
Ionian boots are
because we're not an LEC team.
For a lot of mid laners.
Why do we get? It's like, why fucking dunking on us for minus 20%? What the fuck did we do?
Steel Cops viable in 80 carry matchups. As Pioshik is not alone here.
He is a level down. We've got a bit of a top laner fight as well, as Dudu is trying to tunnel his way out. That's going to be a steal on the Crab as well, as Willa making his way in. The exhaust goes down, and concussive blows should come through. Never mind, Pioshik able to make his way out as Closer has found Jiu, trying to get in amongst this fight, as now UCal comes over, and Pioshik is going to be able to make the Wolven exit. Oh, Shockwave to finish him off! And UCal says goodnight to Pioshik there. Now DRX 3-0 against DNS now.
And this wasn't even really part of the
DRX beating DNS was just not
like,
on my bingo card at all.
Pioshik thinks he can get that
like,
grab.
what?
He can't be there. We actually have Orianna. We have Nocturne. The Nocturne's able to ult in. And he's able to secure the Crab in ult, of course. And then the follow-up here, it's just too many members of DRX, right? Like, Rich is able to close the gap here faster. There's no tunnel set up for Dudu to actually join this fight, so he's just on the edge of it here. And Gio, not really under any threat. Actually, even Valkyrie's on the Closer there, as Closer doesn't use his ult.
3 world finalists and Dudu
Who was the one
peaking.
this initially started with, the catch-on. Yep. As the only one to die.
Really well played. UCal now looking for a bit of an angle here towards his bottom side, as we have 30 seconds.
Losing to DRX and the homies.
Dragon will be coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, the fight happened before the Rift Herald spawned, so now it's spawned, but no one's interested in that part of the map anymore.
Yeah, it's old news.
A lot of vision around it, though, for DRX, and that skull they secured as well as a control ward in the pit. And they're just trying to push on Pioshik again. And they're looking for, I mean, with UCal Shockwave close by, I mean, they may actually even be able to turn this into a potential play with Willer's ult once it comes through, but the timing's a little bit early, so I don't think it's going to amount to anything.
They were getting
Joker
carried.
Did say
BDD, yeah, I think when players leave away from BDD and you see how it goes, you kind of realize, like, you can put into perspective the BDD diff. You're like, what the fuck?
Control vision in the pit, as Rich doing some battle here with Dudu, but you can see that the Rek'Sai is having a much better time at this stage of the game. Titanic Hydra in hand. And
the only exception in recent years is when BDD and Cuz were on KT, isn't it?
And it's going
I
to
feel
be
like that KT roster was kind of baller, but they did have Barrel, didn't they?
Bit of a 2v2 down here that's very awkward with supports and
mid
laners, and I don't think it's going to amount to anything. As
who the fuck was their
by
bot
the
lane?
way,
Was it aiming Barrel Keen?
A lot of control over to DRX.
Yeah.
I've not secured this Rift Herald just yet.
No, it was Lehens.
A lot of priority being set up around it.
Big advantage here for Jiu as well as far as money is concerned, but has his Trinity Force
complete,
so it's not just the money, it's the fact that he's bought an item that spikes really hard when he gets it.
UCal, see if he takes the bait.
Yeah, Closer is just going to
Doesn't even
shift
use
the sense
flash.
towards him.
Isn't it concerning that Caedrel's hair is growing?
To try and take down UCal here. Didn't want to go for the trade.
That's just free Herald, though. Like, Pioshik is sitting down there going, all right, let's see if they fall for our trap.
Yep.
UCal is just simply way too experienced and has a good read on the situation. There's just a lot of vision top side as well. Like, well, I mean, if Pioshik is not here, then he must be doing something funky on the bottom side. Let's just slow play this, play defensively, and then Willer, as soon as they are able to suss this out, it's just like, all right, cool, thanks for the free Herald. They have gotten every single objective that the map has to offer.
I don't like talking about it, but it is perfect game pace that they're on right now. 17 and a half
wished
minutes
BDD
in.
would be an HLE somewhere.
Before. I mean, they absolutely don't count now, man.
I feel like if BDD was an HLE,
that's got to be.
It's not a perfect game. Somebody autoed a turret. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
My take is like maybe BDD's hidden passive is he needs players around him that look mid as fuck so he can make them look good as fuck. But if he has players around him like Giga veterans that are supposed to be good as fuck, there's nothing he can do.
Wait, how do you know
and he's just going to look bad as well.
Though? Is it just if it's on your side of the map?
If a Spaylight's ever secured...
Like that's just BDD's hidden passive.
Ever.
They put a ward
Give him no names or players who are regarded as mid as fuck.
I guess we just do not
and he will
have
succeed.
perfect games
Give
available.
him some of the best veterans ever like Khan or like some of the most upcoming players.
With the grubs, I feel like
he will lose.
They're trying to make sure it doesn't exist.
Obviously, I'm joking.
Like perfect
but you know
games,
what I mean.
the perfect game doesn't exist.
They're going to kill Shelly though after she charges, and so that means it can't be a perfect game, right? Because that's Rift Herald. That's the objective.
No, that's a Rift Herald kill. You're right.
Oh no! And yeah, so Dr. Arm is going to lock that one down. So
Call me crazy, but I mean, I'm looking at Peter's ward score, his vision score. I'm like, I think he's killed a few wards, so it's also probably not a perfect game.
That's a really good point.
Dr. Arm picked up the residual red buff there as well, so another reason why it's probably not a perfect game.
You just don't like perfect games, Wolf.
No, I want there to be perfect games. I've just been told that there's too many things that are not allowing it. So
I think maybe we should change the rules.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I want to do.
There's been too many near perfect games.
I want to say that if DRX continue
My favorite meme of the year that came true is whoever posted that thing where it was like, Faker, you've won Worlds again.
Do not die as well.
How can we make this more difficult for you? And he's like, give me Doran.
Turret not dying, that's perfect game.
And then they win Worlds actually again.
And right now there's
that was
Nazir in the top
most
lane
goated
bearing
meme
down
ever.
on a turret that does have only 2 plates remaining, so that could be where the perfect game dies. But so far, DRX, I mean, this is a composition that also has a lot of ease of execution as you get to this stage of the game, right? Put an orb on guy that turns lights out, and then he goes in and there's the orb that does the damage and pulls everyone in. And then Crocodile goes chomp.
This
game has been very uninteresting, I'm sorry.
DRX finding punish windows.
I just feel like DNS is not really contesting anywhere, and they can't contest anywhere because they're bot lost, and now they just lose every Drake.
And then they wait for the next opportunity.
Yunar has 2 items, now maybe she
happened
can
a few
cook,
times,
but
right?
I think X
the
without.
secondary all in the bottom lane, and then that catch on the Pioshik, but it's been those small kills leading to a greater map and objective control setup here that also offers them a 3.3 thousand gold lead. And it's looking like it's not going to change anytime soon.
Yep, let's have a look at the coach voice one more time. Surprise, surprise, it's Joker again. Just making sure that he lets
Joker
know
is just,
exactly what to do.
I think he's the #1 LCK coach when it comes to shot calling. He just shot calls the early to mid game.
We'll get full confirmation as to what was said as soon as we can. It's all right, 20 minutes on the clock, and the Baron has just spawned. 3,000 gold remains the lead here for DRX. And Rich
had a good thing though, because LCK, the coach voice gets disabled when playoff starts.
Really affect
it's only for the regular
season.
Maybe he's doing damage to the team.
I need no random Rich death around 20 minutes. That's happened a few too many times.
Yep.
Like right here, specifically every time.
Well, I mean, he does have Dominus, so he should be all right, I say, as he decides to dash on forward. Oh, and he manages to get the cannon as well. Beautiful. Jonas Strong doesn't have to do a zoom in.
All right, there is no Pioshik on the bottom side of the map, so this dragon should be safe, but they might get the turret, Atlas.
Oh no! Oh, that
wait,
can't be.
DNS are doing damage.
As Yukal gets the shockwave off, the stun does come on through, but Gio makes his way over to save the perfect game.
They're hurting
Peter
themselves.
doesn't have an unbreakable will this time around.
Get up there and save that turret.
Yeah, Closer is trying to. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, the perfect game goes boom.
I cannot believe Yukal did not flash to save the turret.
Yeah, he really should have.
He should have just been headed straight up there. Well, it's ruined now. Anyway, anything else you got in this
Joker needs to get
Why isn't DNS fighting with numbers ever?
Giving up the perfect game. I think that was
the
a really
top fight they're
large portion
split.
of what
This
went
fight
wrong
as
there.
here is on the wave hitting the tower or some shit.
Because of the
Why don't they fight with
the
numbers?
fact that this is not a game where it's like an 8,000 gold lead at 20 minutes, like that's usually when we're talking about perfect game. It's just been so calculated by DRX though this whole time.
I do think DRX played the sequence very well though, because DNS does this top play with the information the dragon is up.
It is sole point, so that is a huge deal.
So DRX don't even go to Drake. They just click top and fight them, kill them, and then go to Drake.
Distance, I guess,
And get
when
top
it
tier 1.
comes to the money.
They
It was
just sent
monstrous
Closer
play.
with a TP and
That's
3
a
other
game
members
ender.
top side to catch a recalling player who completed the recall.
Meanwhile,
Possibly
in
giving them
top
a big
lane,
tempo advantage there on the top side of the map. They also
look at this,
gave
Drake is
Dragon.
up. Nocturne's on Drake, but they send numbers top to defend.
to call it a
So
fight
here they're
is
thinking, but they're not even fighting with numbers. Azir is in Narnia.
It's really just Yukal and Andil fighting back when Jiu shows up.
He's not even in this fight.
Closer was too busy denying the perfect game to come down and help.
But he did
Just
a very
in,
good
just
job
let Azir
denying
hit the
it
tower,
like
and if he
that.
walks
I
up,
mean,
he's
that's
dead,
what
and
he's
he's straight up
supposed
to
to
Drake.
do. As DNS, don't give it to DRX for free like you did all of the dragons this game.
This is the coordination is better here for DRX in this game, and some of it's because of Coach Comms, but most of it is just because they're playing as a unit
gap.
without them in these situations where they're able to catch a member or catch the aggression. Sure, they lost the turret, which is valuable. It is money going over to Closer. But I'm not worried about the 3,000, nearly 4,000 actually gold lead here for DRX for DNS. I'm just worried if they can coordinate a team fight, because we just have not been able to see them operate together in this game. Like, there is a Yunara in this game, believe it or not. I haven't seen her for a while, and she hasn't autoed any champions, and we're 23 minutes in.
Yeah, it's sort of the way the game is going that's the worry, and not anything else. As Jiu with a cheeky phage in his inventory right now. And does have that 2-item spike now complete. Basically, whatever Corki builds from this stage is just icing on the cake. He's very, very happy with this these items so far. And with a 1.4 thousand gold lead, he's looking pretty frightening. As Baron still
I hate
up
Peter
and
so
available.
much.
No one's really looked
What do you mean you hate Peter so much?
Fair bit of vision here for DRX to make sure that there's
they
not
have
any funny business.
Like, DRX here, I think there's only one ward. That ward just above Andil they haven't seen. They have insane coverage otherwise. They're even
How can you hate Peter?
This blue buff.
It's impossible.
Dukdom still farming in the mid lane. Will need to join if his team's going to commit.
Cool. Peter looking to try and push forward as they do get a fair bit of vision down. Control ward goes in. And Peter will be able to at least clear out this ward in the river. Ping's going down here towards the bottom side of the map, giving away Dudu's position, who doesn't have flash up and available just yet.
It just seems that with this setup here for DRX, they want to set a trap for Baron. If DNS don't take the bait, they're just going to continue to control vision all down the river.
DRX just have not made a mistake. This is insane.
And they don't need to force a Baron fight. Even though they have really good turn, this Orianna is on 2 items with obviously the
Where's
triple,
my fries group? What is this?
3
Yo, remove the coach voice and just fucking put a ring of fire around the map.
They have the combo.
What is this?
But you know what? If they don't like what they see and DNS don't walk into the choke, they can just
okay, who the fuck spawned this guy into the chat? DRX Enjoyer. Don't start this shit again.
All of their games so far here at
Don't start this shit again. I already had to deal with the Fearx guy last year.
One of my favorite dark horses of this early part of the year, just because they've been so shockingly good with the roster that otherwise looked to be
greater than the sum of their parts.
Yeah.
He's shot calling again.
Very, very cool. As we do have Coach Voice once again, talking about the fact that they don't have teleport. Make sure to secure Dragon Soul, and before setting up around Baron, make sure you all have that and play together with Jiu, and then you can win. So that's what they're going to go for here. As Andil is going to get knocked up. Jiu is there though. He is certainly playing with Jiu. As in goes Willa, finds the angle, Emperor's Divide, but he spell shields it absolutely beautifully. The shockwave comes in to take down Closer.
Willa will die.
Pyoshik hitting the
Will he?
as well.
He will.
Kiting pretty nicely, but he is the last man standing. Andil will go down, but it's in trade for Dudu.
Oh wait, Dr. is not cooking.
The
He's dead.
shield from the barrier, but unable to kill Jiu, who is still sitting at 300, and I think they will just walk over, take the Baron.
Baron does a lot of damage. Watch out. There's like a period on the Baron where he like does damage, and I'm scared that Jiu's health bar is about to get fucking shredded.
So that's what he said, right?
He dodged the knock, no, the splash.
And that is going to be the Baron. Jungleless with the full wipe.
He's chilling.
And then they should be able to regroup and take the Mountain Soul with the
There's a spell that Baron does recently that does so much damage.
Andil heard the coach comms. He was
to everyone.
playing with Jiu, group with Jiu, and in live the Baron is in fact secured, yes. Combo here, a little bit tricky. Spell shield is phenomenal.
Spell shield was
without the spell shield, he gets pushed away, and this fight actually looks pretty difficult to play for DRX. And then Willer does massive amounts of damage to Dukdom, but it's the teamwork that happens after they clear up the Rek'Sai here. As barrier advantage is Dukdom's right, but he has Yukal to back him up. Rich wasn't there. Dukdom, that was his last stand, his last opportunity there, and Does not
Easy
work
win
out.
of a fight. 6k up.
Best, but
Click Dragon Soul. GG.
Does fall flat on his
they're
face.
going
Now
through
they
bot
can
and they're on a
regroup, like I
ward.
said,
Oh, they're gonna get matched.
The spawning Mountain Soul fight.
Ew.
Willer has
they're getting
his
pushed
ultimate
out of
back
bot.
at the ready. You
Oh,
count the
hell
same,
no.
16 for
How the
both.
fuck are we gonna enter
The
this
jungle
dragon
advantage
pit?
here is 2 levels for Willer.
Yes.
When becomes lightning,
Q3.
in he goes. Koshik does get exhausted as
yeah.
there's the Crescent Guard as well. Rich standing in
Yeah.
that front line though, looking to try and cut down this
Yeah.
Xin Zhao, and he will do
Well.
so. The shockwave was used on the air
It was a
because
good
it was
run,
just
gentlemen.
Koshik's corpse that was
It
in
was
the
a
area.
good run.
But now
Peter,
there is
combo
no
in.
smite to try and
Do
contest
it.
this Mountain Soul. The
Hola.
rest of DNS realize they have to go in, but it's Rich that pulls the trigger first. Doctom tries to dash away, but there's a slice and a dice waiting for him. His closer with the Emperor's Divide is going to put some Sand Soldiers in the way, but the rest of his team are going to fall like paper, and DRX will
Biosic,
get
I hate you.
and look for even more with that
That's a classic.
3.3k Rebel Baron power play.
That is
already.
a
This
classic.
DRX roster kind of reminds me of old days, like slow, boring macro.
That was actually one of my favorite
like,
memes from
they're
that year.
not fighting a lot, but they have a huge lead, and when they do fight, they pick the right targets, and they win the fight every time. It's so infuriating to play against. You don't have any ins, you don't have any angles, but they just don't give them to you. I mean, with the lead they have now, it's so difficult to play out. Sun Turret's not going to do many favors here. Nor is the shockwave that you mentioned.
Can you recreate the what the fuck moment? No, I
they
can't.
kill the jungler first, and it becomes so much easier
That
to
was
front back.
crazy.
Also, the Rex side.
Oh, it actually killed Koshik, so never mind.
Oh, really? Did it? Yeah,
That
he
was
died before.
crazy.
Nah, you last hit him with it.
Okay.
4 years ago. Oh, late.
And the rotation over of the Rek'Sai was a little bit late.
Maybe
right?
something
And
happens every
closer
4 years in my
sits right
career.
on the other side,
Because
but
8
it's
years
Rich
ago I
is engaged
cancelled it.
onto
4
the
years
Aura that
ago
makes
we
this
had the
fight
World
so
Finals
completely
where.
unplayable. They know
And
the
now
Duck
4
Dog
years
doesn't have
later,
flash. Rich
what's gonna
has
happen?
flash
Am I gonna get
deployed
cancelled?
to just press W on him, and that's enough.
Yeah.
Actually,
to really close the door on any opportunity there was going to be to do
it's
anything
probably-
further. As Duckdom has not done damage
nice
this game,
dodge.
which is not a surprise to anyone
Nice
who's been
dodge.
watching it.
It's been quite difficult for him to be able to actually hit people. As Rich, highest level in the game, hitting level 18 already, looking for level 19.
Maybe my Twitter
Trying to,
crash out will
go
get me
even
banned.
further beyond.
They just take only the fights that are favorable for them or the pick angles that are favorable for them. And they avoided every other fight. There were only really 2 fights Duckdom was
And
in.
cancelled.
The one fight he got shut down on the top side where he tried to
GG.
barrier, but then he got killed by Yukal. And then this fight where he's flashed on.
LR makes it to playoffs with a miracle run.
Because DRX were just running them on the map. They were just rotating them, out-rotating them and macroing
Bro, if we
them.
do make a
with
miracle
a
run to
suppressive
playoffs,
Nocturne composition, and so
like in
Duckdom
some
just didn't have a
world of the
chance to shoot
percent
enemy
chance that it
champions,
happens,
really. Whether he was in the fight
please,
and instantly dying or not
please
in
give
the
us
fight because
Fnatic
there
round
wasn't a
1.
fight to be in.
Please.
It's just a little bit difficult.
Please.
Jiu now has 4 items completed. At least there is an Infinity Edge that was done.
Hello
for
to
Duckdom,
me
so
in
he does
1
have
month
that
from
to his
now.
name, but,
Maybe we made
it's really
playoffs,
not
maybe we
enough
didn't.
to
But if we
contend
did,
with
please
all
tell
the
me you're against
items that
Fnatic.
are on this Corki.
And if you didn't,
As the last few have been eclectic. I
then
haven't really seen too many Black Cleaver Corkis before, but I ain't gonna fault him. He's 3-0-8 right now, having a pretty good game. Almost as good as Yukal, who has the opposite number, legendary on this Orianna, and has put together the Forbidden Book and the Hourglass and a needlessly large rod that he's going to turn into a hat.
Oh,
Not
7.
sure how that one works structurally, but look, we've gone into it before, and I don't think we've ever had the right answer.
It's very magical to have.
Braum has a massive shutdown. Look at that. Holy. 1-1-12, 1 gold shutdown.
Well,
Get him!
Is looking for a little bit of an engage here. Does get headbutted, but there is the delivery into the backline. Willa is going to make Duckdom very scared once again, and Peter.
The enemy AD carry thought that he could look at a fight.
Ladies and
No.
gentlemen, I just think that that's what's going to happen. There's the
Not only are you not allowed to watch, you will get 1 shot.
Oh man, they find a few stragglers. And DRX should be now able to break open this
Holy,
base
DNS started off 0-2. Don't tell me they're going to do the thing.
That's the kind of place you're in as Duckdom where you're considering role swapping like Ghost. So you're like, oh no, this role. Closer.
Well, there's the flash.
Oh,
Jiu
Jiu.
just stands there.
Pixel perfect.
And is able to Valkyrie after him, finishes off that kill. Man, Jiu is having a much better year in 2026. You have to say it. As the inhibitor going to go down towards his bottom side, they're going to take this wave of minions, and they are going to careen towards the Nexus. And I can see Joker already celebrating in the coach's booth, as that was some textbook League of Legends from DRX.
That was one of the
down
cleanest
Nexus
games of the year.
And go up 1-0 in the series.
I mean, it was basically
That was like watching Gen G play.
perfect game, and I don't mean technically perfect in the sense of it was a perfect game in a very technical way. I mean, it was a macro game. Every team fight was
like
calculated. The target selection was pristine.
Who the fuck is this now? Are you good?
They never overstepped themselves when trying to set up for deep vision. They got it when they had control.
Wait, hold up a second. He says, why do all my favorite teams go 0-3? Don't you dare say you're a Lost Ratones fan. Just hate watch Lost Ratones this weekend. You will bless us with a 3-0.
The super shot calling this season.
He will bless us.
Maybe a little bit better than what we saw from the Freaks last season, but similar issues here. And the carries
Dude did 26k damage and lost.
Opportunity to fight, and the macro
He's just farming Renekton.
For DNS, they are really going to have to go back to the drawing board as DRX. I think really one of our sleeper dark horse super strong teams right now at the beginning of the LCK Cup.
I think they're kings of the Rise group at the moment. That's what it's looking like to me, but we'll see whether they can go even further beyond. Speaking of further beyond, Braum out-damaged 2 people on the side of DNS. So nice work. Well. Time for us though to take a very short break. We'll try to be a little bit less silly for game number 2, but no promises. After
Josic dealt less damage than Braum.
That'll be way more serious. Don't you worry. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
So let's compare viewership actually. Can I just like search for it actually? LEC Winter 2024. No, 2025. What the fuck? But the website doesn't even work. So, how do we check only regular season? Because this is all playoffs, which obviously is a lot. Is there a way to check the regular season? Probably not, right? But here you can see the 2 biggest peaks of 2025, which is KC versus Koi in 2025 had 592k viewers. KC vs Koi 2026 had 378k on the same day, week 1, day 2. Which is actually insane. So there's what? Over a 200,000 drop-off. G2KC is week 1, day 1, but G2KC's, they didn't play yet. The only thing we have is KC Koi, unless I have premium, but I don't know who else. No, it was Koi. No, Koi. Did Koi play G2? No. Yeah, I wonder if this has got something to do with Twitch. No, it doesn't, right? This is all platforms, right? This includes YouTube, Twitch, everything. Which is also interesting because I know that more Korean streamers have been covering LEC. So if it's worldwide, then what the fuck happened there? Why is that, I wonder? Is there anyone got a good reason for it to happen? Because you could say it's Ibai, but Ibai was streaming the KC Koi game, I'm pretty sure. It's because it was best of 1. But wasn't this best of 1 as well? Was this best of 1? Or was it best of 3?
All clean, you know, go in, tank for Canyon to get the charge.
I'm pretty sure 2025 Winter was also best of 1. It doesn't include co-streamers. This includes everything. I'm pretty sure. Most viewed games of LEC versus 2026. KCLR, KC Blue LR, Fnatic LR, Shifters Koi. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, Shifters Koi had more viewers than KC Koi? Something must be cooked here.
Well, Sponge and Lehens are in position. They get a control ward over. Let's see whether Sponge can actually get into the pit as Vikla finds the unbreakable will. Sponge does have
because it was directly after the LR game. Was it? Wait, when was this? When was Shifters vs Koi? Oh, it was just before the LR game. Wait, when was KC Koi? Oh, we played it the second day. Second game. It says 8:45 p.m., but I'm pretty sure this game started at like 10 p.m.
Well, they're gonna try to dive to now, or maybe not. Just minute that.
I wonder what time it started. LEC Winter 2025. When did it start? Is there any way to say the start time? The KC Koi was middle of the day. What's wrong with your PC? What do you mean what's wrong with my PC? I think I have to pay for. I think I have to get premium to actually look at this properly because there's a lot of fucking shit missing probably. But it's nice the viewership. The LR games are kind of popping. It's interesting that the Fnatic game was the lowest, but I guess the KC fans then started watching, right?
There's a shockwave! Absolutely insane! This is a triple! The Sponge!
Triple kill.
Managed to take down another one as Scout gets pulled back, but it's a quadra kill for the Pantheon!
How's LCK viewership doing? Yeah, it's 11 p.m. for Spain and Koi's KC match. I think it was 10 or 11 p.m. Yeah, it was pretty late. How's LCK doing? Bro, LCK has already surpassed the LEC peak of winter last year in a best of 5 playoffs. LCK is ridiculous. Huh? Oh my god, I thought I just leaked my IP. What the fuck? What? So T1 HLE was 1.1 million, T1 DRX was 1 million, HLE Nongshim was 600k. This is still higher than LEC. KT Gen G. Banger. LCK is super popular. Does it include China? I don't think it does. That is including Korean sites though, yeah it is.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the space after DRX get themselves on the board with a pretty comprehensive victory. Wolf was trying to look for the word. I'm going to go with comprehensive because they took it nice and methodical all the way to the finish to a very lopsided scoreline, which was indicative of how they played. Digon here alongside Wadid and Umpty. DRX looking good here, Wadid.
Well, as a DNS believer, I picked them 2-0 for this week.
Oh boy.
It doesn't look good.
Doesn't look good.
It's such a depressing game. It turns out really bad because like in the draft I felt really great about it because you literally had such a free game as a Azir and Yunara. You had the 1-2 and you saw enemy team picked Renekton and Braum, which means it's such a free game because you can never reach to the damage dealer as Braum or anything. So it felt really great, but
BO1 is so bad. Yeah, of course it is.
Well for the jungler side,
of course it is.
I mean, I don't know about the Zinzao pick because it's actually just like too passive. I think more, you know, easier pick is
I mean, the only way LEC could do best of 3 with 12 teams is if they did more show days, you know? Like, let's say LEC was on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, you know? Something like that. Otherwise, you just wouldn't have the time to do it. That's probably why they did best of 1.
Very 2025 DN type game of you pick whatever you picked and you do nothing and lose, and that was so.
What about LEC Winter 2024? I actually have no idea.
This was the only time they did something, but this was.
I have no idea.
So yeah, this highlight one literally describes about the draft. So first,
can anyone check? Can anyone send me the link?
For Yunara and Azir, and you don't need to do anything. All you need to do is just do not do anything and just wait for your Yunara and Azir to farm up. But they literally tried to 2v2.
Oh, I found it.
Your Alisa just flashing in for no reason, and this is what happens
if it
when
works.
you pick Zinzao into Nocturne.
I mean, if you have like strong cards to fight together, the Zinzao can work against the Nocturne, but you don't have to because you have a utility champs here, like a J4 or any like Sejuani type of champion. But you actually picked it, and you lost the skirmish.
I mean, it was higher even. Mad vs KC was 740k, and then 2025 it was 600k, and then 2024 it was 380k. No, sorry. 2024 was 700k opener, week 1. 2025 was 600k opener, week 1. 2026 was 380k opener, week 1. All best of ones. I do think that this year, though, the time was a bit rougher than previous years.
Pyoshik and Peter doesn't have no idea that the Azir is coming late. So now Corki arrives first. Now their calculation is like all broken. What?
That was also KC's first year, though, so it was like the beginning of the hype.
Yeah, so the call was correct. The pre-plan
for tier 1.
Correct, but the execution-wise, it was really bad because like he should be the one coming first.
But it looks like numbers are pretty much down across the board.
It was kind of unlucky as well because Closer was winning lanes so
Obviously, you should take LR out of the equation because we're not here forever, you know?
Anything. So, like,
we're here for 3 more weeks.
DNS, they have to fix so many things. First, I think they need to think about their draft.
Or if we make playoffs, we're here for 5 more weeks.
The win condition is all about farm up and just wait for the item spike.
Or maybe 4, or maybe it's only 1 extra week.
Waiting the time. But again,
how was summer?
And it kind of like
these are all playoff series. The regular season was probably a lot lower. Normally, it probably makes sense, right? Is winter viewership normally the highest in the regular season? And I presume spring is the lowest.
Seen them stand up to some very tough teams, and now they're able to play methodically here against DN Supers, who are trying to figure it out. What do you want to see more from DRX here,
I think very impressive thing is they're actually very good at slow games.
Summer's the lowest, really?
Actually, they won the T1 with the slow game.
Do people not tune in summer because of the world thing?
They don't
maybe
rush,
playoffs.
And they just control the area. So they're just conquer the area. So it's like, they're very good. I think they're actually a very good team.
And well, how much of that, you know, and we've seen some of the clips, we showed it in the pre-show earlier, a lot of the coach voice there to help kind of remind, hey, don't just randomly engage onto the bot lane if we have Alistair, we have Yunara, Azir, kind of like what happened to Peter there for the DN Automotive Supers. How much of that is that, and how much of that is them like being able to play it out later on by themselves?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, because they are now picked the second pick for the first selection as the DNS picked the second pick. So, I mean, now you have the opportunity to have the counter pick on the bot lane, and this is the moment where Peter needs to prove himself. And I think bot priority, winning bot lane is most important for this matchup, so we'll see.
Good reminder, right? Both Life and Peter on the spot. Both
Mods.
of them having starting spots in 2025 and still trying to vie their way into the starting spot for 2026. Let's see how this all shakes out with game number 2, the DN Automotive Supers against DRX. Much. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I had to try that a couple of times. We got there, and we've got Cloud Templar doing some signings here. Very, very
W Cloud Templar.
Loads of fan signs, and yeah, so this guy has actually asked for a signature on the fan sign while we were doing the pause, and so Cloud Templar is now just over there signing it while he's
oh my god, DNS has a sponsor called Drix. Did you see that? It was like this.
Absolutely.
And I thought it was like a DRX and a fucking DNS combined jersey.
There's the same guy, yeah, there's the signs.
So there we go. We actually get
so Cloud Templar just like left the desk during the
cast. So
Cloud Templar left the desk during the cast to sign it.
Oh, we just filmed it during the break.
I thought
that's
Cloud
way
during the break.
smarter.
It's also like way less Giga Chat. I thought Cloud Templar just like put his headset down.
Yeah, and you just got like it was Sunke and Pony just up there commentating by themselves, kind of like we are. Which I guess would have been fine.
Pony's like, nobody asked for mine.
Maybe they did. Maybe Pony's already done it as well. We just only watched the Cloud Templar version.
There you go. So as was mentioned on the desk, they went for second pick. So basically the counter pick, which is drafting for R5 because the enemy team will always choose blue side.
Indeed.
So you either get R1 or you get R5. Oh my god, we solved it.
Oh my god, I spilled coffee on my trousers. GG.
It's like, did you get R1 or did you get R5? Boom.
GG.
Beautiful. That's
Good
it.
job.
It's solved. Okay.
People praying on my downfall, you're winning. Kappa, you're not winning. All you did was make me spill my coffee.
Blue side and first pick, which I'm sure they're probably pretty happy with. Malphite and Jace are going to swap sides of the ban list, but Vi is a new one, so we are going to see something released within the Ambessa, Nico, Rumble, or Bard. We'll see who it's going to be. The Ambassador is going to remain banned. And I imagine Nico is still probably pretty high priority, as well as the Rumble. So I think maybe a Bard is open. Never mind. Cassante.
If you're preying on my downfall,
as DRX, they want
pray
to pick
harder.
Rumble. Guys, that's what they want to do.
Want to pick it really badly.
They would really
What are you
like
gonna, why don't you wipe it off? No, I just let it dry.
If you don't want them to have a good
I just let it dry.
I'd ban Rumble. That's what
Closer is like, I have.
I like the smell of coffee.
They may really want to play Rumble here.
Also, I have no
Maybe
underwear on.
They don't. Is
I'm
now
commando.
What they're thinking. And the time's ticking down. They'll ban it. Okay, there we go.
This was the correct choice. So now we're going to find out what they would like to play instead.
Is it a Nico first pick? Pantheon first pick.
Pantheon
I like that
makes
one
a lot of sense.
Pantheon first
I think
pick.
Nico
Really? No
has
Ryze?
just become a little bit more situational in this
Isn't
meta.
Ryze Talia traded? Oh, that's why. Yeah, makes sense.
Pretty standard, easy point-and-click engage, like Rich Flash W on somebody, or Pantheon just flash point-click stun after ulting from a million miles away. Just seems pretty good. Seems pretty consistent.
I would say so.
Varus
I do think giving Varus is kind of crazy though.
The desk was talking
but I guess
about
you're trading
the,
Pantheon, Varus, Ryze,
second
Talia.
pick selection, so the R5 selection.
And you can play Severe into Varus.
And what it means about Peter having to prove himself. I was kind of feeling the opposite about how this draft is going to go. They were going to pick their 2v2 early, and then Dudu would be proving himself, or Closer would be proving himself in the final pick for counter pick. Still could be a bottom lane counter pick, but looking less
What is the counter to Pantheon? Like, what the fuck do you even pick into that champ? It's so broken.
Ryze Talia trade, but I'm a little bit worried about this. We saw it in our previous series. Obviously, Nongshim didn't win, but I think that
the
their
whole chat just
composition
says
was
Teemo.
still very, very strong. And so Pantheon and Talia likely to be the pairing, and then possibly just one of Rich's picks to come in after that. If they would like to.
That would be pretty bizarre. Okay,
Gnar,
okay.
1, 2, 3.
It is going to come out.
Gnar,
It's gonna go
Talia.
straight into Gnar,
Ooh,
Talia.
okay, so they picked their top
I mean,
laner
Pantheon
and
Talia is
their
obvious,
mid,
but the
right?
Gnar
Now you can
line
only
pick
pick
is kind of
jungle or top.
Yeah, because now
I mean, into Gnar you can play
supers
things
can
like
protect their
Camille,
bottom
but
duo,
I don't know if they will get a good
and
jungler
they
if they're
get
playing
counter pick,
Camille.
for the top lane.
But they are sort of priced in to picking a bottom duo. And so then you could see some bans to come in to try and protect this Gnar, perhaps.
Kennen is good.
And so the
Ooh,
Kenny
Kennen. You're
is
very
going to be
heavy
the
AP
pickup.
though.
So a bit of a Yordle
Vi is
battle
out,
in the top
Nocturne's
lane.
out, Xin Zhao's out, you have Pantheon.
Okay. A lot of engage here for DNS.
I mean, Jarvan's a good ban.
Pop Blossom and the Slicing Maelstrom.
Is Jarvan a good ban? What is
But
there?
they
There's
do not
Jarvan.
really yet have the global power to match double globals here for DRX.
Oh my god, there's not many
And I
80
think without
booster
Bio
junglers
in
in,
the
is there?
bottom lane, it won't
Poppy's kind
necessarily
of
work
dog
out
shit.
as well as they'd like to. Atelia won't be able to go top
Lee
side
Sin is dog
necessarily.
shit.
Or sorry, the Ryze won't be able to go top side
Kindred's a
necessarily.
range champ. I guess
They don't
Jarvan,
have
Wukong,
Bottom side one, and this, obviously same
Bans,
to,
Fauchar,
bottom lane. Bard's
and
taking
then what
away,
does he pick?
I want to take away range support so that the Nico can win the
I
lane.
think he might have to play like
Jarvan has been
Aatrox
removed,
jungle.
So it might be Sivir as the angle here for Geo, what they're looking for.
Yeah, it could be something like that. Nautilus going to be a ban away here.
Bard,
so
Nautilus.
going to be looking at Docdown to see whether it is going to be a Felios, right?
I mean, there's no counter picks left in the game, really.
He is pretty good at the multi-gun guy.
Only 80 carry
As
pounds pick,
Wukong
so
gonna
you
be
can pick your
taken
jungle
away
here and
as
see,
well.
and you can maybe find a
So Kyoshi
Kai'Sa
gonna
and go
have
on
to dig a
5,
little
but
bit
it's a
deeper
bit too
here
heavy
to
AP,
find
but
a
it
champion
fits.
that he wants to play. See what it is
Viego?
going to be.
Oh
Is
god,
Lee
Lee Sin really into
Okay,
Pantheon. It's not that
this
fun, you
is
know,
a
it's not that
Kyoshi
fun.
Classic. Some of his
You
best
Q him and then he
games
looks
been
at you in
on
the
this
face
champion
saying,
in
okay,
the
then Q me,
past,
idiot.
But it is
And then
a little bit of a
he just
gauntlet thrown
fucks your shit up like my barber.
You don't necessarily have all that much value outside of those sick big plays.
You can't really play a Karma
we'll see
lane
whether
here.
he can do it.
You need like a Rel or
Obviously,
some shit.
Kyoshi has done it in the past.
I mean, Varus is still up, so...
Actually, Karma is not bad. But you do need a
Going
mini
for
support
Varus
for
just
Talia.
gives you
But
a
Karma
really
against
nice
Nico Kennen
ability
is
to
pretty
range,
good.
outrange the Nico and
Is it
look through the
Ezreal
lane.
time? They could
But
go
this
Kai'Sa on
could
5,
indicate something
but
very different.
I think
Could
you
be
just
the
take it.
Ezreal.
Severe.
Still looking for the Sivir
Okay.
that we discussed earlier. We saw the
Is it time
Jarvan
for
ban.
Caitlyn?
And what's it going to be here? This draft for DNS kind of
Or some kind of freaky Draven or some shit? I
See
don't
if
know.
there's a strong, powerful lane
Talk
champ
to me,
here for
Docdam.
Dogdam.
Ooh, a Felios.
Or we just go Aphelios, Nico.
MF is quite nice, actually. I
And
think
this is
MF.
not
I like
a
MF.
safe
But
Aphelios
MF into Leona is a
setup
bit
by
disgusting.
any means.
Shout out on
There
ads
is
if you
no
know ads, you want to
front
subscribe
line
enough, sub channel to one spike
except engage. So
because
sure, you think about Aphelios, think, okay, got a Thresh to keep him safe, or a Lulu to keep him safe, shields, speed up, wild growth.
Boom.
In this case, you have a
Boom,
Slicing Maelstrom and a Pop Blossom.
Chat, you know
trying
it's
to keep
Year of the
enemy at
Horse
bay.
in China?
Well, there's a Pantheon is just going to fly past that perhaps half of the time. There's a Weaver's Wall set up to where you can get into the backline relatively easily. There's Leona. There's a Sivir, the wave clear.
Yeah, everyone's running way faster.
I think this draft is frankly a lot of strong individual parts in terms of, okay, you got a good matchup for the Kennen. Pioshik's on a comfort pick. Ryze does decent into the Talia. Duckdom's Aphelios, and Nico's one of the strongest champions on the patch. But I look at the composition, and I'm like, ooh, I don't know if this works into what DRX have. I think DRX have a more robust comp that has strong win conditions and is very good at killing the Aphelios.
Yeah, I would say so too. Unless they get extraordinarily far ahead, right? Then, you know, you have Severum and you can just heal through the damage and stuff like that, and it should be okay. I think Duckdom is going to have to take 3 cleanses, like every cleanse possible, just to make sure that
it's another 7 years until Year of the Rat.
In the fray.
What?
Mikhail's Nico over
really?
there?
Yep,
7 years until Year of the Rat?
Dash Cannon Mikhail's. That's what we're going to see. We'll see whether he can actually get there, as of course it's
our
a little
time
bit
will
to
come.
get 2 items, but easier now that we have
World
moved to
2032,
the
2031.
I think that what DRX have put together is looking pretty
2033,
strong.
whatever the fucking
the
map is.
Supers, like you say,
What worlds
right?
is Year of the Rat, chat?
It's a lot of comfort and it's a lot of stuff.
Why is the #1 Uma Musume player in the world called Hide on Bush? What the fuck? And second place is Lil Boosie Man? What? Faker is just rank 1 in Uma Musume?
Alright, I thought we just weren't going to have
Does he like play his lane and then base and then just like
and I was going to be very sad.
fucking
we were patient
build strength and then just like run back the lane on his phone?
It did.
And also, we got into this draft incredibly quickly.
Yeah.
We've been having a little bit more ramp up so far this series, so we are just not messing around.
I don't like scaling into the draft.
You're the type of guy to open up a bag of
winning
chips
the
with
draft lead at
scissors.
level 1.
I also feel like
What the
we
fuck
get a
does
little
that
bit
even
silly
mean?
during the initial pause, and then that takes a while to wear off. So a lot of seriousness now as Jiu going to go for that tempo barrier, but already down relatively
Why
low.
doesn't Andal heal? Surely he needs to use heal there, right?
Jiu just trying to damage this minion wave.
The good thing about the Aphelios Nico, even though it's not a strong like pairing necessarily in terms of team fight peel for the Aphelios or, you know, protection, it's really good when you could just sit back and chunk people with Calibrum, and the Nico is Nico. And so the Leona is kind of trying to play the game, and so you see tempo barrier as a result here from Gio, which will keep the lane competitive.
Yep.
Not gonna lie, someone in chat is right. Scissors are bis.
You already mentioned it, but it is looking pretty
They
good.
are so OP.
The DN Supers, and there is an Ignite on this cannon as well to make sure that Dudu can just win as much as possible. Does have that Electrocute put together as well. So
it's so valuable, though, the shield you get for Kennen when you teleport in later on.
That's a good point.
Really going to need to put some real pressure on in this lane to make the Ignite feel worth it.
But I mean, that's what they're going for, right? You already illustrated that's what this composition does. It wins lanes. So I think going all in on that strategy when otherwise your composition feels wonky, then that kind of works out. You know, I'm into it.
I like Ignite Cannon.
It's almost like a solo queue draft where everyone's playing their favorite, like one of their favorite champions because they feel like they're good. It's a good matchup for them. I like this one. Yeah, I can actually play Kennen to the Snar. Yeah, I'm a Aphelios one trick. I'm going for this. I've got the Nico. Should be fine in lane. Gonna scale.
It's a little bit of a realize your composition in the loading screen
Like
type
closer.
scenario.
Yeah, you're like, okay, so how do we play this now?
Yeah. Well, we'll just have to find out as the DN Supers may be able to show us. There are going to be some tempo recalls coming on through.
Serious
here.
question, do you pee sitting down or standing up?
Between our bottom laners.
Sitting down.
They are just going to be going back. Cull is
Leona is
purchased
running
here
top.
for Jiu. And same mirrored start here as we have refillables and our Culls all done. We've seen already that the Cinder can do
For top
a
grab?
whole lot of work though.
Yeah,
Smash
Schmidt
earlier
though.
on today.
E-Flash.
Really making it look good as Pioshik going to get flashed on here by Andal, going for that early roam once again.
And now what shall we do,
Has done
gentlemen?
this already.
Stun him again.
Shield of
And
Daybreak
then
does come in.
What? He
Flash
flashed?
going to be used there from Pioshik to get out of the way of the big old spear. As Closer rotating
Leona,
up
no
as well.
flash,
Now
guys.
it's a possible re-engage angle as there's a Zenith Blade. Ucal will be able
Wait,
to
this
throw
is
this
working.
Rise back and Closer just a little
Leona
bit
got a
in
kill.
no man's land and will be taken down. First blood goes over to Andal, so not exactly optimal here for DRX, but they'll take it. 500 gold now the lead.
A little bit puzzling, the situation here, as Rich also gets a cheeky back with the teleport advantage he has, picks up a no magic mantle, so I have a little bit of a better time in this early levels with some additional magic resistance here. Huh, so
volume increase.
Coach voice. That's
no
what led to it.
So basically, overall, what this comms is from Joker is saying, like, let's use Leona to cover a potential topside play.
Wait, he said that Leona's gonna base and go top or what?
And then this flash call from Andel seemed really silly at first because
he told Leona to base and go top.
He gets the additional stun here, and then Pyosik for some reason flashes the spear. Gets a little bit nervous about that. And just a little bit happy on the trigger finger.
And the
rest of the team is trying to collapse in and maybe set up a play, but Closer is just by his lonesome.
And they also use Closer in order to get out of dodge.
Yeah.
Okay, dude. Wait, this is like when backseating works.
About how this one goes, but it felt like there was a pincer maneuver set up by the DN Supers, but
this is like when I play TFT on stream and chat's just telling me what to buy and sell.
Gets out of the way of any danger from Peter and from Dudu. And Zenith Blade then just gets Andal out to safety as well. So it's just kind of a disaster all round here for DNS.
I don't think DNS really needed to... Well, first of all, Pyosik didn't necessarily need to flash where he did, but that's a panic move as Dudu.
Wait, is he solo killed with Ignite Keenan?
Flash has to be used to get out of the way of the boulder, as Rich is just throwing around Big Ben and having a really good time now that he's hit that Mega.
Yeah, now that Dudu doesn't have level 6, I mean, he's going to hit it in just a second here, but he lost all of his health, so he can't really utilize it for anything, so... That was a really nice timing for Rich to utilize that advantage.
Look at Leona, base and go top again.
Been like, oh, okay, we get out here. Pyosik flashes, but you know, let's just go get out of the situation and not commit further, and they just kind of walk straight into first blood on the follow-up there. And like you said, helped escape did Closer the rest of the team from the collapse.
I mean, Top's in a great spot now. I know he's down in gold, but
disjointed. The call has
you gotta
been
push out,
for Jiwoo.
then he gets the plates and he bases.
To just say, all right, well, push through this laning phase. I'm going to be a big late game threat. To get as much money as possible, as safely as possible. And his wave clear is going to be really powerful in the mid game to help set up for objectives. That's the other thing Sivir does besides extreme boom boom damage with crit damage buffed on this patch.
Uh-oh.
Gonna need to
Leona will slowly die to the dragon.
Some sort of Hex Splash play here.
Gonna need an
Elper.
Elper.
Finds himself in a very uncomfortable position. Realm Warp though to try and get in here and punish him, and that's gonna be Closer able to lock him down. That's Closer getting the kill as well, but there's a flick back onto Pyosik. He's in a bit of trouble as Willow looking for another round
Q
of
flash
skills,
was
and
clean.
there it is, the spear to finish him off. Gio now turns up. Red White
everyone's hitting a different target on DRX.
Scary, and down goes the Pantheon. Gio has to flash. And Doctom already demonstrating the power of this pick. Yukal just not with enough damage.
I feel like if Sivir was hitting Rise, maybe this could have worked.
So the Dragon is not going to be taken.
The Rise had flash, I guess.
Very angrily telling Doctom he is not going to be backing right there either. That was a very crazy set of plays on both sides that looked a little bit silly in the end, but it all starts off with a catch on Andel in the pit, right? And Pyosik here wants to start the Dragon, but this buys a lot of time. The Realm Warp comes over here initially, and you can see Yukal is like, all right, set up here, trying to get Andel out. The rocks would actually catch Pyosik here on the follow. Then he gets hit by a shove that's really well placed, and then doesn't have flash to get the spear he needs to flash this time. Does end up dying after using the flash previously. And Gio goes super deep.
Willow should just hit Rise if he's going to die.
Access into these red-white guns and then has to flash himself. Because the health bars are so low and another flick comes through from Yukal, they cannot actually continue to play, but a very weird situation where Pyosik is essentially putting himself out of the fight right away by going straight into those rocks.
I mean, he did interrupt Hex Splash with a dragon. I think that's kind of cool, you know?
True.
There's something to be said for that. Outside of it, though, just demonstrating that Talia is kind of the bane of Lee Sin's existence. He kind of dashes to do everything that he wants to do. And we'll see how he's going to be able to navigate that as this game goes on. We've seen plenty of players just decide that they want to hoover up the rocks. You know, like that's how you deal with it. Plenty of Akali players really like just traveling through all of them if they can. But Peter, I think, Pyosik, I think, is going to be wanting to do something different, as we're not going to see a seismic shot, we're just going to see a ghost here from Closer to avoid any of that danger as Willa.
Yukal's
already on these grubs.
Is Ghost a dash?
Can I put down the rocks to stop him from maybe he trips over?
Must be pretty awkward to like run very quickly through those rocks, but I guess if you're, you know, if you can't.
It's like stepping stones, you know, like over a river or something like that. Maybe it's similar to that.
I think it's kind of, because it's Ghost, it's kind of like he just walks through the rocks and doesn't care.
Ah, sort of floats over the top.
Yeah.
Kind of into it.
Well, we do see a clone here to trip them up, but they don't care. I do think, Pyosik is doing topside right now.
Ooh,
oh, no, he's not actually. It was taken already.
He wants
My
to ward
apologies,
jump
I
past the
misread
scuttle.
That is a very cute ward position.
Is he going for the dive or what?
Gonna make something happen here? Like, this is such a tricky angle that maybe less chance of
Look at Talia though, look at Talia, look at
deep
Talia, look at
bait,
Talia.
like the real insane bait?
Actually, possible? Never mind. He throws another clock, and that is Pyosik just going back to base.
He could have, like, I don't know, flashed the wall, taken a turret shot, looked for a kick flank angle, maybe.
Could have been something.
It would have been a nightmare if he did that though, because Talia was
like,
ready.
They really kind of wanted to commit, and then obviously someone called it off. And so Rich is going to be A-OK, still has flash available. He's still got his Gnar, of course. And I think he's going to be pretty happy with the lane state at the minute. Currently behind only a few CS, as Dudu not going to be teleporting to any lanes or anything like that. Hasn't finished the quest yet. And so does home guard his way back up there. He's going to miss out on too much.
The minion.
Now might be in trouble as Yukal and Andal are
That's
going
a
to
sussy
show
minion.
up.
I mean, maybe Joker told him to cover topside again, because they're all up there doing it again. Grand Starfall, they're ready for Willer. This Gnar, or sorry, this Kennen is ultless, and so vulnerable to a Gnar setup with a potential Pantheon follow-through. So for DNS, they have to be very cautious right now. And, I mean, even the flash for the Kennen isn't necessarily going to save him, as this Sivir wave clear is already starting to hit in the bottom lane.
Oh, yeah. Rich takes a turret shot. Isn't going to be too worried about it here, as there are 3 men strong.
Look at all the vision around the Baron pit. Like, they have so much deep vision in the jungle. It's like they're map hacking. Like, they can see everything. They decide to call off the play here. But they can stay like this because they're like, where is Pyosik? Is he coming up?
We're laning top.
Who are these players?
Yeah.
Lane top meta is back.
Where's Pyosik?
Yeah, exactly.
Very good point. Well, he's actually on the top side of the map. There are 2 of him. I can see plenty of Pyosik right now.
Not currently in challengers.
Yep, true. Dudu doesn't manage to stop the back. Teleport is just going to bring Rich back in there. And so DRX have a very small lead. And not too much more to talk about here in this game. Yet to be broken open. Feeling a lot better than the way DNS were looking in game number 1, but still going to have to see some more.
Gnar.
As
Yes, spam scepter though.
And Mertreads really makes Rich feel a whole lot better. We check out the replay here, and this was just a little bit of a dive potential setup. As, yeah, the flash does get used to get out of the way of the Gnar.
Yeah, the initial Gnar doesn't hit, and then see the flash traded. And that's the end of that. Andal
grabbed him to set up for this play potentially as Gio comes over, but I think Andal is just dead. He flashes anyway.
Okay, Andrel. Just gets caught in river.
Best.
Sucks.
And the Leona will be taken down. So DNS looking a lot better in this moment, evening out the gold.
Not ideal for DRX here, as DNS will grab the Dragon, as Rich continues to try to get an advantage up here on the top side, but this was the answering Kennen pick that is not really finding much outside of defending the turret thus far. Dragon is going to go over. Let's see what we get second here. Will be the Cloud Drake.
Ooh,
so
is it
possibly
another mountain?
One more ocean as well.
Oh yeah, love to see that.
In this scenario,
it's a hard
really
time to choose the flash because Aphelios will just Q you.
A bit deep try to set up vision. We know that's DRX's
Maybe he has to
plan.
flash the Lee Sin Q.
Well, the way we came into it,
probably dead anyway.
But watching it a second time was just caught there with limited information, being a support.
Yep, they also didn't want to commit to anything there.
Yeah.
I thought maybe Andal would then try to throw out a Solar Flare to set
The amount
up
of pressure
for a
they're
Weave
putting
as
top
well,
is nice
and
though. This is giving Gnar so
Grand
much space to
Skyfall,
play the
but Willa
game.
didn't have the ultimate
And
available.
Sivir is just wave
so
clearing.
they couldn't actually go
So
for
DRX
the play.
is just scaling.
He got the achievement.
Good timing.
He got the achievement to unlock Hex Flash.
There you go, beautiful.
On the play, so.
And Gio just managed to get that cannon. His whole performance has really turned around. As Andal looking to make his way in, there's a Zenith Blade to hold up closer. But he's able to proc the Ghost and get himself out of there. Will a little bit late to that one.
Yeah, I guess the rock or the shove was already used. 100% sure if he used it on camera or not, but used it here on the Scuttle Crab. Either way, it wasn't a near kill onto Closer. They did not get his flash, but they get the Ghost. And this game has been, once again, like outside of a few crazy scraps.
Lane gank on top, no flash on Rich.
War where vision
but
game
it's warded.
for DRX is superior.
Oh, that timing is just
in,
rough.
Slicing Maelstrom, the Gnar pushes him
That
back,
is
and
just
there
rough.
is
That
the
is
Q
so
connecting
rough.
from
That is
Pyosik.
rough.
Willa
That is
turns
so
up,
rough.
But then he realizes he doesn't really want to be here. Q gonna connect there from Pyosik, who does go in. Yukal's in position though. The stun comes down, flash out there as
Nice,
they see
broke
the
top,
Realm Warp, and
finally.
they do not want any of it. Nicely played
Finally
defensively
broke
at the end, but really good gank there from the DN Supers.
Yeah, definitely a lot
Doesn't
of
really
plays
net
here for
them much,
DRX
though, I guess.
that have nearly been well coordinated, right? The play where they almost got closer in the mid lane. This trap they were trying to set with the Rich push there, where they're like, aha, we had the Pantheon ult, but the vision they didn't have, they vision almost everywhere on the map of where Pyosik was what really did them in there. You can see also Yukal was in position to Weaver's wall in, but opted not to once he realized the fight was lost before he even got there.
Shimu wants to dive in.
Played in from Andil, but this is red-white guns on Doctom. Andil is dead, right? Yeah, Doctom just able to kill him there in the 1v1 underneath the turret. Red-white don't fight, DRX. You know this.
That was very peculiar, but he did unlock a turret plate achievement as well.
He did definitely get that. Pyosik's making his way down though. There's the flash.
Nice spell
really
shield.
good use of the spell
no
shield, but it
there.
does not matter. There's a kickback, and Pyosik will be able to lock down the Sivir as well.
Yeah, I think the game on both sides is a bit fried now. That dive.
Funny start in this
I mean,
one,
Aphelios has red gun ults, right? Or did he white gun ult even? But he was just fine.
It's the two shades of Pyosik, right?
Yeah.
He either carries the game or he costs you the game.
And like, this is the champion that he carries games on as well.
Even though the very early game, I was a little bit concerned that it wasn't going to look that way. Look at how long he waits here. There's vision in that left side brush. But when Rich goes in to look for the Gnar, because he knows the Pantheon's coming up, he's trying to set up a Willer gank.
Better than your Lee Sin?
What? Was Willer's gank was basically a late counter gank, unknown. And then he just has to walk away and flash away later. This is a little bit funky because Sivir just doesn't do that much damage yet. And as Gio is leaving,
white
is
gun
when
ulted.
Andil
He didn't even
sees
red
the
gun
angle
ult.
to go in.
Yeah, I think Gio said, I missed my boomerang. And,
He gets 190 gold for the kill on
so much
Leona.
damage
Lol.
missing from the engage.
And then Gio can't get out anymore. So Spell Shield, as you mentioned, was good on the Pop Blossom, but he has to then die to the kick because he doesn't have any Spell Shield anymore.
Yeah, he red gun ulted already? Oh.
Kind of wishes that he had more opportunities than that, as Weave as well does bring
flash
Yukal
to do.
towards the
Doesn't
top
even
side
need
of
to
the
use
map. Dudu able to make his way out though.
He's not playing with
Uses
Nimbus
the
Cloak.
flash, slicing Maelstrom, everything. As the eye is being defended here by DNS. As let's see, Andil is going to face check. Pyosik makes his way over.
Maybe he lives though.
Now, looking for a bit of an angle here as Andil flashes out of the way. Good shove to protect their support.
Oh, did the back end of that Q hit?
Not quite able to get enough of these
Oh, now he's
blades
dead or
over
what?
the top.
No, he's
And now
fine.
Gio could find himself in an
Big
awkward
Pantheon ult.
position. Man drop comes down as Willa looks to try and stop Peter. Pop Blossom comes on forward. He's stacked
Q,
up
show me
the
Q.
though.
Oh, he
Just
missed.
needs to land
Sivir
and he
Q
will
though.
not,
Shut
but
down.
just the edge of the boomerang blade, and down will go the Nico. I believe the eye is going to mean that Shelly does not
To the
play a
first bot
part
tower.
in
Look at that
today's
bot wave
second
as well.
game,
Aye, Shebal.
which is very
It's not gonna crash
Oh,
either.
they did. Never mind. Willa got it. Oh,
Did
beautiful.
ultimately get it in the end, and the chaos that ensued.
I'm very glad, because when Shelly doesn't get to play the game, it's just really sad.
I think there was one game this this last week where the Herald was just not killed at all. Which
Oh, really?
Crazier.
Wow,
They used Andil as bait to get the eye.
Andil, it gets up to
Good
being
comms.
taken down incredibly low, but he baits Pyosik in this awkward
Yeah,
spot.
the back end of the
Ricochet
Q didn't hit.
almost takes Pyosik out there. But now this is a really tough
Q
fight
is playing engage
for the
Sivir.
side
He's
of
telling his team
DNS.
just
Gio
fucking
has
go
to use
in.
his barrier, but then the follow-up comes through from Willer, and it gets really tricky here. Like, can I hit the Q? Cannot.
Rich almost died to Doctom as well.
But he kept Duckdom at bay to a certain extent there. Yukal shows up, they have to retreat. Does not die, ultimately, like you were saying, he nearly did. And now we're going back to clearing waves in the mid lane. Still a pretty good position in this game for DNS.
Yep.
Especially
They will be able to
after
get a
taking the
double
second
dragon as well.
Exactly, double dragon here for them. And we'll see what the soul is, because DNS are hoping for a high roll with this turret disappearing.
Well,
And
it's going to be Chemtech, so not exactly the best.
Kind of okay for Aphelios?
Yeah. And it's kind of okay for
Crash, you
some
rat.
of the shields. There's a Seraphs that's getting built. I mean, there are
Lovely.
angles here. This turret is going to go down in the mid lane. Closer is looking to answer on the bottom side, but it's a trade up for DRX.
Yeah, 2 for 1 here. And it looks like that might take even an extra wave to go down on the bottom side. It's going to be close, as I think it should still go down. And Yukal is going to play defensively, so it will. But the scaling Sivir versus scaling Aphelios argument is really interesting, because both of these 80 carries are insanely big benefactors of the new patch and the new crit damage. However, I think the Aphelios is stronger at dealing damage when his guns are set at red and white. But that doesn't necessarily matter if the Sivir setup
Lee
is
Sin
better
though,
and
lane
they have
gank.
more frontline for it.
Talia has
And
flash.
that's kind of what I'm
Depends on matches he dies with no
feeling is
flash.
going
Lee
to
Sin.
happen, because there's so many threats to kill Duckdom in
Yeah,
this
Lee
game.
Sin,
He only has
let's
one
see
flash,
if he
only
can
has
cook
one
in
cleanse.
fights.
And let's see what happens with this shot.
Oh, this timing
There's
is
a kickback
perfect.
onto Yukal. He's real dead. Not sure about
Way too
what the
far
goal
up.
was there, as Andor going to get tagged by a Sonic Wave as well. Willer in the area,
TP.
Ju rotating down. There's a teleport in from the cannon, but Rich is here already.
Big one by Peter, but he's just going to die.
Peter, but he's just dead. Not an angle that he can actually fight in.
Kennen
Dudu is
TP'd
so
quite far away.
Pioshik looks for it.
Oh god, Kennen's trying to join the fight. Please, sir, please, can I join this team fight, please? Oh, please.
They get the stun onto Dudu, slicing Maelstrom though.
Ooh,
Is going to
Aphelios
be the
time.
end of Andor,
Red,
and
white.
Finally,
Hola.
Top Dom shows up, and he's got the right guns to do it. Ju now with the boomerang blade, but they're not going to be able to close in. Still 3 on the floor.
Well, that's a 7-minute
and
cooldown on
just in
Kennen
trade
TP.
for Peter, DNS will take that.
I just want to remind everyone that this is just a big fight on the bottom lane with no
the Kruggy.
objectives nearby. It was a big tug of war fight when both teams have insane setup in CC and globals. Just one little tug of war game down here, one little shove attempt that goes too deep means every single player on the map.
They didn't even have E or what?
Rush down with a cannon TP. Everyone's like, all right, well, if we don't actually win this war of attrition, they win. They'll get that bottom turret. We have to commit further. The Pop Blossom here initially feels like it's a big fail, but it ends up doing a decent amount of damage and kind of selling the idea to DRX that this play is actually winnable. They commit with an R here onto Pioshik, then flashes and W's away, and now they're way too deep into a cannon.
Well, now
If he does no flash, what?
Could be in trouble.
Wait, it's a monster play. When did he flash?
Threaded volley. It is going to be able to take down Doc Dom.
He must have flashed the Pantheon ult.
as well. A huge deal here to grab that first death for Doc Dom.
It's such a question for the rest of this game for DNS to
Kennen
answer.
is almost a level up.
Really,
Actually, he's not that far ahead in his team. He's only
How
half level
do
up.
Doc Dom not die?
Yeah, how do Doc Dom live?
Yeah, that's a tough. I don't have the answer to that one. Andil just
Oh,
going
clean
to flash
Andil.
in, does manage to find
Wait,
the angle,
Andil,
even
clean.
through the flash. And Dudu not able to get too much value here as Ju wanted
Wait,
to be able to get that
DRX
last
though.
auto, but
They can't do Nash here.
The slicing Maelstrom, so he's
DNS.
the one that gets the kill. Rich deals with the turret towards the bottom
He's
side, and
TPing mid
DRX.
to cover.
This is that mid to late game
Are they
macro
scared
that
of
has
Baron?
just been so much better than DNS so far this series.
And the question is now becoming not just how do Duck Dom live, as we'll watch here, he does not live. Pantheon comes through,
Okay, yeah.
flashes,
No
guess
counterplay
what?
there.
Still got
I guess he just has to
stunned.
hug his turret
Still
on the
got
wave.
hit with the solar flare, and a ton of bursts from Yukal. And then, how do anyone live if everyone engage? It's a flash in from Andil, shove hits, any single target can be blown up, so they have to play together, but they don't have a great front line. It's, like I said, the Kennen ult and the Nico ult from Dudu and Peter that are your best tools of deterrence.
And it's not looking like it's really working out. But a lot of it is to do with the fact that DNS haven't necessarily looked quite as coordinated. They did
Kennen
have a
TP is
much
not even
better early
halfway off
game
cooldown yet.
this time around, but
Ooh, that's an Infinity
even
Aphelios
still,
though.
you had Pop Blossom being used when there was no Aphelios or Kennen involved. I feel like the way Peter needs to engage is when Dudu is ready to get massive damage.
This is a big
As
pick.
now Yukal is likely to be dead
can probably
again.
force
Pioshik
Nash
able
off
to
this.
set up for that one. Does get flung back, but he will still be able to go down. Closer will be able to
If they
grab
want
his
to,
fourth
but that
kill
means
of the
Kennen
game.
would
This
have to
rise
join
will
them
be
somehow.
very scary.
Looks
It's
like they
actually
don't want to.
pretty crazy if it's
Thinking about it?
almost a Baron
No.
angle, but Duck Dom can't really get access. There's not enough time. They don't have any mid prio. If Duck Dom was able to control the mid wave, he was playing, Sivir, if Sivir was on DNS's side, for example, and he had that wave control while they got that pick, they could have maybe turned into a
They
Baron.
can
He has
click
IE, but
Dragon though.
unfortunately, it's not really
Basically
going to work
click
out
Drake.
that way because Yukal doesn't have teleport. He has Weaver's Wall, but that can only get you so far. But it looks like his death is not really going to be punished by DNS outside of the gold they pick up from his corpse.
And does have Weaver's Wall as well, so he can get back to a lot of the different fights that will be happening.
I think they'll have enough time to get back to this dragon with how slow this, how it spawned, and DNS haven't really set up very directly
Mods,
on it.
why are
Rich
you spamming
already
no
here,
mods?
As you can see.
Yep. Moves on over. That is going to be Graviton, though. Does avoid the moonshot, I believe. Yes, that is a Calibrum. And Yukal will now find his way back. So an honest 5v5 here between these two squads. Looking for a bit of poke damage to start this one off.
God, Yukal needs to be really careful, man. His positioning is kind of sketchy.
Exactly.
Rich needs to charge another Narbar. He does not have it, as the observers are showcasing all 10 big ultimates online for what could be the deciding fight here of this game, now potentially of the series. Willer.
Oh, Willer just dives in, looks for Dudu. Solar Flare going to slow him down.
No Leon
There's
ult.
now Ju looking for
Kennen
an angle,
doesn't
but
have
he's kind
TP.
of lonely at this point in time.
Ju is
Boomerang
clicking
Blade's sort of
forwards.
missing all over the place, but there's a Weaver's Wall
He's
from
just
Yukal.
clicking
Pop
forwards.
Blossom as Peter finds 3.
And he's just dying.
And they take down Ju to start the fight. Rich now looking to try and take down the Nico, but
Nice stopwatch
this
by
is
Yukal,
so
but he is
dire,
cooked.
as Doc Dom has so much protection. Both of the
Yeah,
damage
too
dealers
much
are now
clicking
on the
forwards,
floor,
maybe.
and DRX You flubbed that one.
Yeah, they really did. They just were not able to get consistently set up to do the damage with Gio. He was kind of going in by himself as Willer was able to get a lot of health,
We like
but
you.
not actually as secure.
Close,
That was
actually.
closer than I think it would have made Pyosik comfortable. But at the end of the day, it's sole point here for DNS, and they take back control of the game and the gold lead with this trade of kills. They're also going to grab this mid turret, some additional plate gold for their carries. But Willer's idea here is very risky and it's very greedy because
I don't
look
mind
at
it
where
actually,
Gio
because
is
if that
right now.
Leon ult
Follow-up
connects, Cannon's dead.
is certain death, right? So
Yeah, Gio needed,
I just
to
don't
be
like
with the
that
other guy.
Exactly.
Gio
And if
clicks forward this
the
much.
Maelstrom
I guess he
comes
just
out
doesn't
at
know
that
where Rise
moment,
is.
I think this might have even been more one-sided as Peter leaps into the arms of his old 80 carry partner, takes him out. Will die for it. Rich is
Dudu
like,
is just
"I'm an
trolling
80
in this
carry."
fight.
Well, not really in this fight, and they don't have any friends as Andel is long gone.
Yeah, he got
Willer,
the heck out of there.
The one who started it all off just cannot really do anything for them. It's not the deciding fight of the game, but it definitely puts DNS back in the driver's seat.
And this is exactly how fights need to look for DNS as well. They need to find Pop Blossoms and get enough damage. There's a kick. Beautiful
are we
knock-up
cooking or are we
on
overcooking?
Andel as
We're
well
cooking.
as Yukal has to flash to get himself out of
Cannon
the way. There's a
TP'd
mega
again, though.
disengage cone up and available as Pyosik not going to quite find the cube. But Closer, he finds it, and down will
Willa
go
no flash.
Yukal. Now Willa just desperately trying to leave, and DRX are very quickly falling apart.
Okay, Pyosik leads in.
Joker, where is the coach call? We need the coach call right now.
It's like a Baron angle.
Is this fightable?
Oh, and Doctor is not going to lose health. He can
Yeah,
probably
you have
tank
Mega
it,
Gnar
to be
flash.
perfectly honest.
But Cannon has
Lost
flash.
his red gun.
All right, DRX now moving in. These health bars are going down. But let's see, there's so much damage. There's a solar
Willa
flare
can
onto
Q
Doctor,
flash
but
over
he's
the
not
wall.
too worried about it. Willer is on vision as Peter doesn't find the Pop Blossom,
Close.
but it was all zoning. As now into the backline goes Dudu. Andel is going to be able to lock him up as Rich should be able
Oh,
to
they
take
didn't
down
even
the
get
cannon.
Dudu.
Never mind, he just flashes
Yeah,
away.
GG.
And Gio is dead yet
GG.
again. Yukal just now respawning. The Willer is also going to suffer the same
I love
fate.
how the
Nice
cameraman
sidestep
zooms in
there
on the
from
Lee Sin
Rich, but
cues.
it's too little. It's too late. It's a 6,000 gold lead. They have soul point, and there is the kick back onto Rich. He should be dead. Hop comes through, and there's the flash.
Why are we
survives.
zooming on the Lee Sin
The
cues?
Dragon
Leave him
fight
alone.
might not have been, but I do think this was the deciding game here, or the game deciding fight here for DNS to bring us to a third and final game, our sixth of the day.
Yeah,
that's the Baron that goes over on
Is
top
this
of
our
the Dragon.
first six gamer
I
as
think
well?
it is, if I'm not
It is,
mistaken.
yeah. Hopefully.
And I looked at Pony this
Next
morning,
game
and I was
is
like,
400
Pony,
kills.
It's 6 games today, and he's like, I've been going to the gym. I've got the stamina. I am ready for it. So Pony's going to get his wish here today. By the looks of things, obviously, you know, we shouldn't be counting chickens and things like that, but it's a 7.5 thousand gold lead, approximately.
I'm pretty ready to count the chickens.
I've been going to the gym as well. In my mind
7.4
palace.
thousand.
That's so many chickens.
I mean, give or take, it's been oscillating between 7.3 thousand and 7.5
Wow,
thousand, but
that's.
I did a rough count.
You could solve a famine with that. Was that a Sonic Wave steal of a big Krug?
I didn't. I was looking at chickens.
Sorry. That
I
makes
went to
sense.
one
I did ask you
Pokemon
about
gym.
the chickens, so I appreciate that.
Couldn't get to the
But it
second
might
in
have
6
been.
hours.
That was a test to make sure that you were paying attention to the chickens and not
Hold
the
on.
Sonic Wave.
Rich is looking to eliminate some chickens.
Oh.
Watch them go.
Wow, that was so many chickens. The crystalline over. The chicken line.
How'd you get stumped
Is that
so
what you're
hard?
talking about?
Because Connor's hinting.
The chickens are still going up.
I take
because
no
there's farm
responsibility.
in 2 lanes and a big plate to go down here for close of the final one of that inner turret will be the whole turret is TP flank from Rich is optimistic. He's got only a little bit of Gnar left.
All right. They look for closer, but he's just going to press Ghost
Gnar,
and
no
gets
TP.
himself the heck out of there.
Who was he flanking?
Is he still flanking?
Nah, Poolbay is,
Schrodinger's
though.
flank.
Yeah, he certainly is. Where is Poolbay?
He's going to jump into the LCK at any moment.
Well, I personally would like to see it. All right, Weaver's all going to come down here as they're looking for Doctor.
Oh, what?
And
Nico,
he
he
just
hit
gets stunned up
instantly?
and denied entry. Out goes Pyosik. And DNS playing some really nice defense.
Yeah, they're just like, you can't reach him, so... And he's got Flash and Cleanse, so...
Oh,
good luck
Was
with
that one auto attack on
Gnar as
Yukal?
Dudu
Can we
gets thrown into
check?
the wall. There's
What?
the stun from Willer at the same time. The slicing Maelstrom still goes off. And now the fight is going to start. Pioshik gets on top of his target, and Willow is going to be taken down. Yukal, unfortunately, just hasn't done much of anything this game, and will once again die as an afterthought.
Yeah, I mean, when top died to the lane gank, and then bot died.
Look good. Dr. on his signature pick.
I mean,
you can see the Jew was stepping up or whatever the fuck.
in DRX's actions, try to get on Dr. Can't quite reach him. Okay, the cannon's in range. We blow him up.
They were both within like 1 minute 30 seconds, both plays.
Single target blows somebody up, but they're just too far behind now. They can't kill Dudu in time. He's got his Maelstrom.
The Aphelios, I'm pretty sure the Aphelios auto-attacked Talia and took 80% of her health.
And the end result is their base is alive, but
look at bot tier 2 here. Look at Yukal.
We'll
you can look at Yukal. Oh,
look at this rich.
Okay, I guess he was already 80%.
Willer's coming over. Lots of chain CC, but where is the damage?
Took 40% of his health.
Where is everyone else? Like Yukal is on a third of his health bar, and I believe someone looked at him and Yukal died. Yeah, there he goes.
Ju was trying to help clear the wave, so in the mid game, that's enough damage there with the Pantheon to kill that cannon. But at this stage, it absolutely is not. It's too much health. He's level 16. He does not care. He smirks at your attempted Gnar into Pantheon.
Oh, that sounds rude. All right, well,
he says it's my year, baby.
Why does he look like Sid from Toy Story?
Closer is also saying, I'm going to have this year as well. But you had 2025. It'll be okay. Regardless, that is 3 items done for the cannon, 3 items on Pioshik as well, having a great game today. 1-1 and 14, 15 out of 17 as far as the kill contribution. Feels very, very nice.
Started with the flash of a spear and ended with just running the entire game.
Exactly. And he's looked really, really good. The defensive play, like we already illustrated it, it was going to be difficult in this
black
game,
shirt
right?
on.
Defending this Aphelios could be tough.
All right, we're flanking again. Maybe this time we'll get that pesky rat.
Maybe they can do
that
it.
Pesky rat.
For Dudu, so it is still going to be a very difficult task.
He also has ult still as well.
All right. Well, Rich has Wit's End, so let's see. 2 inhibitors now going
League of
down
Legends needs an armory on the map that spawns at 15 minutes instead of Herald. And if you get into the armory, you can upgrade an item like Orn item. And if you win, everyone can get 1 upgrade. But only 1 role can get an upgrade. So if the enemy top upgrades, you can't.
It is
and it should be a team fight area.
That DNS were able to make this comp work. They were able to
spawns in the Herald pit, and the champion needs to enter and stand still for 5 seconds. And then they get an Orn upgrade on their item.
In this game,
and if the enemy top has 1, your top can't get 1, but your jungle can, your mid can.
They can actually, potentially get those picks. They've tried so many times
team fight over it.
Right? But if the coordination is a little bit better, or if the damage dealers are actually there when that Pantheon Gnar goes through, they can get a multi-man shove and somehow miraculously steal the game away, right? But everyone has flash on DNS, so it's going to be really tough. But DNS are like, you know what? Like I don't like ending the game.
This is why I should be. This is why he's on the design team. If you want, you can make it 1v1 only. Instead of an armory, you can make it a portal. And if you take the portal, the enemy top gets sucked in as well, and you have to 1v1.
That space is certainly the safer play. Maybe learning a little bit from the DNF 10,000 gold lead that didn't go so well last year.
I mean, right now they don't have a mid laner. Yukal's 3 levels behind, 4.5 thousand gold behind. Rich is blanking.
Wait, Doctor might die here. Kappa, Chungus Deluxe. He's gonna one-shot everyone.
Golden, but look at the AoE from this guy. Just presses Q with Severum and everyone's dead. Gio likely to go down as well. Does manage to pick up a little Pikachu on his way out, but that is going to be Closer flashing for it. Willa manages to get
Aphelios
one,
red blue gun is cool as fuck when you press red Q. It is cool as fuck. It looks like you're ascending.
I liked the peel from support Ken and support Nico as they try to kill Duck Dom and fail
Just
miserably.
splash damage everywhere.
I told you guys the front line, it's the ultimates, and it's also the positioning of Duck Dom. I did not believe. I was not a believer. I thought this composition just was too risky, too many ways to kill the Aphelios. Duck Dom says no, not today.
Alright, Champion will toilet to fill up my water real quick. We'll do the last game.
The rest of his team.
Bro, where's my Fries group gameplay? This is just 2 one-sided games. Can someone start fucking running it?
Closer almost had a flame horizon in that game. Yukal was made basically irrelevant.
I need someone to start running it. I'll be quick. I'll only be like 2 minutes.
Around, just got nothing done at all. Man, it's pretty impressive stuff. And maybe it is the year of Dudu in the end, because the Kennen counterpick looked really nice. When I saw blind Gnar come in, I was like, no one does that. Why does no one do that? Maybe it's because they can just get Kennen at a moment's notice.
Well, it didn't look like it was working at first, but it did ultimately end up having a much larger impact than Rich later on, even though the laning phase was going really well. It's that time period, you can see it on the goal difference there between like 19 and 22 minutes where if you were a DNS fan, you're like, oh, no, we don't throw this away. Because it looked like maybe there were just a few too many threats and the side lanes were not getting back into their control. But once we got to 5v5 team fights, Duckers had too much support.
Yeah, looked really good. They managed to pick themselves up the Dragon Soul as well, and they bring us to the coveted 6th game. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short break for the last time this evening, and then we have, of course, the lovely gentleman on the space to break down that game, and then the deciding one between DNS and DRX. We'll see you there.
가볼게 이거. 나를 못. 나는 잡았거든. 야 본대 맞아. 해볼게. 나 패치. 나봐줘. 안 죽어. 앞라인 봐줘. 달려. 잡았어. 오케이. 나루도 잡았어. 오케이. 이득 하면 끝날 듯. 이득 하자. 내가 11을 쫄줄게. 야 아니 이거 꿀열매 때문에 방어가 안 타지네. 강 잡는 건데. 야 근데 초반이 이거.
I still fear them. Blades buried in my back. You trusted death to be my end. But death knows only one. Kill. I will turn your swords against you, one by one. Traitor! Betrayer! Outbreaker!
Cowards! Cowards!
You will beg for the end.
You will beg for the end. My name is Viego. And my skin is $500.
But my revenge has only just begun.
$500 for my new skin. Alright, this is the run. I know how to play this champ now. Have you seen Connor's new streaming room? I have, yes. Costs 1 less for each time you lose HP during this combat. Deal 18 damage. Ooh, I've never used that card before, actually. Should we do block build, or is block build kind of cringe? I feel like block build's kind of cringe. Store a card. Wait, I should do strike build. Wait a minute. I should just do strike build. Ooh, wait, these cards are kind of good. Deal 5 damage to all enemies X times. I'll take that. Beep, 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 beep. Fuck my life. Fuck my life. That's actually the most useless card in the game. No joke. Oh wait, that's actually kind of broken. But this rat's gonna run away. He's gonna run away. Don't run away, please. Don't run away. No! And it's gain 2 strength, it is turn lose 2 strength. Worth. Worth. Boss, elite boss. Fucking Scheibel. Yeah.
Both squads desperate for their first series win, but the DN Automotive Supers strike back to try and close that gap against DRX. And if there's one thing we learned today, it's don't give signature players in the LCK their signature champions. D plus Kia had the opportunity on Showmaker with Twisted Fate. This time, Lee Sin in the hands of Pyoshik, and he looks deadly with it.
Yeah, and also it's kind of illegal to
have you beaten the heart yet?
Nico
Yes, I have.
on Peter, like Peter or Nico, and also
bro, he's not
like,
dead.
at the same time, but also don't forget the closer Rise as well.
Fuck, I should use my
I think
potion.
they got too much out of like first picking Pantheon here.
Yeah, I mean, draft-wise, the Pantheon to the giving enemy team like Kennen with a Gnar with the ban of Xante. I thought it was great draft, but it was just a good signature picks for Peter and the Pyoshik and the closer Rise.
Especially when you have so much playmaking on one
Goat,
side
I'm the
to
goat.
be able to overcome a draft
Every 3
deficit.
turns gain an
And
energy.
here
Wait a
in
minute.
The couple of plays that really shaped the match here, you show exactly why Lee Sin and Pyoshik go hand in hand.
I mean, it's literally Pyoshik montage of all of these highlights. He just tried to gank on top lane, but he already knew that like Gnar put the ward in the brush, so that's why he backed out to sneak out. So after that, fortunately, like just Gnar jumps in and then his plan worked out.
Okay, so I will explain about the Gnar's perspective. He just warded the first brush. He feels like it's not a counter gank out, and there were no flashes each other. So Pantheon and Talia was coming first in his perspective. So he tried to fight and kill the cannon because their win condition was killing the cannon. But Pyoshik just hid in the second brush like that, and then killed Gnar instantly, and then they just lost Pantheon's flash and ult too.
And all that happens in a split second, right? I mean, we slowed it down to show the decision making, but the ward, while Pyoshik was moving into the bush, Pyoshik stops, and then the idea that DRX was like, yep, we're gonna make this play here, and Pyoshik's Johnny on the spot. That's so tough.
At first place, he was on the top side. He already knew that the situation is gonna be happen on the top side, so that's why he was there. And also the reaction of like just seeing the ward right there. So I mean, just in general, he made
not bad from me. Not a bad play from me.
We are gonna have insane montage of Lee Sin play by Pyoshik.
Yeah, I mean,
can't wait for the Nuzlocke
like
after the
when
LCK.
you are on a
There's no
champion you're
Nuzlocke after the
comfortable
LCK.
with, and you're in the zone, and that's what we saw Pyoshik here in game number 2.
I think the most important thing is, as a position, he was always at the perfect position to fight.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like that's the classic Lee Sin, classic ping pong. And enemy team is like desperate about it.
Yeah, I mean, again, he was really good at Lee Sin, but as you mentioned, it's about the positioning. It's about to know where you need to be at. And I think the execution is like the after thingy, you know? So I think just in general, Pyoshik and Closer working out really well on the side wave helps a lot for the team, especially for this game, Snowball.
Yeah, not even this one, like he was killing the Yuka, he was just tracking and stalking him.
Right.
I
think
quite
fraud
hard
pace.
for Yuka's life today.
What do you mean fraud pace?
Side, now it's on the top side, left and right and up and down, and it's again the Nashor pit. He's looking for the angle as well.
I mean, look at this angle. He doesn't have any vision. Just look at his beast heart.
So clean.
Yeah, his Q doesn't miss without.
What do you mean fraud pace?
This is always the enemy's Lee Sin in solo queue, right? Tracking everything, nothing you can do, and he knows that it's frustrating on top of all of it. So a great performance there by Pyoshik, and much needed for this DN Super squad because of how out of sorts they looked in game number 1.
Yeah, and again, we already mentioned that DNS picked the counter pick in the first selection, and that worked out for them, right? For counter picking and just wait for the right moment for the trap. And again, I guess after the first game, it's good to have the counter pick, you know.
Double your strength,
even though
exhaust.
like you give up the side, it doesn't
Limit
matter.
break.
All you want to have is a
Is that good?
counter
Limit
pick in the
break?
lane. And for the game 3, DRX
Probably. I
picked
have
the
quite
second
good strength
pick.
already.
So now it's their time to choose what they want to like prove in the game 3.
So if I speak about the first pick and the second pick, I would say the first pick will make team comp. The second pick will make the breaking the team comp as a counter. So that's how draft goes. I think this game, Pyoshik really played well for the breaking the comp.
Yeah, and we'll see if DRX have something up their sleeve in terms of composition, because we know, we've touched on it again, another clean early start by DRX. We know that Joker's been on that coach talk button, and it feels like it's organizing things, but now will he be able to pull something up here in the draft? What do you want to see here? I'm real quick before we head on over.
So DRX went to the second pick.
Yes.
So I think he thinks that to win the DNS, as winning the super,
yes,
he should just get a laning prio and get a counter and counter his comp.
I want Varus on the bot lane. It's really strong
yes,
right now.
clean from me.
There's no point.
Very
to
clean.
Not just picking Varus here.
All right, well, let's see what happens. One of these squads will get their first win, and the other one will still have the egg. Who will it be? Let's find out in game number 3.
How am I going to
really
stop
good
him
point.
doing
I
that
don't
much
know
damage?
who is going to have the egg. We were talking a lot about chickens, but the eggs sometimes come first, Wolf.
Yeah.
Unless they don't. I'm not sure. Where are you sitting on chicken or the egg?
I think probably egg.
Yeah, I think the egg had to come first because theoretically, like, the evolution takes over. Yeah, good
we
point.
kind of just know,
Aha.
right? Like, yeah, okay.
Aha!
It does depend
it's
whether
a fun
that's what you
conversation.
believe.
Aha!
It's a fun conversation to have, but ultimately, the moment the chicken is defined is in its egg when it hatches.
Yeah.
Chicken. Otherwise, it was something slightly different than a chicken, but very similar to a chicken in that moment.
It's possibly a dinosaur. Maybe it was a pterodactyl and then immediately a chicken. Probably not. Okay, that's a good point. You gave me a very quizzical look.
So I think we defined the choices of ROFS to simplify them, right?
Okay.
You either pick R1, which is picking first pick, which is R1, because the enemy team is going to pick blue side.
Got it.
You either pick R5, which is what DRX have done here, because you pick second pick and the enemy team is going to pick blue side. Or you, in the rare case, just simply pick blue side, which is otherwise known as B5, because the enemy team is going to pick first pick. I think we kind of solved it, right? Like those are the three main archetypes.
That's kind of how it works. Well, let's see exactly what DRX can make of it.
My build
I did like the analysis on the space about the fact that if you do choose second pick, then you do get counters, and then you can just try and win lanes. Sort of what we saw out of DNS in game number 2. So DRX going to do their best in order to
talk to me in a
that.
game 3 fearless.
We have Rumble and Malphite being taken away here. I assume Jace will follow.
Showmaker played Twisted Fate.
As is the
Maybe you can play something crazy as well.
We'll see what is going to change, though, if anything. Moving
your
into
build
this one,
does suck, but your play sucks
Brad is
more.
taken
9.
Goodbye.
9.
Varus taking away some of these lane bullies.
Oh, well. Someone was listening to a did.
Jace. Not banned.
Okay.
So it's got to be banned here.
Malphite, Bard, and Bessa,
like
Varus,
which is
Rumble, and surely it's
Could be the way.
Jace.
Could be the way.
Vi
They
ban.
can beat it, but it was beaten with
Okay,
Vi.
if they play
This time they
Jace,
banned
what's
the
your
Vi and
counter
get the
pick?
Jace.
That seems like a potentially bad thing to do. But let's see whether it pays off.
They don't want Pioshik to play Hecarim. They're
What
like,
is the
"Yeah,
counter
play this
pick?"
Instead, it's the trap set.
Well, this is
Willa's got
already
something
dire
cooking.
straits for Willa. But the Aurora is going to be the decision here for most likely Yukal in that mid lane. We haven't seen her top side for quite some time.
This is a really strange situation because
Unless
Jace
it's Dudu Jace.
is powerful for all the reasons we listed in the previous series, but it's still relatively unexplored territory in terms of the well-roundedness of how you can build compositions, because the comp we
Rise
saw
and Cork
earlier
here out though. That kind of
didn't have
sucks.
engage, right? It was really cool. They got Jace, they shot a lot of shock blasts, and then got engaged on and died. The Vi was not picked this time by DRX, but they get the Jarvan. So that's one form of engage.
Yeah.
Squishy Jace, so that feels relatively good.
Well, Cassante, bit of a look here. The Dusante that we have praised in the past.
Dusante.
Could be a scary one. And does provide them with a bit of a front line as Zoe.
Zoe into
That is what
Jarvan.
Showmaker decided to do and lost.
It's okay.
Let's
go Cassante as well at this point.
A possibility this Jace is top still.
Cassante.
True.
Let's see. We'll probably find out right here.
Wait.
The
Wild
Dragon already
Rift
locked
had
in.
Ice Dragons? The fuck?
But
really?
it would be blind, of course, and the Cassante is going to get taken instead, so...
Is that locked in? My mouse?
Malzahar
is fake and not real and can't hurt you.
It can. It certainly can.
I don't think
Let's
it's
go
real.
Fizz at this
It's been
point, or
here for a
Echo.
while. It's
It's
still looking
unlaneable
at me.
into Zoe though.
I think it's just a bug.
I think Malzahar is going to now describe what the history of the Void is. Because we were asking Kassadin to do it.
Oh, I don't
and
like
think
Gwen.
That, you know, Malzahar might be
I mean,
better
it
at
counters
As instead,
Cassante, but
we've got some Shadow Isles
actually it's probably
as
fine.
Gwen is going to be locked away, and so that will confirm that we do have the Aurora in the mid lane.
Aurora into Zoe.
I just feel like they need more follow-up engage.
We have the Gwen
Jace
into
Jarvan?
the
Jace
Cassante,
Zoe?
which is a really nice matchup. A lot of side lane power.
An
Great
80
follow-up
carry
to
like
a
Ashy
Cataclysm with
would
both
be
of
good
these
for
champions.
DRX.
So let's see what kind of setup Duck Dom and Peter are looking for in the bottom side of the map. This is something that both
I
teams
see
are
an
looking for.
Ashy here,
Obviously, this bottom
or a
2v2.
Jhin.
Do you prioritize blocking out some supports? I think if you're Dia and Supers, probably you should be if you're planning on playing a scaling carry.
Do you ban?
The
No, Aphelios is out.
Nautilus ban screams, I'm going to play Zeri.
True.
But they banned Misfortune, which is something I mentioned in the previous series, I think really rising in popularity right now. I think it's only a matter of time before we see this start to come out here in the LCK
Force
a little
and
bit.
play? No, I'm not
It's
going to
really
watch.
good with Jarvan
I'm not going to watch Force
and with Aurora, so that's probably why they do ban it.
I wish them luck though, but I
I
think
imagine
they're going to get a
Jude
bit cooked.
probably thinking about a Zeri angle himself. Could be one of those options.
They're
here.
getting rid of
I mean, there's so much engage
as
right,
much
Leona's
as possible.
Gone. Nautilus is gone. The Rel is now gone.
I think Ash ban is not bad.
All right.
Oh, it feels very safe to play Zeri.
But there's
here.
also Jhin.
Maybe you should ban it, DN Super, especially because you're playing a poke comp.
Could be something that they're looking for. Let's see what this final ban is going to be.
Ooh, Rakan is
Ezreal's still
actually
up
pretty
as
OP
well. I
right
think that's
now.
something that DNS would really like to pick themselves. And so it could be a denial for DRX if they do want to go that angle, but instead the Ashe is going to be taken away.
That's
would go
actually a pretty
Jhin.
good one. Very safe. Can even set up
But into
the
Cassante, it's a
Cataclysm
bit annoying, but
into
it helps a lot.
big damage in a circle.
Is there an AD I'm missing that has
Well,
like
let's see what
caster
this
spells?
next pick is
Ezreal?
going to be. Likely,
Maybe you
Jhin
take
gonna be picking
Ezreal
away the
actually to
champion
deny
that
it
he
from
wants
them,
to be
because if they
playing.
play Zoe, Jace,
Ezreal
Ezreal, is
are
it
the two
cringe? Oh,
safest
they're just going
picks,
to pick
but
Lucian.
Instead, a little bit of burst damage. I was saying earlier, I would not
But
have
Braum
been
is out,
happy watching
Nami's
Gio
in.
play
I think
Lucian last
Ezreal is a
year,
bit
but
scary
this
to play
year,
against, isn't it?
especially his form right now in LCK Cup, I'll trust it.
All right, well,
Like
I don't know
Ezreal,
whether it
Rakan into
necessarily
Nami
fits
is going
the
to be pretty
composition
unplayable
or
though.
what they're facing at the moment. They have
Ezreal
to be worried
Karma
about
is
it.
pretty good.
Braum in this draft, obviously, but there's still the Nami, which I don't think is really something you can pick away. But Lulu is also available.
Ban
Just
the
play a
phrase
Lucian-
Force
Lulu
hell
lane
no.
into this Lucian Nami if they want. Doesn't work extremely well with the rest of this composition. This is where things get a little tricky. Oh, we're doing this again. Actually,
We're
Kalista
back.
Renata goes really hard into Gwen Jarvan.
That is a really good point. Gwen can immune the hostile takeover in theory.
Alright, put the knob in the
but I
bag.
do
Chat
feel
them on
like
ads if you
having
want
a
to
lot
add. You want
of
to try me
lane
to sub channel if you want
presence
to. We'll
with
be
a
back before the game
composition like
starts.
this that
Anyway,
really
we
wants
sub
to
and
get
we'll get
ahead,
ads for the next
focus
story days. I'll see you in a sec. Much
from
love.
behind, just kind of do nothing. So a good
Poppy
idea
support,
to have a
Poppy support
bottom
into
lane.
Jace
We did
Zoe.
see
That sounds miserable.
That, the Lucian army can actually
Misery.
go toe-to-toe at certain instances
Oh,
in the
the
lane, so you do
misery.
have to be very careful with how you play it out. Dr. and Peter are going to have to grab that synergy that they built on KT together and really make this one work.
I think, remember earlier when we had the D+ series, like, oh, this game is going to be one side, one way or the other. The Zoe's going to get massively ahead, or they won't, and they'll lose the game. This is a little bit more nuanced than that, because sure, there is the Gwen side lane angle. There's a bit of scaling damage in this Aurora that's relatively safe, and the Lucian is going to be a late game threat, but so will the Kalista, I think, in terms of matching it. I think this game is going to be a bloody game, is what I'll say, more than I think it's going to be an extremely one-sided game. I think we're going to see a lot of skirmishes. I think they could go relatively even, and I think it's going to be possibly the highest kill game we see today. That's my forecast going into this one, because we have a lot of champions that want to spike in the mid-game. And
I like
run
left
with
side
that
draft.
spike, so there's not going to be a whole lot of avoiding fights. There's going to be a lot of opportunistic
Is Ezreal
searching.
is Ezreal just a better
for
champ to pick on 4? I guess they could play
I do
Kai'Sa,
think
but there's no
that
engage
if it
supports.
is
Kai'Sa
like
are
a
coming to
skirmish-heavy
Ezreal, what
game,
Ezreal
though,
Karma?
I think
Time for the game.
DN Supers are feeling pretty good about it. With this style of composition, I think they want to kind of scrap with uneven fights and set things up for themselves.
Is DRX going to win? I
If
bet
they
my
can
toilet
get
on
out
it.
to a lead,
Brother, you're going to be
utilizing
shitting on the
that,
floor.
There could be an opportunity, but I think there is some stability with what DRX have put together. And so if they can hold them at bay, there's going to be an opportunity here. Having a look at this draft, it's more reminiscent to what we have been seeing a fair bit of so far this season. And so let's see what Joker has for us here as we get onto the Rift for Game 3.
DRX are
Here we
fighting.
DRX fans in full voice. DN Supers as well being well represented here at the Chijijik LOL Park.
So, Atlas.
Yes.
Let's play a fun game.
I love fun games. They're my favorite kinds of games.
I think it's the type of game that you might find fun.
Okay. Is it a tower defense?
No, but it is kind of a guessing game or an identification game.
Okay.
You know? The type of game that if League of Legends was on Sesame Street, they would probably play.
Okay. I do like Sesame Street.
How much engage do the DN Supers have on their composition, do you think?
An. I think they have an engage.
Wouldn't that be the handshake or potential like Cassante?
Oh, I guess flash handshake. I was just gonna say Fate's Call. Just throw Peter
Fate's
at
Call. Okay, so we're looking at a similar situation to the last time we saw the Jace, right? Where it's like a lot of poke, but
do you need to engage
if
you have a range advantage?
If you have a range advantage, you don't need to engage, but that's
Jace
only if you
doesn't
can
care, he
see,
just
right?
goes to their
So
top
that
camps, I
requires
guess.
map control. That's kind of why
Jarvan's
I
clear.
like
I don't think it's fast enough to
DRX's
punish
comp
this.
more
But
in this situation because
Peter has left the
they have
lane to go
Jarvan.
fight Jarvan.
Nami
It's very good that Jarvan went to
her
Krugs.
ultimate and Renata's ultimate do fairly similar things, but the bubble can follow up on a flag and drag, for example. There's some chaining there is.
Okay,
This is actually really big by DNS.
away. The little Krugs, though, are going to get
That's
denied.
a lot of gold.
So there is that. So Invade going to be in vain for now.
Leashing the enemy bottom duo to get extra money.
There we go. Well, now you got Gio and Andal in a better position here in this lane. As you can see, Peter and Doctarm did need to give up lane control by moving over here. So big wave going to be moving its way forward. UCal having a pretty good time here up against Closer in lane for the moment. We'll see whether these bubbles are going to connect and things like that. As Willa now moving back towards his bottom side. We'll be able to claim his Wolves and Gromp. Pioshik still dealing with the red buff. Will now be able to move down towards his bottom side as well. And does have a little bit of a speedier clear for the minute.
Electrocute here versus the Airy. Just aggressive trades on both sides. How many of these shock blasts are we going to see Pioshik hit? We saw almost all of them hit for Sponge in the early game last time around.
He did a very good job. Took such a bad trade, but maybe he can crash the wave. I guess it's going to split map, right?
Increase the amount of Korean Jaces.
Yeah.
Quickly.
Well, let's see whether Pioshik is going to be one of them as well. As UCal going to take a nap momentarily. And with
Ghostblade
finding a Ghostblade. Yeah, exactly. Flash does
Pick up the
come
flash.
out as Closer looks for it. He'll find it. And they
Worth.
go one
So
for
worth.
one. But first blood over to the Zoe.
So worth for
and
Closer.
Closer feeling real good about how this lane is going.
Yeah, that was a near opportunity there with the flash pickup to maybe get out, but he's just too low. He has to all in at that moment when Willer is spotted because otherwise he will die and also give an assist before he can get the kill onto UCal, so he just does it as quickly as possible there. not in an opportune moment to really get tons of value of that flash at that state when he did pick it up. But it was a cool idea.
Yep.
He's holding it now.
Very nicely done. Also, denying the assist is fantastic.
Yeah, super important.
So, having a look towards the top side of the map, Dudu has actually evened out the CS, but it was an earlier back for him. Teleports back in. Same thing to be said for Rich as he makes his way back forward.
Invade is massive.
He does have a Ruby Crystal and an Amp Tome now complete.
All right, Shock Blast.
Oh, and we're not going to be able to watch it.
So we're going to check this one out from Closer's perspective. Just finds the sleepy trouble bubble and Ghost Blades at him.
Holy, the flick of the
mouse.
mouse.
A little janky there, but that's Zoe.
Yep.
Closer picks up the flash just a second too late.
And I think the turret shot was in the
did get the Raptors,
so
I think.
Doesn't need to worry about it. Just make sure that he is out of the way of the Jarvan. As Andel looking for a little bit of an angle here. Item. Once again, double bubble. Oh, golly. Okay, well,
so
Closer just... That's how you get out of the way. You just walk. That'll do it.
I mean, he's got tier 2 boots.
True, actually, he has tier 2 boots.
Yeah, I guess maybe he runs. Or at least, like, power walks.
Power walking, yeah, I think.
I think you run when you're home guarding, but it's more of a power walk if you've got boots too. There's an all-out here from Dudu. Flash from Rich. He wants none of this, as he doesn't have level 6 yet. Yukao going to have to go back to base once again.
Closer is crushing this lane.
I mean, honestly, ever since the beginning of Game 2, Closer has just been all over the matchup.
He really is, and I mean, he's got cooldown
very
boots,
close,
and he is using them quite
hits,
well
it's a kill.
to maximize his cooldowns. He actually looks like he's going to maybe even get a plate here. This massive wave. Not sure if he hit that turret or not.
Receive most of it, not all of it.
Being.
Kalista is so echoey.
Yeah, she needs to, turn down the echo from, it's like the Noribong where you have the echo set.
Yeah, like too much reverb.
She needs to.
Down a little bit.
Okay, so not quite sponge. Not quite sponge.
That Jace speaks a little bit of English, actually.
This laugh, bro. This laugh.
Out, he does.
This laugh gets me every time.
Nicely done.
This laugh is like the forehead
He was the
emote
jungler before Umpty.
combined.
Yeah.
It's very cute. Okay. Gio and Andal doing a decent job here towards his bottom side, actually with a little bit of a CS advantage over the Kalista Renata. But I think as
my chat says, just win the lane.
That is when we're going to see a lot of this Renata value from Peter. We'll see how he is.
That's what I expect their laugh to sound like when they write
He is
lol.
pretty good at this champion from what we saw on KT and Nongshim as well back in the day. As Gio going to get pierced momentarily.
Do see a ward here for Rich, but okay, I thought we were going to see a collapse to try to get on top of him. This is a aggressive move from Jiwoo.
Yeah, there's the culling. Oh, flash out of the way. The Aqua Prison here as the rest of DNS now trying to turn this one around. There's the Ren.
Nice movement, Jiwoo.
Oh, okay, some needlework here towards his top side
as
well.
No, jungle diff, no flash Rich.
Pyoshik is in the area. Flash comes forward, and Rich realizing what's going on here. He doesn't have flash, and he denies.
First strike.
Never mind, he doesn't. That's actually the kill.
Well, I'm glad you guys killed the Gwen for the Cassante lane, but I'm a little bit worried about this bot line. Doctam is not close to 6.
Willa makes his way down. He's got Cataclysm available. Gets the knock up onto Doctam and slam dunk as the Kalista is taken down. Peter,
did Peter need to use W on Kalista?
And unfortunately, that is not going to quite work.
Is he a criminal?
Just finishes off the kill, and that's a clean dive.
Is he a criminal?
Panic there, I think. That was kind of what I was alluding to on the top side there about what
Doctam also had barrier.
Did eventually eventuate there, as we'll watch it again. He was pushed up super far. He has this ward, has an aggressive position, looks for the all-in.
I think they could have played that bot dive a lot better.
Shows up Pyoshik, and Pyoshik this time hits. So, as you mentioned, the assist is going to go through.
Oh, I saw Pyosik's chase QE, and I know he's first timing.
Yeah. And then down here,
I'm actually quite convinced if he bails out Kalista
Peter just a moment before,
and she has barrier.
No bailout for the 80 carry.
Maybe Jarvan
Peter
dies, actually.
Will promptly die as well.
Yeah, Gio just waits for
I actually think they can turn that.
Conclude, and will then just destroy the Renata pretty comfortably.
It was a very bizarre situation, and even the moment before where we saw Doctam and Peter go in, Gio did not flash
really
barrier, despite using his culling, and I thought they could have even played that more aggressively, but they wanted to guarantee it was going to go well. They end up sending their jungler over. As things going well are not this mid lane for Yukao.
No. I would say that one's going quite well for Closer.
Yes.
Who's just portal jumping around, having a really good time. I feel like Zoe was Aurora before Aurora was released, right? With the way that Between Worlds works. As Dr. getting taken down a little bit. But looks like Gio's not going to be following up with too much more, just putting that culling on cooldown.
Bit of a warning culling.
Yeah, something like that. It's not exactly doing the most, though, as both ultimates available here for the DN Super's bottom lane. And jungle is in position as well. Willa moving down.
If they have to maintain prio if they want to 3v3 this, and they will, and then potentially rotate over. But Willer does have his ultimate, so this is very scary.
Yeah, Yoshik does have that dragon leashed. Should be able to take this one down. First Drake of the game over to DNS, but now Willa makes his way in. Hostile takeover. Gets rid of Willa for the moment. But Yukal was trying to come down. He does go between the worlds. Fate's call.
Yukal kind of smurfed that.
Dr. looking to try and get bailed out, but it does not work. And Yukal's even going to survive.
This game is just
not quite enough damage.
It's just bot diff this series. They lost game 1 by getting diffed. Now they're losing game 2 by getting diffed.
It was, you know,
but I guess jungle did diff the bot to make the bot diff.
Could have just been happy with taking the dragon. As we'll see, it's coach voice actually.
All right.
Talking about Callista.
Yep, trying to see.
It's gonna be tough now, but hold on.
All right, making sure that they keep their heads in the game. And I think Yukal probably needs the most kind words out of Joker.
So this fight
look
here,
at Aurora here. She gets bubbled, so Pyosik goes on Aurora with closer. But
and he's a Jarvan, right? Yukal actually is able to
completely
utilize
bait 2 of them
to
out of there.
avoid
It's a
the pressure
4v2.
as well as get on top of Dr. Yukal plays this incredibly well. And they just have more tools. They don't even have to use all of them.
Yeah.
And ends up being 2 kills here in trade for Dragon, mind you, but significant gold swing.
Look at the gold, though. That's so strange. 1.3k up in AD, and every other role is just 400
behind.
behind.
It's actually coming true, Will. The fact that there's just been so many engages as, oh dear, Yukal could be in a little bit of trouble, but does get woken up a little bit prematurely.
There's a lot of situational engage tools for DNS, like this Trouble Bubble, like the Jace Hammer.
Yeah.
You know, Cassante pulling somebody through a wall with the All Out.
I think that, like, there's also the fact that if you're a poke composition, you don't need engage. Because you just kind of shoot them from far away.
But if they get to you, because you're holding on to a dragon like that, then there can be problems. It's also early days.
Lucian's quest is
in this
almost
game,
finished.
but this is a huge swing of momentum.
Bro,
right
bot
now,
lane cannot play the game.
We don't have their ults
Impossible.
just yet. Dr. doesn't have flash.
Chase jungle with Kalista Renata and Jarvan on the enemy team. Jarvan gives his game, lets Chase get a level lead, gank spot on cooldown.
So he's having a very good time. Teleport to bring this Cassante in, though, as Gio needs to get himself out of there. Teleport does come on forward. There's the flash.
And those
They're
flashes
trying to hold
up
on
now.
to this Nami as the
Literally
all-out
just
gets
came
him
up.
really far away. Tidal Wave is kind of the opposite direction.
Good for move speed, though.
Sometimes you panic and you just press a button.
I think he was just
not dead.
Just trying to tell him which way to go.
There we go.
He was like, get on your skimboard, let's roll.
He's like, body surf your way out.
Body surfing out. Well, Gio is left alone here, but I think he's okay with it.
Yep, culling is going to soften up Peter, but not too much more going to happen from that one. 1 versus 3, though. It's diveable.
Rich is going to get some free push time here before Dudu shows back up with that teleport attempt there on the bottom side. And it looks like he's not going to get the plate. We'll just back away. That was the Cassante situational engage I was talking about.
Yeah. And that's the engage by placing your body between the bad guys and where they want to go. And that kind of works out as well. Riftmaker now completed here for Rich, but still slight advantage for Dudu, whose Dusante has been working out quite nicely.
Jumped into it.
Bubble going to connect as once again, Closer just having a really good time. Finds the paddle star there, as you can see, and is going to upgrade those boots of lucidity.
If you look at the farm for Yukal and his current level, which is almost a whole level behind Closer, you can see that he is clearly making a statement that he is not doing the strategy of killing the minions. He is doing the strategy of killing the champions and hoping it works out. He will have to kill quite a few more of them if he wants to catch up into Closer, as he has not been killing the minions. That's not his strategy in this game.
No. He hasn't been, he's killed 2 of the champions.
Can Lucian
so
carry
I guess
this game?
There's that.
I mean, Gwen will slowly be useful, but this mid situation is scaring me a bit for the RX.
Taking a nap is not how you do the winning, especially when you get hit by Shock Blast as well. Willa's making his way over, though, as Yukal goes between the worlds, and there is a Cataclysm looking to try and hold this Zoe at bay as Pyosik at full health, but he's not going to be able to help out and even gets knocked up by the Tidal Wave himself.
Good job, Jarvan.
Going down there, it is another kill the champions strategy there for Yukal, but it's
Good job,
actually a kill taken away by Willa.
He says, assisting my teammates in killing the champions is also part of my strategy.
Aha, perfect. I didn't know the whole strategy. That was my fault.
Yeah, no, I didn't fully explain it, so that's on me. And obviously, Yukel can't talk to us right now. He's kind of busy.
Yeah.
He's making a bit of a statement, but, you know, it's not fine print. As Willer will have to do some Jarvan things now, but I don't think he's ever really worried. He's just a little bit annoyed.
He flagged and he dragged, and he was okay. So have a look at this one more time.
Closer is just way too far up, and you know what? Pyosik doesn't have engage or peel.
No.
So the Jace isn't really going to be able to do much here. This kind of reminds me of when everyone was saying Zed was great, and I was like, I don't know, he doesn't have
Yukal's
CC.
still quite far behind, but oh my goodness
Dr.
gracious
may not
me.
have living
Lucian Nami.
very much longer. Does have to flash to get himself out of the way of that
Should
one.
Jarvan just build Bandle pipes?
Really strong, but
and just let Lucian kill them
both
to
of
death?
these comps haven't really suited
What
him.
the fuck? Shopping?
Die?
Yeah, Gio actually takes 3 turret shots or something. Maybe it was 2.
Bro, this Lucian skin keeps going.
Got the backstop, and another wave is going to crash through, and no one is here to catch it, so that's just the turret.
Yep. Takes the barrier as well from Doctom, so won't have that for the next little while. As Peter moving over, that is going to be Drake. Started up here by DRX. That's why that turret is not something they're going to stick around for, wanting to make sure
Why doesn't he go take his
they're not going to
Raptors?
have these Drakes stacked up against them.
He's just
Yukel
looking at him
off
do
to the
Drake.
side. Between Worlds very close to coming off cooldown. Cataclysm as well, 7 seconds away.
Another Chemtech Dragon.
All right, another Chemtech Soul. Kind of good for Gwen. Get a lot of extra health back and stuff like that from your Rift Maker.
So, Closer got the Wolf turret, which is going to really empower him on the map as Rich.
Just trying to run with scissors here just a little bit. Dudu finding a great angle, gets the needlework out of
Good luck
Rich.
basing versus Jace. I guess he has a ward, so he can W
go
it.
back home.
Do we hit these?
Well, Rich can
I'm
press
still
W.
asking. I'm once again asking, do we hit these? No.
When the
presses
W?
and is going to be A-OK. Will is making his way forward, though.
Pyosik.
There's the knockoff, but
Must be
Tidal
here
Wave
then.
once again gets a flash out of Pyosik. Flash immediately out of the Cataclysm as Willa goes in, and now between
Yukel.
Worlds,
Kill back.
wanting to find a kill as a bailout. I don't think is going to work, and that is a kill over
Peter
to
has
Yukel.
flash.
Kill the champions, Wolf. That's what he's doing. Willa once again flagging and dragging, but Peter does have the flash.
Oh, they're winning the side of the map without Lucian.
Keep him alive, but DRX is killing way more champions this game.
Pyosik looked a little dizzy. I feel like he got stun locked by the fact that Jarvan was next to him. So he tried to move.
Believe it or not, when the champions
Or like
are dead,
dodge
part of his
EQ, but I think
strategy
he
is it gets easier
overdodged.
to kill
So he
minions.
actually
He
just
doesn't
got
really
hit.
enjoy it, but he will do it. It's honest work.
Man, I really want to be there when you're talking to Yukel about all of his strategies.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm reading between the lines on his movements on the map.
Aha!
Spelling
Wow.
out. I could speak
You're
Yukel.
the Yukel whisperer.
Yeah, I could speak Yukel a little bit. I can tell you that after the first death in this game, he told everyone he would like to fall out of his chair, but he was told by his team that that was not appropriate. He will not be doing it again. Oh, Doctom!
Yeah, Rich doesn't get hit by the Pierce, but let's see whether he can actually kill Doctom and Peter here, as it's taking them a long time to get through him. Oh, the bailout!
Oh, it's not enough damage.
And the rend is not enough. 2 versus 1.
Oh,
Rich
9, 9, 9, 9, 9.
9.
And the knockup hits, and there's no tower behind him. Oh.
And there is no turret, ladies and gentlemen. That is a dead
Scooby, I don't
Renata
feel so
right
good
there.
no more,
Holds onto the
Scooby.
flag and drag. There it is.
Scooby, I don't feel so
not exactly
good,
the greatest of
Rot-Row.
positions, but still will
Dead.
be taking him
Oh,
down.
and it took so long to kill him as well. So he's going to be dead for so long.
Like, well, at least I'll take my Krugs.
Not death time wise, but in terms of how much impact he can have on the game, he just lost like 40 seconds to a minute.
But he won't be taking his red buff either, actually.
Tidal Wave throws a boat. Sometimes you just want to throw a boat.
Wait, he got it, actually.
Yeah, he did. Shock blast.
Jarvan looks quite strong. We should try thinking
Nicely
about
done.
using it in the LEC.
Throwing a boat, that's a thing in the other game, isn't it?
The other game?
Yeah, you know the other game? The game that this game is sort of like modeled after a little bit?
Yeah, it's a bit boat. There's a bit of boat action.
Yeah, it's a bit like a boat guy in that one. We got a boat lady in ours.
Yeah. Lost Viking is like, get in the boat. So, conditional engage, right? Conditional engage. It hit. They are in the mist. So, he's not immune. However, he is Gwen. That is a level 9 champion.
Oof, the ult just came up to save him.
Yeah.
So...
And the other one's a level 7 champion.
Yeah. That was a bit optimistic. If it were bro, I'd say optimistic, but no. This game for DNS has been a bit of a tragedy. You know, they started off with such a huge lead. Things were going swimmingly. The Zoe looked infallible. Still up in gold. Still up in item.
Yeah.
But
the entire top lane is leading, in theory, here for the DN Supers.
Crowd control seems to be a strong tool, as Willer has shown us in this game with his 7 out of 9 KP.
Yeah, 304 on the job, and he is frightening. There is a lot more of the killing the minions that Pyoshik's done. But I don't know whether that is going to work because it's not translating into dead champions. As Dr. My God, the damage from Jiu here, who just cancels the culling and is not quite able to kill Dr. He didn't have flash, but he was able to at least use that martial pose to get out of the way, and the barrier did need to be utilized.
Yeah, they need to be careful because...
Why are you saying cancel? Did he cancel? I didn't see. Did he cancel his culling or what?
He is the
Sorry,
main
I had
character
to write
for
something.
DN Supers right now. Dr. unfortunately was removed from the game. He was retconned.
He was.
In this one.
Retconned.
They just didn't really feel like the storyline was that interesting, I guess.
Yeah, mid-pro is going to be a very big problem. Very, very big problem.
All right.
But actually didn't do that much
Yukal
damage.
is going to get sleepy
Did it
once
miss?
again. Let's see whether... yeah, he's just really dead. That's the 1-2 punch from the
Zoe
Jace and the
Jace.
Zoe.
There'll be a turret and trade here in the mid lane, but they are getting something out of this Zoe that is...
They are trading Yukal's happiness for Jiu's happiness. That's what they're doing. Both Dr. and Yukal just having the most horrible time ever. But there is certainly fun times to be had for their teammates. And so let's
Just
see whether
dodge,
they can
man.
focus on that.
He had a few fun times
That
in this
laugh,
game.
I imagine them saying just dodge and then doing that
Dr.
laugh.
has had any fun times in this game.
No. He is 0-3 and 0, so that would certainly equate to not a whole lot of fun
This
times.
is where
That's
DNS's comp is the
flanking
strongest.
numbers in the
Drake
scoreline
fights.
that really do
Can we
dictate
throw
happiness.
skill shots at them, or will we just get engaged on? We will just walk up and get engaged on and die. Fantastic.
Kyoshik's in a little bit of trouble. He does have to flash to get out of the Cataclysm. Another big old boat flies by, but it doesn't find
Nice
too
hostile
much joy
takeover.
there
Really nice.
As Jiu gets distracted and starts shooting his teammates. Hostile takeover, though, not exactly the most impactful. As Yukal, I don't know about that one, as he dives into the enemy team.
Wait, is this Kalista about to go from 0-4 to 3-4?
It's a triple
What?
in the end for the Callista as Jiu.
Can they do Nash? They
do
can,
not
right?
throw away that big old bounty, my friend. He throws in the culling, but it doesn't really do too much. And DNS,
Why was that engaged so
I mean,
scuffed?
Baron's been around for 30 seconds. Maybe they're just
I
going to
think
take
the Jarvan
it down.
should just not ult the Jace.
Ult here for
He
Jiu.
should just
There's
hit
no
him.
tidal wave.
You're going to
I
2v5
think
this?
trying to make something of this is
Okay,
asking
Jiu.
for
Okay,
that
let's see it.
shutdown to go over, but they are just simply not willing to give it up.
Oh, Jiu,
you
taking
are-
matters into his own hands, I guess, as the Baron will be going down.
Oh,
Can they
Peter.
think there's a
Oh,
handshake?
Peter.
I just don't know
Oh,
whether that was
Peter.
worth it, my friend.
That was
And,
clean.
I do know. I just don't
we
want to
do know.
talk about it.
Well, they've just thrown the whole game.
It was. I'm going to say it was not.
When I said Gio was more confident, more aggressive.
Beach ball.
They have just thrown the whole game.
He is. He really, really is. It was very well showcased
One
in this
fight,
moment that he
GG,
is
is
not
that it?
shying around.
All of those
that
early
he is
skirmishes?
Like, I got a lead. I'm gonna try to push it, but that was probably not the moment. That was pick your battles.
Oh, yeah, it's because of the Merc threads
But
that
don't
they didn't do
pick
that much
one.
damage.
Yeah.
This was the big bursty damage.
That was a very dead Yukal.
Here, I think Jarvan
This
EQ is
fight
good onto
is
Jace, because Jace looks a bit
incredibly
dizzy,
broken
but
up,
why
right?
does he
And
ult him? The Jace is already
Bravo
stuck.
zapped his health bar initially.
He should ult his
Engages
flash.
onto Pioshik, who's able to get away.
But the Cassante
And from
TP is
here,
good, and Yukal's
Yukal-
fighting Zoe. W's over, Will is dead.
Crazy. Little psychopathic, right? Like watch Yukal go in just a moment
Actually,
here.
Cassante is just tanking everything.
Yeah,
Oh
go
god,
in to fight
Yukal.
people. There is...
Yeah.
There's no way to save you. There's no way to protect you, my man. All the tools were used.
And the Dusante actually finding a great
the best
angle with that
positioning.
final Q to lock down the next kill.
This Peter
Jiu-
handshake was clutch.
Sometimes, you know, you're like, it's me against the world. And this was one of those times. But maybe it didn't have to be.
It did not have to be.
Yeah.
Peter did have a great handshake there, though. So certainly something to be spoken about. But the Rebel Baron power play sitting at 2.7k right now. And there is still a minute and a half left on the buff. This is looking like a blowout moment.
Yeah, it certainly looks like now even Duck Dom is relevant. And I don't know what conclusions we're supposed to draw from this game. Like, does this mean Jace is good? I don't really think we learned anything about that, but
I mean,
Jace
I
is good
think
when Zoe sets him up and they both hit their burst at max range.
Very true.
That much, I guess, we learned.
We also learned
The
that
siege,
Yukal,
Zoe Jace.
struggles as the day
Oh, he
gets
wasn't in
later.
range. Zoe Jace with Baron.
These last two performances have not been phenomenal.
This will be fun. I mean,
And
Zoe
we'll
has no
see
flash.
whether he can,
But if they
pull it
EQR
together
on
moving
Zoe
into
with
this
Nami
late
ult, I
game,
actually think that
as they're
Kalista
looking to
just
try and break
pentakills
the
them.
siege, but that's exactly
Oh my
what this
god.
composition does. I mean, the siege
Just open
is
it.
ridiculous. You just saw that shock blast. That means that this inner turret is
Just
dead.
open it.
That's just all there is to it.
And it's about to be another one. Coming straight at you. Pioshik, line it up. The observers are ready.
Battlestar. Not going to quite find you, but the shock blast does. And that spells the end of this inhibitor turret as well. DRX realizing that they really need to do something or their base is just going to fall apart.
They have flash on their Jarvan, but everyone is grouped. There's not a great target here. So Willer needs to find an angle, but it's just so tough.
Yeah, Dusante, we're going to try and take this turret down. As Willa looks for the angle there, does put Doctom in the Cataclysm.
Ooh, that's a big run out ult. Doctom did just flash forwards into die. Oh, UCal did it again.
And just gets wiped out. The bailout was there anyway from
Flash
Doctom.
bubble doesn't really do anything. It's not real flash though.
Summoners, but this is exactly what they're there for.
Double inhib and just call it a day, I guess.
Might be on the verge of their very first
call it a day. Press B and reopen top.
After a disappointing first week. DRX unfortunately not able to make it
DNS got more wins in the first 2 weeks last game than they did in like the first 6.
Their first game was great, and then they sort of fell apart at the seams in the last 2.
This has been a pretty sobering series, I think, for DRX fans who were on the hype train after
more wins than LR.
Some really good performances, not only earlier today, but last week. As this engage was the desperate one they were hoping for. Like, they had the tidal wave. Doctom's fairly low, so UCal is like, maybe, but look at the shield.
And it looked like Peter rode the tidal wave as well. It was actually really cool. We were talking about body surfing before. He did it because the Fate's Call kind of pulled him along it, which was very fun to see.
That was some very high locket value for Peter in that fight. And Doctom was not really in any danger, despite UCal's best intentions there to kill.
Check in on DRX Enjoyer. He's probably fucking
They were not good intentions for Doctom.
Taken out.
Doctom didn't care. This one seems it's really reaching its conclusion at this point.
Well, Lucian has 3 items, so it's time to dash forwards and pentakill, or it's completely cooked, because that's their only damage.
Storage case, like he's got a case.
But he doesn't have armor pen, and that Cassante is Cassante, so maybe big problem.
If they can find a good teamfight angle before all the poke comes in.
Willer just used his flash Cataclysm earlier, so doesn't have that flash anymore. I mean, UCal has his ult back, but he
no TP wards behind. Oh, there is a TP ward behind.
Entire item
Go Rich, TP, attack.
Very far behind. We have Edge of Night. Okay, here's the
We
flank.
must go now.
Let's see whether they can make it happen as UCal once again going between the worlds.
Oh my god, that Renato.
UCal's dead once again.
Cleaned them up.
Just trying to get away from this Cassante,
big shutdown.
who is just way too big. Rich gets into that backline though. They do manage to take down the Jace, as Closer still hunting for the rest of DRX. A 1 for 2 so far. As it's probably better than what DRX could have been hoping for.
I don't think they can end, can they? Jarvan's
there are
gonna
a lot
base.
of people now trying to take
Maybe
down some
can.
Nexus turrets.
If the bubble hits,
let's
dash
see what he can
through
actually
it.
get done here. Needs to get out of the way of this brick wall that is Dudu, who just
Where's the
dives
damage from
towards
Lucian?
it.
What?
Doctom almost falling down here, but Willa, can he get it? The knockup does come through, and Rich turns up to try and take down this Callista once again.
The Lucian was
But
just
the
not killing him.
Says you are not winning this game, and Rich will be falling.
5
It's
seconds
a
on Aurora,
triple
no
for the
ult. Can
Zoe,
she wave clear?
and
Probably not.
Closer once again showing that he's the better mid laner here in this series today.
Not super
UCal
Fry's
will
group
be
series, but
but I just don't know whether that's going to mean too much here for DRX.
Surely they can end, right?
As him and Andal are just doing their very
Q3.
best to try and find it here. Great Q3 from Dudu
The Proto Belt
to try
Aurora.
and lock down UCal, who is just desperately trying to kill Minion,
Farewell,
trying
sir.
to kill Closer, and neither
Closer, you gonna get him or
things
not?
that he's really managing to
Closer,
figure out.
guys, the skill
as-
shots.
Oh, the heal comes through.
Cassante.
there from Andal, but Tidal Wave not going to be enough. And down will go both of them.
Pentakill Jiwoo,
Jiwoo
get him.
shows up yet again though. Oh, can he actually find a
1K.
couple of kills?
Open the shop
before
by GA now,
Nexus
quick, boom.
inevitably dies?
Big pace.
The answer is yes, there's one. Dudu is now getting very low, and I think this game is a disaster. Peter now running
Okay,
away.
Jiwoo. Okay,
And
Jiwoo.
there's
Back
the
massage.
culling. So,
Hey, yo, wait.
but the Nexus is very exposed.
Hold the line.
Pommet
They didn't
collector.
lose triple inhib. Nexus Towers will respawn. Lucian just got 2k gold.
Just appeared.
Look his items.
and
Crit
then-
Cloak.
And then walked
Into
away.
Noon
Walked
Quiver,
away,
Last
but sent a
Whisper.
message to confirm the
He
game
must
was
be
not
close to
in. Did
LDR.
not collect
Speaking
my-
of confirming things, we have an update.
Are you
There's
saying-
actually no official name for Renekton's weapon. It's just referred to as a
Are you
crescent
saying go
blade
Nash?
or axe.
Sounds like they need to get on that.
Yeah, so it's
Are you?
Man,
No, you're not. Okay, God
I
bless.
sure hope that
the crescent of truth.
I sure hope that I one day can buy a model Renekton and it'll have really high detail on its crescent blade / axe.
Well, it may
Jace,
just
no
happen.
flash. Does
As
he
he's
die?
in the Cataclysm, but who's trapped in where
He
with
does.
who? The rest of his
Wait,
team
can
is
we
just
go
not
Baron?
there.
We have
I
Aurora
personally
TP?
did not witness.
Wait a
I
minute,
was not
DRX.
there.
The
I was
Fry's
on a
group is
plane,
activating.
I was told Legends of and then watched a VOD of. A
They will
10,000
poke you
gold
to
lead
death.
from
The
a
towers are not up for
organization.
1 minute.
Oh, Wolf, no, surely no.
Get the Baron and get out. Out, out,
They
out,
would
out.
never do it again.
No, they don't have
They
smite.
couldn't do it again.
Okay, we're actually so fucking back.
No No, don't even say it.
We are so fucking
Don't put it
back.
into existence, Wolf. Don't say stuff like that.
Production,
They are
can
not
I-
losing
Oh
this game.
my
Can I
goodness.
take a look at the goal difference over time? Let me pull that one up. We might need to take a look
LDR
at
for
where it
Lucian,
once was.
Zonia's for Gwen,
Once
Mikhail's
was
for
that.
Nami.
Oh, okay. G-Sun.
G-Sun, put a bit of a dip. 11,000. So
11k to 5.5
Hey,
fucking
wait,
K.
but they had a really large
They
goal
arfed it.
lead, and if it's really large and then halved, it's
If
still
if
pretty big.
Jarvan gets
Yes,
GA,
but what if it
I mean, I'm
goes- what
coping
if
a
you
bit.
get
This
the
should
other
still be
half?
really
It's not
hard
like
to
it
win.
halves
But
again, it goes 2.5.
But Wolf, they have no
5,000,
Nexus
5,000.
turrets and stuff. Well, I mean, they will in about a minute.
everything's
Look at that
respawning.
inhibitor.
Yeah.
What's it doing? What's it doing, Atlas?
It has respawned! They've all respawned! Oh, goodness. Okay.
See those timers? Oh.
Wait, he was on
Dudu's
vision?
caught. Dudu's caught. He takes the Mega Cone. He takes the Mega Cone. Docked arm. Okay, Gio, not going to overchase.
Okay, so
wait.
I actually kind of have to think about win cons for a second. For about 5 to 7 minutes there, I was like,
Nexus needs to explode.
About 5 to 7 minutes there, I was like, all right, well, this game's a foregone conclusion. Let's think about POM and where we're going with it. And I was like, is it Pioshik or is it kind of close or did it kind of pop off?
Maybe it's Phalite
Had a
diff.
decent game in game 2, but now I'm starting to wonder.
Phalites are toxic as fuck, by
Is
the way.
it Willer?
Yeah. Is it Jiwoo?
Maybe it's just Andil. Maybe it's Joker.
The amount
I
of pockets
wonder
they
if
show for no reason.
The DNS coaching staff is currently discussing how they will talk to Dudu about running into the fountain instead of hitting.
Jarvan has GA.
I mean, Dudu doesn't do a massive amount
Lucian's
of
pretty big.
Nexus damage. To add insult to injury, ladies and gentlemen, it was an 11,001. Yeah, 11,000 gold lead, 100. As Willa looks for the Cataclysm, and Dudu is in the
They
right position
don't
right
have
now.
Renata
Hostile
ult
takeover.
anymore.
Not doing a massive amount of work though. As
No
this is
flash
what DRX
Zoe.
need to do. They just need to hard engage every single time.
And they got a lot of damage done. They're going to get a lot of map control from this.
Beach ball
Soul
goes wide.
Was not taken.
Almost a
You know,
QSS
in
on
this game,
Jiwoo.
we're sitting at 2 dragons apiece, right? This next dragon's not up for 2
I
minutes. and
knew
it's not
the
even
Fries
soul-
group
soul point
gameplay was in
whoever
there
gets
somewhere.
it. This game
got
is,
it in the
is
last
one-
Without
minutes.
a turret in the top lane, Wolf.
Yeah, also, you know what's the craziest thing?
What's the craziest?
Like the crazy. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna blow your mind.
Okay.
Ucal
ready?
still doesn't have a third item.
Oh God. That's not. That's. I
Yeah,
mean,
he
that
kinda
is
broke.
crazy. It's not a happy crazy.
I'm looking
though.
at that. I'm like, wait a minute. Is that even? He doesn't have a third. He does not have his void staff. He.
Hey, look. There's. At some point this game,
Surely it's not
all
winnable
of
for
these
DRX
players
though,
have a
right?
third
That
item,
Cassante
okay?
does not die.
That's true.
And
Even
Kalista has
Blue
4
have
items as
4
well.
though, right now.
Like Lucian is
Yeah,
up a
does
QSS
not
on
have his
Kalista.
third,
That's
but-
their gold lead.
I mean, Jiwoo's got a casual Quicksilver Sash, and he's down.
Okay, here's a
Dudu.
problem, Atlas. Remember we were talking about conditional engage earlier.
should be unwinnable
They
for
don't have Baron
DRX.
anymore, but they had it and they got enough map control back. They don't have that vision thing we were talking about, hit the poke. So they don't have engage either. And Rich is just pushing aside as a level 18 Gwen. He's about to be level 19, just hit it.
Oh God, yeah.
How do they deal with DRX now? They don't have any tools. They gotta hit that poke, hit that handshake.
I feel like they should deal with them the same way they dealt with them for the rest of the game.
Yeah, but
by killing them all the time.
But that was when they had a little bit more even map control. Now they don't have it really at all. So it's gonna get a little bit tricky. It's gonna get a little bit hard.
Well, I mean, okay.
So we know Flash,
so
Jarvan ult up.
positives for DNS are that they still have a lot of turrets still available. Positive for DRX is they can kill a lot of turrets that are still available.
Yes. And then the
to
gold
get
lead
money
streaks further.
Yeah.
Oh, Willa.
Willa.
Oh, Chase jungle is very fair. Jiwoo is dashing in. Peter, our flash is clean. There's this.
And he explodes with the Ren damage.
Oh,
Peter
they
now
actually
in
didn't
trouble.
kill
It's a
Renata.
double kill for Doctom, who gets put
Oh
in the
my
bubble.
god, that
Dudu
attack
looks for the
speed, what the
angle.
fuck?
It's a triple. And I told you that it was impossible. There was no way they were going to be able to withstand the power
Holy, that
of the
Kalista.
DN Supers this time around as they march up the mid lane. Only Willa and Rich.
Are you telling me or are you telling Dudu and Pioshik who lived it?
I don't know. I think I'm telling myself and hoping
The
that
Chase
it is
jungle
indeed true. As
fires
Closer
over the wall.
looks for it here. Rich is still very scary as Willa just trying to take care of Closer momentarily. He has a GA, but
Wait,
Rich
he's kinda
not going to be able to
snipping keeping the wave.
Bail him out, I don't think.
10 seconds
and there's
though,
only
15 seconds.
so much needlework
time.
that can be
He
done
has Zhonya's
here.
though, he should just go in.
As a lot of buttons are going wide, he's trying to pull the minions, goes golden.
10 seconds on Geo, there's no way, right?
Yeah, I mean, these
Yeah,
turrets
GG.
are just going to fall like paper. Geo is going to show up. He's marching out with that big
Holy,
ult,
welcome
but
to the
there's
game,
ult
brother.
out As he looks to try and take down
Where do you even
Closer.
click?
He does at least get one, but Doctom is focused on the next.
Okay,
and
DNS get
down
their
it
win.
will go.
DNS get their
There
win.
is the first win of the season here for the DN Supers. They will take down DRX tonight.
That was
God
a
bless.
harrowing moment, though, when the Nexus did not fall. They lost map control. But I tell you what, Geo did not get POM today.
No.
It was very cool when he had the defense
Yo, the
there.
DNS fans go kinda crazy.
He stepped pretty far forward into a comp that had very little engage, and they were still able to burst him down and then subsequently win the game. I think if played slightly better, the game would have
Alright,
gone
chat,
for
I'ma
a little
sneeze
bit
it.
longer.
I'ma sneeze it. We're gonna do some streams and stuff now, so practicing for the weekend with the toonies. I'll be back tomorrow morning with I'll be back tomorrow morning with LCK as always. Morning LCKs at the streams on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Oh my god, headshot. Tomorrow we got Bro vs HLE, FearX vs Gen G. Two classics. W closer. Big W closer.
He's looking to try and continue that.
I hope you enjoyed the rest of your day, night, morning, evening, wherever you are in the world. Sleep well, take care, stay safe.
No pun intended there.
And yeah, we're gonna go scrim 5 games of Jarvan Rise Corki real quick to prepare for the weekend. Shout out to the lurkers, bidders, gifters, chatters, subbers, resubbers. And yeah, take care of yourselves. Enjoy your day, and I'll see you tomorrow morning. Bye bye, chat.